I am Lu Fan. My grandfather accidentally fell into the water by the river. Fortunately, he was found and rescued by 7 rich girls. In order to repay this life-saving grace, I became their personal assistant without hesitation. I was willing to take care of their lives, run around and work hard for them, and even forget to eat and sleep for their company. I could only squeeze out a short 2 hours of rest every day, but I had no complaints. However, what I got in return was not gratitude, but endless humiliation and cold eyes. Those rich girls who once made me grateful, under the instigation of others, actually believed that I had bad intentions. Go away. How dare a poor person like you approach us? Their words were like sharp knives, piercing the deepest self-esteem in my heart. So, I chose to completely leave their world and never look back. But I never expected that after I disappeared, those arrogant and indifferent young ladies would chase after me one by one, with red eyes, regret, and affection. Lu Fan, we were wrong. Please don't leave us. Some even expressed their willingness to marry me with tears in their eyes. Their attitudes suddenly changed so quickly, I was at a loss. Did they really regret it? Or was this a conspiracy? Should I go back or leave? Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. My 80-year-old grandfather fell into the water while fishing by the river, but I couldn't swim. Just when I was anxious, 7 daughters passed by and helped me save my grandfather. After that, in order to repay their life-saving grace, I became their personal servant. I thought this was the beginning of repaying gratitude, but I didn't expect it to be the beginning of enduring humiliation. But until the day my grandfather passed away, they told me sincerely in front of his grave, Lu Fan, as long as you help each of us fulfill one wish, you will be free. I thought it was a relief, but it turned out that they all wanted to be the heir of the family. From that day on, I became an endless work machine, running around for them day and night. I slept less than 2 hours a day and was extremely tired, but the occasional jokes and warmth made me mistakenly think that it was all worth it. Gradually, they developed complicated feelings towards me, and jealousy became commonplace. Lu Fan, why did you say a few more words to her? No. Who did you work overtime for last night? I could only smile bitterly, and this twisted relationship was suffocating me. As time went by, I helped their company grow bigger and bigger, and all kinds of suitors came one after another. They began to slander me in front of them, saying that I was a pawn with ulterior motives. Slowly, the trust we had in the past collapsed, and they even doubted my original intention of approaching them. Grandpa's life-saving grace? Humph, don't tell me this wasn't a well-thought-out plan by you too. My heart was broken, but I chose to remain silent. In order to fulfill my promise at my grandfather's grave, I silently endured all the humiliation and indifference. Until the day they fulfilled their wish, I resolutely turned around and left. But due to overwork, I didn't get far, and I closed my eyes alone in the old house left to me by my grandfather. When I opened my eyes again, I was reborn back to the time when everything was not completely broken. In this life, I was no longer their tool, but lived for myself. Lu Fan, what are you doing? Wang Xiaojing's voice came coldly in the underground parking lot. She ran anxiously towards the man I knocked down, her eyes full of heartache. Oh, this super rich second generation is really a good show. But now my heart has long been like still water. I want to accompany you in your show. I sneered and turned away. How are you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Wang Xiaojing ran to the man I knocked down with a punch, her eyes full of heartache. The man lying on the ground was a super rich second generation, Shirley. The two met at a banquet and are now almost confirmed to be in a romantic relationship. Shirley slowly stood up with the help of the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and locked his eyes with me coldly. Lu Fan, Xiao Jing has already told me. He smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. You have been following her like a bodyguard since your sophomore year. To repay her, right? Then you fell in love with her. Seeing that we were in love, you were afraid that I would take her away from you. And you were jealous, so you punched me today. His words pierced my heart like a needle, but mixed with an inexplicable sense of absurdity. I sneered and waited for his next words. Sure enough, he had an expression of "I understand you" on his face, and his tone was full of condescending contempt. I can understand you, but I hope you can face the reality. We are not from the same world at all. As soon as the words fell, Wang Xiaojing's eyes became even colder, with disgust and disdain. She turned her face away, as if looking at me any longer was dirty. Shirley immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Lu Fan called. Shirley, you all come down. There are some things we must make clear to Lu Fan today, Shirley said coldly. A moment later, 6 daughters from different families came in one after another, all with serious expressions. Sherman, what's going on? Why did Lu Fan hit Shirley? One of them asked with a frown. Wang Xiaojing glanced at me with disgust and said coldly, Yalan, you are right. Lu Fan has been staying with us for some ulterior motive. He has even become so sick that he regards the 7 of us as his property. Her eyes were icy cold. Shirley and I went out a few times in the past few days, and he took the opportunity to attack him. He is so cruel. I can no longer tolerate him staying with us. Yalan immediately answered with a disgusted tone. Yes, Sherman finally believed me. Lu Fan is not only sick, but also secretly looking at my phone to see if someone is pursuing me and intends to destroy my relationship. Listening to their accusations, I smiled bitterly in my heart and said nothing. At this time, Zhang Qiao stood aside and shook his head in disappointment, looking at me with a strange expression. Lu Fan, we had so much fun together in college, but now you have become like this. The other people also began to accuse me, like a rehearsed play. Lu Fan, have you forgotten that you were just working like a slave for your grandfather to repay us for saving his life? Are we too good to you, and have you developed some unrealistic fantasies? Someone snorted coldly. Now, you don't have to repay us, you can leave. The familiar scene, the familiar disdain and insults were like a nightmare from my previous life. I watched all this silently, with no anger in my heart, only surprise. In my previous life, in order to help Wang Xiaojing negotiate a cooperation with the Zhao Group, I worked hard day and night. For 6 consecutive months, I traveled between Wang Group and Zhao Group almost day and night. At first, Mr. Zhao would meet me a few times in a friendly manner, but soon he became distant and finally refused to meet me. Every time I was rejected, I told myself not to give up. Until that day, I was waiting downstairs of Zhao Group and unexpectedly saw a thrilling moment. A little girl ran towards the road chasing a ball, watching a car speeding towards her. Without much time to think, I rushed over, hugged the little girl, and rolled into the green belt on the side of the road. She was unharmed, but I was scratched in many places, and my back was pierced by a broken log, and I was bleeding profusely. Mr. Zhao rushed over and picked up the little girl. At that moment, I realized that this was his precious granddaughter. After half a year of persistence and this desperate rescue, he finally gave in and agreed to cooperate. After bandaging the wound, I rushed back to Wang Group without stopping, just to tell Wang Xiaojing the news as soon as possible. However, in the underground parking lot, I accidentally heard Yi talking on the phone with someone. What love or not, I just think she is beautiful. Anger made me lose my mind in an instant, and I punched this hypocritical scumbag. Unexpectedly, this scene was seen by Wang Xiaojing, who came down from upstairs. Why did you hit him? She asked coldly. I opened my mouth to explain, but found that my words were stuck in my throat. No one was willing to believe me. Everyone chose to believe that well-disguised face, and I was just regarded as an unreasonable madman. And in return, I received a severe scolding. Wang Xiaojing coldly and said calmly, Boss Wang, Boss Zhao has agreed to cooperate. Remember to sign the contract tomorrow. This was my last advice and help to the girl who had jumped into the water to save my grandfather. However, she laughed sarcastically. Lu Fan, you really disgust me. Do you think that just mentioning cooperation can cover up your behavior of beating Shirley? So what if the deal is successful? Don't forget, you are nothing. I'm telling you, Mr. Zhao agreed to cooperate because we are Wang's group. It's none of your business. Wang Xiaojing sneered at me, her eyes full of contempt. I'm a member of the Wang family. Anyone who goes to negotiate will be equally successful. You're just relying on our family's relationship to eat free food. If you still have a bit of dignity left, disappear from our sight. Every word she said hurt my heart, but this time, I just smiled bitterly. I finally saw clearly. After a moment of silence, I turned around and prepared to get in the car and leave. Wait, Lu Fan! Wang Xiaojing called me coldly. This car is not yours. I stopped, shook my head, and replied softly. You're right. This car was originally bought by Shui Anren to make it more convenient for me to go to work. I raised my head. My eyes were cold. Oh, by the way, this phone was also bought for me by Zhang Qiao. In that case, I'll return it to you as well. As I said that, I handed over the phone. Zhang Qiao took the phone, her brows furrowed, with disgust on her face. Suddenly, she threw the phone to the ground with a bang and said coldly, "Things you used are so dirty." The disgust in her eyes left me speechless. I felt a pang of bitterness in my heart. This level of contempt made me unable to say anything more. I nodded and turned away silently. As I was gradually walking away, a few people finally noticed the punctured clothes on my back and the blood oozing out. "Why are Lu Fan's clothes torn? There seems to be blood?" Someone whispered, showing a little surprise. Wang Xiaojing snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "Maybe he deliberately wore rag clothes to play some kind of self-torture trick, wanting us to think that he really worked very hard." Zhang Qiao looked at me walking away, feeling a little awkward in her heart, but she couldn't tell what it was. She frowned subconsciously, but said nothing, and Ran saw it, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "Okay, don't let an irrelevant person affect your mood. Didn't we agree to go to Chiyue's bar? Let's go." The laughter and chatter faded away, harsh and hollow. I turned and left, walking along the familiar street back to my residence. This is a unit apartment. When I had just graduated and had nowhere to go, Wang Xiaojing generously gave me this apartment. Memories came flooding back. At that time, they had just taken over the family's small company, and I was determined to help them realize their respective dreams. We used to live under this roof, discussing the direction of career development day and night, and looking forward to the future. I pushed open the door, and everything in the room was still familiar, as if no time had passed. I slowly sat on the sofa, feeling the silence around me. This place once carried too much laughter and warmth, but now there is only endless sadness and desolation. I sighed softly, smiled self-deprecatingly, and said to myself, "I am free. Everything is free. In the last life, I have repaid all the kindness." I took out my laptop, typed out all the business summaries for the 7-person company, and put them on the desk. That way, they wouldn't have to bother me again. Then, I took out my wallet, put all the bank cards and cash on the table, and closed it gently. I came here alone to repay my gratitude, and now I am leaving alone. Finally, I put the room key on the table and walked out of the room. At this moment, there was only an ID card in my pocket, but my steps were extremely light. Fortunately, my college roommate happened to be in Longdu. I found him, borrowed some money, bought a new phone and SIM card, and then boarded the train home. Sitting by the window, I looked at the distant city, and my heart was filled with relief. My grandfather picked me up on the roadside when he was in his 60s, and the uncles and aunts in the village have always taken good care of us. In my last life, I was obsessed with repaying my kindness, but I never had time to repay those kind folks. This time, I will definitely help them live a good life. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojing and her friends were partying in Jiang Ruoshua's bar. After a few drinks, she gradually couldn't tell reality from dreams, until a quick phone call woke her up. "Hello? Mr. Wang, you need to get ready to go. It's time to go to Zhao Group to sign the contract." Wang Xiaojing responded dazedly. "Why not just let Manager Lu go? Isn't he in charge?" A nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Wang, we can't contact Manager Lu." Wang Xiaojing opened her eyes suddenly, and suddenly remembered that I had left the company a long time ago. She quickly dressed and went out, and a trace of uneasiness flashed through her heart. In the past, she had hardly handled important matters in person, and I had always taken care of them. But this thought made her disgust even stronger. Yes, those rumors were right. They were indeed overly dependent on me, and maybe I deliberately made them dependent on me. Thinking of this, she felt that expelling me was the right thing to do. After rushing to the company, Wang Xiaojing listened to the secretary's introduction of the details of the cooperation with Zhao Group while browsing the contract. She was puzzled. Did Mr. Zhao really agree to cooperate with us? Someone must have offered better conditions than us, right? The secretary nodded with admiration in his eyes. "Yes, Mr. Wang, thanks to Manager Lu. In the past 6 months, Manager Lu has been—" Wang Xiaojing glanced at the secretary coldly and interrupted him. She hated to hear the name Lu Fan. Half an hour later, she arrived at Zhao Group and unexpectedly found that Mr. Zhao was waiting for her at the door holding a little girl. When he saw her, Mr. Zhao greeted her warmly, looked around, and asked casually, "Where is Manager Lu?" "Lu Fan again." Wang Xiaojing was furious and asked with a sneer, "Boss Zhao, do you have anything to do with Manager Lu?" Boss Zhao smiled faintly and said, "I just want to express my gratitude to him." In the conference room, the staff waited quietly, and the atmosphere seemed particularly formal. Mr. Zhao handed over the contract documents with a smile. Wang Xiaojing glanced at it subconsciously, feeling a little sense of accomplishment. Finally, without Lu Fan, Wang Xiaojing was able to successfully win the contract. Who said that Wang Xiaojing, can't move forward without Lu Fan? Wasn't the contract of Zhao Group signed by me? Mr. Wang, let's sign the contract first and talk about other things later. Mr. Zhao said as he handed over a pen with a smile. Wang Xiaojing nodded and signed the contract neatly. She was secretly proud of herself, thinking that this was the best proof of her ability. However, just as Wang Xiaojing handed the contract back, a word from Mr. Zhao instantly chilled her mood. Mr. Wang, with such an outstanding leader like you and an assistant like Manager Lu, our cooperation will definitely be very pleasant. He had a relaxed smile on his face and seemed completely unaware of the slight change in Wang Xiaojing's expression. It's Lu Fan again. Wang Xiaojing's heart tightened. In order to win the cooperation of Zhao's company, Wang Xiaojing took the lead personally and put in so much effort in the past few days. But Mr. Zhao still attributed the credit to Lu Fan. Without him, all this would not be possible? Wang Xiaojing suppressed her displeasure and responded with a smile. Yes, Mr. Zhao, we will definitely have a pleasant cooperation. Just as I was about to leave, Mr. Zhao suddenly called me. Mr. Wang, wait a moment. Wang Xiaojing turned around and asked calmly, Boss Zhao, do you have any other instructions? Mr. Zhao waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't misunderstand, Mr. Wang. It's not an order. I just want to ask, how is Manager Lu's injury? Injury? Wang Xiaojing was stunned, wondering. He was injured? Mr. Zhao nodded, with a trace of worry in his eyes. Yes. Yesterday my granddaughter was playing and accidentally ran onto the road. She was about to get into trouble, thanks to Manager Lu who protected her. His back was hit and bloody in order to protect the child. I advised him to go to the hospital, but he refused and said he wanted to report the good news to you as soon as possible. Wang Xiaojing was shocked by what Mr. Zhao said. Lu Fan was seriously injured in order to protect Mr. Zhao's granddaughter, and he rushed back to write a report with injuries? Wang Xiaojing recalled the scene she saw in the parking lot last night, when Lu Fan's phone was smashed to pieces by Zhang Qiao. At that time, he didn't complain at all, and didn't even mention his own injuries. Isn't it because of this that Mr. Zhao's phone couldn't get through to Lu Fan? Just as she was thinking about it, Mr. Zhao's granddaughter came running over and smiled sweetly at Wang Xiaojing, her eyes full of dependence on Lu Fan. Uncle Lu protected me yesterday. He is really brave. Wang Xiaojing felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she managed to maintain a calm smile on her face. Boss Zhao, he probably didn't tell me because he didn't want me to worry. Mr. Zhao nodded, patted Wang Xiaojing on the shoulder, and said with emotion, Mr. Wang, you are so lucky to have an assistant like Manager Lu. Wang Xiaojing heard what Mr. Zhao said. Her heart was instantly stirred up, and she couldn't calm down. She suddenly realized that Mr. Zhao was waiting for her at the entrance of the building with his granddaughter in his arms. Not to see her, but to wait for Lu Fan. Mr. Zhao saw that she looked wrong, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Is Manager Lu seriously injured? Wang Xiaojing pretended to be calm and smiled slightly, but her heart was in turmoil. She knew very well that if Mr. Zhao knew that it was because of her that he scolded Lu Fan and canceled the cooperation, it would be troublesome. So she quickly found an excuse. No, Manager Lu needs to have a good rest now. I didn't expect that he actually saved your granddaughter. There was a little surprise and confusion in her words. President Zhao nodded with emotion and continued to praise Lu Fan. Manager Lu is such a rare good man. He saved my granddaughter's life without hesitation at the critical moment. I want to find an opportunity to thank him properly. Can you tell me which hospital Manager Lu is in? I want to take my granddaughter to thank him in person. Hearing this, Wang Xiaojing was stunned. During this period of time, the rumors she heard about Lu Fan were almost all dark speculations. Some people said that Lu Fan put in so much effort and pretended to be hardworking just to make them grateful to him. And the greater purpose was to control the right to speak in their small company of 7 people and gradually bring the company under his control. But now the Lu Fan described by Mr. Zhao was so selfless and noble, which was completely different from the description she heard. She sneered in her heart, secretly suspecting that Mr. Zhao might have been deceived by Lu Fan, and that this so-called saving people was a carefully arranged play. Perhaps even Mr. Zhao's little granddaughter was involved in his plot, in order to gain Mr. Zhao's trust and make herself more dependent on him. She shook her head, not ready to point it out. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao. Manager Lu has asked for a few days off. He may be too tired recently and wants to rest. He is indeed very hardworking. I will notify you as soon as he returns to work. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. Mr. Zhao nodded in thanks and reminded, please convey my gratitude to Manager Liu. Watching Mr. Zhao's back gradually going away, Wang Xiaojing sneered in her heart, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Lu Fan, you used such a despicable means to win cooperation this time, but I don't expose you, which is the greatest kindness to you. With the contract, she left the Zhao group with her head held high. Back at the company, Wang Xiaojing wanted to take a short break, but as soon as she entered the office, the phone kept ringing, and various matters came one after another. She had to work hard from morning to afternoon, and she didn't even have time to eat lunch. Her stomach ached. In her groggy state, she subconsciously took out her cell phone and dialed Lu Fan's number. Whenever she had a stomachache, Lu Fan would rush to her with medicine as soon as she received a call. However, this time a cold voice message came from the other end of the line. The other party's phone is turned off. Until this moment, she suddenly remembered that Lu Fan's phone was smashed to pieces when he left yesterday. She held the phone blankly, her brows furrowed in stomachache, and suddenly a sense of loss rose in her heart. Lu Fan usually helped them share the burden silently, but now that he was gone, no one in the entire company thought of his efforts. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xiaojing stood up stubbornly. This Lu Fan, with ulterior motives, had made her rely on him in her life and work without realizing it. She clenched her phone, took a deep breath, and called her secretary. I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Go buy me some stomach medicine. The secretary was slightly stunned. Mr. Wang, what kind of stomach medicine do you need to buy? Wang Xiaojing was stunned and could not answer for a moment. She could not even remember what medicine she was taking. In the past, as long as she called Lu Fan, he would always be able to quickly send her the medicine she needed, accurately and without error, and it would work every time she took it. Go buy some of each stomach medicine. She waved her hand impatiently. I forgot the name of the medicine, but I still remember what it looked like. The secretary nodded and left the office. Wang Xiaojing looked at her fist, and a burst of anger suddenly rose in her heart. She slammed it hard on the table. How come I don't even know what medicine I'm taking? She gritted her teeth and whispered. Lu Fan must have deliberately designed it, just to make me inseparable from him in life and work. This despicable villain. Fortunately, I saw through his tricks early and drove him away. At the same time, Lu Fan was standing alone in his hometown village, with a heavy heart, holding the tribute in his hand, and walking firmly to his grandfather's grave. He put down the tribute, lit a cigarette, and gently placed it in front of the tombstone. The morning breeze blew, and childhood memories flooded into his mind like a tide, and all kinds of past events flashed one by one, and his grandfather's voice and smile seemed to be right in front of him. Grandpa, don't worry, Lu Fan said softly, tears glistening in his eyes. I have done my best to repay your kindness. This time, I want to live for myself. Standing in front of the grave, Lu Fan was silent for a long time. After the worship, he did not stay in the village for long, but took the money borrowed from his friends and drove straight to the provincial capital. In his previous life, he worked hard for others in the company for many years and realized countless dreams for others, but he was always confined to the same place. In this life, he wanted to control his destiny in his own way and no longer be a pawn of others. With his past life experience in mind, Lu Fan had a clear plan in mind. In the near future, the short drama market will set off a trend, and many small studios will rise rapidly with short videos and short dramas, and even achieve the goal of annual income of 1 million. In his previous life, in order to fulfill Zhou Zhiruo's wish, he had been involved in the film and television industry and accumulated valuable experience and connections. Now he not only has funds, but also has the experience and knowledge of his previous life, and is ready to show his skills in this industry. On the other hand, as soon as Shui Yalan arrived at the company, she hurriedly asked the secretary about the situation. Is everything okay at the company? The secretary nodded and replied respectfully. Mr. Shui, nothing happened. Everything is fine. Shui Yalan pinched her waist and looked at the busy employees in the company, feeling very proud. He sneered and said to himself, who said that the company can't do without Lu Fan? Everything will be normal without him? The world will still turn without anyone. Lu Fan is just a fun toy. He decided to hold a department meeting to formally announce Lu Fan's resignation. 10 minutes later, Shui Yalan sat in the meeting room, looked at all the department managers and supervisors, and cleared her throat. Now I have to announce one thing. Manager Liu, that treacherous Lu Fan has been fired because I saw him attacking someone with my own eyes. His behavior is bad, and his character is terrible. I will arrange for another manager to take over the work he was previously responsible for. Okay, disband. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at him in shock, with stunned expressions on their faces. Seeing no one responding, Shui Yalin slammed the table in anger. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you hear what I said? Everyone nodded reluctantly, but no one dared to respond. Shui Yalin felt a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. She announced the end of the meeting and walked out of the meeting room with satisfaction. After work in the evening, Shui Yalin was in a good mood and took his secretary to a barbecue restaurant to celebrate. However, not long after he sat down, he heard a familiar voice coming from next door. Have you heard? President Shui actually fired Manager Liu. That's right. Manager Liu is so dedicated to the company. Which of the orders we are currently working on was not personally brought in by him? To be honest, after the meeting today, I submitted my resume online. I don't want to do this anymore. Without Liu Fan, the company will be in chaos sooner or later. You all plan to leave? Then I'll leave too. To be honest, the company is what it is today thanks to Liu Fan. What does Mr. Shui know? Shui Yalin's blood pressure soared when he heard these voices. He was very familiar with these voices. They were all old employees who worked hard in the early days of the company. He could no longer bear it. He stood up suddenly, walked to the next table, pointed at the old employees, and shouted angrily, "You ungrateful wolves, get out of here! Don't let me see you again!" Seeing that he was so emotional, several people looked at each other and did not refute anything. Shui Yalin walked away, her heart full of anger. However, the next day at work, Shui Yalin discovered that several department managers had really resigned, and all submitted their resignation letters online without even showing up. Soon, the company's operations began to become chaotic, and the employees were leaderless and didn't know who to turn to when they encountered problems. As a last resort, everyone turned to Shui Yalin for help, but he was not familiar with the company's actual business at all and was overwhelmed by the pile of documents and had no idea how to deal with them. Shui Yalin was indignant looking at the pile of documents on her desk, but she couldn't help but think of that shadow in her mind. In the past, whenever the company was so busy that it was almost overwhelmed, she only needed to call Liu Fan, and he would always handle everything immediately. But now, her mind was full of the matters she had pushed to Liu Fan. Get out! Get out! Liu Fan, get out of my head! I can handle everything without you. But the reality was like a loud slap in the face. Shui Yalin was so busy that she was at a loss, and her disgust for Liu Fan gradually turned into a kind of loss that she was unwilling to admit. Shui Yalin sat in front of a messy desk, rubbing his temples irritably. A thought flashed through his mind. Most of his company's business managers have a certain understanding of the company's situation, especially several managers in Wang Xiaojing's company, who often contact his company. He suddenly dialed Wang Xiaojing's number. "Hello, Xiaojing, are you busy?" Shui Yalin spoke with a hint of fatigue in her tone. Wang Xiaojing had just finished dealing with an urgent matter. She was exhausted from a busy day. When she heard Shui Yalin's voice, she was a little confused. "What's the matter? Why do you sound so listless?" "Xiao Jing, I want to ask you to lend me a few people." Shui Yalin sighed, her tone somewhat urgent. "They are the managers who have cooperated with my company before. Can you let them help me temporarily?" Wang Xiaojing frowned slightly and asked in doubt. "Borrowing people? What's going on? Didn't you just fire Liu Fan? How come you can't hold on?" Shui Yalin was deflated on the other end of the phone, like a deflated ball, and smiled bitterly. "The company is really in a mess, and there are many things I can't handle at all. Xiaojing, please be kind and lend me a few department managers to help me. Otherwise, my head will really explode." Wang Xiaojing was silent for a moment, then asked calmly, "Does this have anything to do with Liu Fan's departure?" "That's right. It's that disgusting Liu Fan." Shui Yalin was still furious and gritted her teeth. "After he left, I realized that he left me with such a mess. Several old employees resigned, and now the entire company is paralyzed." Wang Xiaojing was secretly surprised after hearing this, and her eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Those old employees of Shui Yalin's company actually thought so highly of Liu Fan that they even chose to resign as soon as Liu Fan left. All this was beyond her expectations. Did Liu Fan really have such a great influence? Did she misunderstand him? "Yalin, let's talk about this later. I have something to deal with here." Wang Xiaojing replied and hung up the phone with some contemplation. After putting down the phone, her doubts grew deeper and deeper. She called her secretary and instructed, "Notify all department managers to hold a meeting." Soon, the conference room was full of people, and everyone looked at her curiously. Wang Xiaojing took a deep breath and said straight to the point. I have heard some rumors about Manager Lu recently. Different people have very different opinions about him. I want to hear everyone's true thoughts. What do you think of Manager Lu? In the conference room, Wang Xiaojing's sudden question confused the department managers present. There had been no news about Lu Fan in the past 2 days, and everyone tried to contact him, but the phone was always turned off. Now Wang Xiaojing suddenly asked everyone to evaluate Lu Fan, and everyone couldn't help but feel strange and looked at each other. Seeing that no one spoke, Wang Xiaojing pointed to the veteran manager on the right and said, Manager Sun, you go first. Manager Sun coughed twice, looked at the people around him, and said, Boss Wang, I have been in the company longer than others. Before you took over, the company's performance was dismal, and the employees were just muddling through. It was you who brought in Manager Lu, and from then on the company had a clear direction. Manager Lu was conscientious and dedicated, and put almost all his thoughts on the company. Wang Xiaojing was slightly shocked when she heard Manager Sun's comments. She remembered that when she and Lu Fan proposed the company reform, Manager Sun was the most fierce opponent, firmly believing that Lu Fan's reform would ruin the company. Manager Sun even opposed Lu Fan because of their disagreements, but now he praised Lu Fan, which made Wang Xiaojing suspicious. Without waiting for Manager Sun to finish, Wang Xiaojing pointed to the next manager. One after another, 7 or 8 veteran managers expressed their gratitude and recognition for Lu Fan. Some mentioned that Lu Fan helped the company win several key customers. Some said that he always worked overtime and never cared about gains and losses. And one manager even said, without Manager Lu, the company would never be as big as it is today. As the comments continued, Wang Xiaojing's doubts grew. She had always believed that Lu Fan had ulterior motives in approaching her, and had even been wary of him many times. But now these people's words seemed to shake her conviction. Finally, it was the turn of a recently promoted department manager to speak. He was silent for a moment, as if he was trying to decide on his words, before he said, Manager Lu is indeed very upright, but I always have a misconception. He's like Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms period, who looks benevolent but vaguely gives people the impression that he's just pretending. Several other new managers also expressed their opinions, which were basically consistent with the rumors Wang Xiaojing had recently heard about Lu Fan. They believed that he seemed to be too perfect, and it was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Wang Xiaojing was confused by the old employee's praise for Lu Fan and the new employee's suspicion. She suppressed her doubts and waved her hand to let everyone leave. After the meeting, Manager Sun stood up and walked to the door. He seemed to be hesitant to speak and finally turned around and asked, Boss Wang, Manager Lu hasn't come to work for 2 days. I called him, but his phone was always turned off. Did something happen to him? Wang Xiaojing was slightly stunned, not knowing how to answer. She was worried that if she told the truth that Lu Fan left after being reprimanded by her, these veteran managers would be dissatisfied and even follow Shui Yalin's example and resign collectively, causing chaos in the company. She forced a smile and perfunctorily said, It's okay, he just took a few days off. Maybe he turned off his phone and didn't want to be disturbed. Manager Sun nodded, looking a little uneasy, but left the meeting room without asking any more questions. After everyone left, Wang Xiaojing sat alone in the empty conference room, frowning. Was the Lu Fan that the department managers talked about true or false? If Lu Fan really pretended to be perfect to gain her trust as the new manager said, then what was his intention? But if the words of those elders were credible, then did she misunderstand this person? Just as she was lost in thought, her cell phone suddenly rang, and the name Mr. Zhao appeared on the screen. Wang Xiaojing took a deep breath, tried to adjust her mood, and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Zhao, hello. Mr. Wang. Mr. Zhao said gently on the other end of the line. I want to ask, has Manager Lu returned? My little granddaughter and I have been thinking about him, and we want to visit this lifesaver to express our gratitude. Hearing this, Wang Xiaojing's face changed slightly. She couldn't help feeling a little unnatural and answered hesitantly. Not yet, not yet. He is resting and his phone is turned off. He probably doesn't want to be disturbed. She was almost certain that if President Zhao knew that she had driven Lu Fan away, this cooperation would probably be completely ruined. After hearing this, Mr. Zhao did not ask any more questions and told her to be sure to notify him when Lu Fan returned. Hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaojing let out a long breath, feeling exhausted. She dragged her heavy steps towards the underground parking lot, thinking only of going home to take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Just as she opened the car door, she suddenly saw a figure flashing in front of her. The figure looked familiar. Her heart trembled, and she stared blankly at the person approaching. When she saw that the person was wearing a cleaning uniform, and it turned out to be just a cleaner from the company, she suddenly came to her senses. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Just at that moment, she actually thought it was Lu Fan who came back. Her eyes involuntarily moved to the place where she confronted Lu Fan last time, as if she was still expecting something. The phone that Zhang Qiao broke last time was gone, leaving only the car parked in the corner, standing there alone. It was the gift that Shui Yalan prepared for Lu Fan. At this time, Wang Xiaojing saw the camera in the corner, and she suddenly wanted to know what happened that day. Did Lu Fan really do it because he was worried that his career would be taken away from her? Or was there another hidden reason? Wang Xiaojing had a dream last night. In the dream, she had a stomachache and couldn't buy medicine. Finally, Qin Fan appeared and helped her solve the problem. After waking up, she was instantly overwhelmed by countless work documents and questions on her mobile phone with a smile on her face. Her mood suddenly became bad. After arriving at the company, she was busy and exhausted. But what made her even more angry was that several partners waited for Qin Fan to come back to discuss, because she couldn't explain the project details clearly. Without Qin Fan, I can't do anything? She was furious and buried her head in her business. After work, she was about to go home to rest, but she accidentally saw Shirley walking into a bar with a very revealing woman at the intersection. Driven by curiosity, she followed him in. In the midst of the feasting and drinking, Shirley was hugging women on both sides, chatting and laughing. Wang Xiaojing approached and heard Shirley say frivolously, "Wang Xiaojing? She's just pretty. I don't have true feelings for her. I only have lustful thoughts about her." What's worse, he even made dirty jokes about her sisters. These words made Wang Xiaojing completely sick. She finally understood why Qin Fan had hit Shirley before. Perhaps Qin Fan had heard what Shirley said that day, but chose to remain silent because they had misunderstood him many times. And even if he explained, they had never really trusted him. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaojing felt a sharp pain in her heart. She walked up angrily, slapped Shirley, and ran out of the bar. After returning home, she immediately called Qin Fan and made up her mind that if he was willing to explain, she would listen carefully this time. Chapter 9. Wang Xiaojing called Lu Fan, but heard the voice of powered off, and her heart instantly sank into an ice cave. Thinking of her good friend Zhang Min, who smashed the phone Lu Fan gave her that day, Wang Xiaojing sighed in anger. Just then, Zhang Min called. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Xiaojing heard Zhang Min choking and saying, "Xiaojing, I just scolded my dad because today is my mom's birthday, and he didn't even call." Zhang Min, his father, had a mistress outside and had not been home for a long time. Zhang Min's tears made Wang Xiaojing's resentment dissipate. She comforted her with a few words and asked her sisters to get together. At the party, none of the 7 beauties had their usual smiles on their faces. Shui Yalan frowned, saying that the company was in a mess, complaining that problems had arisen in every department since Lu Fan left. Hearing this, Wang Xiaojing struggled internally and suddenly confessed that she had seen Shirley in the bar, revealing his hypocritical mask. The sisters were surprised and fell into mixed emotions towards Lu Fan. Zhao Tingting snorted coldly. Maybe he is no different from Shirley. Jiang Chua even complained. He helped a girl leave the bar before. Who knows where he went? For a moment, Lu Fan seemed to have become a conspirator in the eyes of everyone, a villain hiding in the corner to watch them make a fool of themselves. At this time, Shui Yalan held her sister's hands tightly and said in a firm tone, "We must unite and never let Lu Fan laugh at us." So, the 7 young ladies made up their minds to shoulder everything on their own and vowed to turn Lu Fan into a clown in the dark. Lu Fan, who was far away in the provincial capital, was fully engaged in his new career and busy preparing short plays. He rented an office building, prepared the script, and planned all kinds of bloody plots: betrayal, reversal, and face-slapping. He felt that the more exaggerated the script, the more attractive it would be, and the actors did not have to be handsome, as long as they were distinctive. Lu Fan was immersed in the craze of his career and completely forgot about the past. Wang Xiaojing and others in Longdu frequently thought of him. Chapter 10. Shui Yalan's company fell into chaos, and Wang Xiaojing borrowed a few managers to help, temporarily easing the situation. However, Wang Xiaojing's company was overwhelmed by a large number of decisions, documents, and meetings. She tried hard to prove that she did not need to rely on Lu Fan and could support the company independently. But whether it was employees or partners, they always mentioned Lu Fan. Wang Xiaojing gradually became dissatisfied. Will the company fail without Lu Fan? On the other hand, Shui Yalan was also angry about the departure of the company's elders and blamed everything on Lu Fan. Her so-called brother took the opportunity to care about her, which made her furious. I will definitely let you know who the real heir of the family is. At the same time, Zhang Min began to miss Lu Fan's company in her loss. She drove to the community where Lu Fan used to live and found 7 files named after them, which contained detailed work information. As the sisters arrived one after another, they realized that Lu Fan was silently shouldering all the burdens, and they felt mixed emotions. Shui Yalan was still disdainful, believing that Lu Fan was deliberately showing weakness and waiting for them to beg him to come back. Finally, the 7 sisters silently looked at the pile of documents and the bank cards and keys left by Lu Fan in the room and fell into deep thought. Did they really misunderstand Lu Fan? Chapter 11. Wang Xiaojing and her 6 friends stood in the familiar apartment, memories flooding back. 2 or 3 years ago, they were working hard with Lu Fan, full of ideals. At that time, Lu Fan got up early every day to make breakfast for them. Even when he was most tired, he would still show a shy smile, like a harbor that silently supported them. However, as time went by, the high-class friends they met at various banquets repeatedly hinted to them that Lu Fan was using them, and that rural people often used the strategy of self-torture, working hard on the surface, but hiding selfish motives. The most fatal thing was that when they tested Lu Fan according to the suggestions, his reaction was exactly the same as those people predicted. Over the years, the 7 sisters gradually became wary, and their relationship with Lu Fan was gradually eroded by doubt and indifference until the final separation. However, now standing in this room that carries countless memories, the vague guilt in their hearts is playing tricks on them again. Is he really as scheming as they think? Or has their judgment been influenced by public opinion? Shui Yalan took out her cell phone and saw the message from her friends in the circle. You will be better off without Lu Fan. Don't be fooled by him. She seemed to be enlightened and said coldly, we should be thankful that we are not controlled by him again. Several sisters echoed and left the apartment one after another, trying to put aside all distractions. Wang Xiaojing and Zhang Min were left in the room. After a moment of silence, Zhang Min whispered, has he really changed? Perhaps we misunderstood him. Shirley is a scumbag and deserves to be beaten. Then, is it possible that they also misunderstood Lu Fan in the past? Chapter 12. Wang Xiaojing's memories surged. She recalled the simple and shy Lu Fan in college, his grandfather's clear eyes, and the way Lu Fan cried until he fainted at his grandfather's funeral. She suddenly realized that the comments of those friends in the circle about Lu Fan were all speculations. They didn't know Lu Fan at all, so how could they really understand him? In fact, the people who really changed might be themselves. She and Zhang Min checked the surveillance footage of the apartment and played it back to the day when Lu Fan left. In the video, Lu Fan sat on the sofa tiredly, looked around, put his bank card and cash on the table, and left quietly. There was no trace of scheming, as if he had already let it go. Continuing to flip forward, Wang Xiaojing saw Lu Fan working overtime until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning countless times, living on instant noodles and loneliness. He would stare blankly at the window, occasionally taking out his mobile phone, as if he wanted to talk to someone, but then put it away silently. While they were living a life of luxury, Lu Fan was carrying the burden of the company alone. Tears blurred her vision, and Zhang Min whispered, Sister Xiaojing, did we misunderstand him? Wang Xiaojing thought of the phone that Zhang Min broke that day, and perhaps the answer they wanted was hidden in the SIM card. They quickly went to the company, determined to retrieve the phone and restore the truth. On the other hand, Shui Yalan met someone who seemed to be peeking at her phone while eating in the company cafeteria. She immediately remembered that Lu Fan had reminded her that her phone might be monitored. However, Shui Yalan was full of doubts. Could it be that Lu Fan was playing tricks on us? She sneered and was determined to expose him personally. Chapter 13. The more Shui Yalan thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She asked Jiang Chuyue and Li Sitian to plot with her. Someone touched my phone when I was in the bathroom. I'm sure Lu Fan had someone install monitoring software to listen to me saying I want him to come back. In order to hook Lu Fan out, she deliberately said loudly into the phone, the company is in a mess. It would be great if Lu Fan was here. I'm going to buy some medicine. If I run into him by chance, I will never let him go. At the same time, Wang Xiaojing and Zhang Min retrieved their broken phones and turned them on carefully. On WeChat, Lu Fan was still pinned to the work groups of their 7 companies, leaving no messages but full of messages of concern about his whereabouts. Wang Xiaojing felt more and more upset. She couldn't help but open a special conversation. Lu Fan was still sending messages to his deceased grandfather. The last message read, "Grandpa, today I accidentally saved Mr. Zhao's granddaughter, and Mr. Zhao agreed to cooperate. With this cooperation, the girl who jumped into the reservoir to save you will be one step closer to her wish. I will help them fulfill their wishes as soon as possible, repay their kindness, and then we can go home." Wang Xiaojing's mind buzzed. Did Lu Fan really save Mr. Zhao's granddaughter by accident? And I actually suspected that he directed and acted all of that himself? Chapter 14. Wang Xiaojing looked through the chat records between Lu Fan and his late grandfather, with a lot of emotions in her heart. Every message was like a gentle tide, washing away the misunderstanding and regret in her heart. This phone was given to Lu Fan by Zhang Min after he helped them run the company, but every message in it was a comfort to his grandfather in heaven, and it was his way of venting when he had nowhere else to talk to in the big city. "Grandpa, they're all kind girls. I will try my best to help them." In Wang Xiaojing's eyes, Lu Fan meticulously described the advantages of the 7 young ladies, from their goals to their personality traits, and reported to Grandpa one by one. From the initial gratitude, to the joy of helping them in the early stages of their business, to the loneliness and bitterness after they began to drift apart, all were hidden between the lines. Tears blurred Wang Xiaojing's vision. 3 years ago, after their company grew, various banquets allowed them to be exposed to more and more talk from the upper class, and gradually believed those malicious speculations. However, Lu Fan still silently took on everything. Although he was puzzled and hurt, he still ran around for them every day. Until the last message, "Grandpa, I miss home." Zhangmin also burst into tears. Their indifference, sarcasm, and bad words. Every scene was as clear as yesterday. The boy in her memory was always just trying to repay her grandfather. "Sister Xiaojing, it's all our fault." Wang Xiaojing burst into tears. She finally called Shui Yalan, but the moment she picked up the phone, she heard sobbing from the other end. "Xiaojing, I just realized that Lu Fan has never changed. It's us who have changed. Woo woo." Shui Yalan's crying voice was heard over the phone. Chapter 15. Shui Yalan's heart almost stopped beating. Her hands were shaking slightly, and the car accident that almost killed her was still replaying in her mind. How could things turn out like this? The car that ran the red light, the brother who suddenly appeared, and the details that were ignored in her memory, all seemed to be piecing together a truth. When she lowered her head to open the screen of her mobile phone, Wang Xiaojing and Zhang Min beside her looked at her nervously. The screen showed unread messages and chat records that she thought were deleted. Each message was like a sharp blade, cutting through her self-perceived, impeccable cognition. It turned out that Lu Fan had never betrayed her, and the brother she relied on was the real manipulator behind the scenes. Shui Yalan felt a chill in her heart, and suddenly understood the real intention of the brother, who approached her many times. She herself became the core of this conspiracy, being used to achieve some ulterior motives. She felt as if she was standing on the edge of a cliff, took a deep breath, and her eyes were slightly red. "It turns out that I misunderstood Lu Fan." Zhang Min patted her shoulder and comforted her with tears in her eyes. "Yalan, it's not just you. We all misunderstood him. We are too easily deceived by appearances." Shui Yalan nodded gently, recalling Lu Fan's concern and his helpless expression when facing her misunderstanding, and the regret in her heart surged like a tide. Those subtle memories emerged one by one, and she suddenly felt an unprecedented loneliness. "We have wrongly blamed Lu Fan from the beginning to the end," she murmured. At this moment, she could no longer ignore the guilt in her heart. Back to reality, she knew that she had to face these misunderstandings and give Lu Fan an explanation. No matter how difficult it was, she had to bravely take responsibility for this mistake. Wang Xiaojing firmly, "We have to apologize to Lu Fan, not only for me, but also for all of us who misunderstood him." Chapter 16. On the other side, Lu Fan sighed helplessly while looking at the chat history on his phone. The short play studio had just been established and the filming had just begun, but these college students were already complaining. Although it was clearly announced in advance that they had to work overtime, they were still talking about him behind his back and even secretly mocked him as a black-hearted boss. But instead of getting annoyed, he decided to step forward personally to clear up their misunderstanding. "Thanks for your hard work today. You can go home now." The 4 hours of overtime will be counted in your salary. Lu Fan's voice was gentle but firm. And I will reimburse the full cost of your car fare. If you are tired tonight, you can choose to stay and have a meal with me to celebrate, or you can take the meal allowance and go home early to rest. The students were speechless for a moment, looking at each other, their eyes full of shock and confusion. This young-looking boss not only did not care about their gossip behind their backs, but also fulfilled his promise as stated in the recruitment notice, and even paid a penny for the transportation and meal allowance. He was truly a good boss that I had never heard of before. Recalling Lu Fan's meticulousness and patient guidance during the filming, everyone gradually felt ashamed, especially Xiao Wei, who looked at Lu Fan's tired but still smiling face and couldn't help but apologize. "Boss, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have complained." Lu Fan smiled calmly and patted Xiao Hui on the shoulder. "It's not easy for anyone to enter society. Don't be too reserved. We are all partners in the struggle together." Lu Fan's words made everyone admire him, and their doubts and misunderstandings gradually dissipated. Lu Fan was not the capital dog they thought he was, but a guide who understood people's hearts and helped them grow with all his heart. Chapter 17. Lu Fan took several people from the company to dinner, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Everyone began to let down their guard and talk freely. Photographer Master Lu was secretly surprised. It was rare to find a boss like Lu Fan who was young, easygoing, and kept his promises. After the meal, Lu Fan even gave them overtime and meal allowances, which surprised Master Lu and the college students. The girls in the filming team were worried at first, worried that they would be asked to accompany with drinking. But Lu Fan respected their choice without hesitation, let them leave freely, and even thoughtfully recorded the meal allowance. Everyone felt more and more that they were very lucky to meet Lu Fan. In the following days, Lu Fan continued to calculate overtime pay and pay subsidies for them according to the recruitment terms. Master Lu was deeply moved and felt that he had found a good boss with whom he could cooperate for a long time. Several college students were also gradually moved by Lu Fan's sincerity and developed admiration and loyalty from the bottom of their hearts. However, at the same time, 7 young ladies from Longdu traveled all the way south, with guilt and apology, to Lu Fan's small mountain village. The old people in the village looked at these rich girls in surprise. One of them recognized Wang Xiaojing and thought she was Gu Li Riba. Other old people also talked about it, mistakenly thinking that the village had come to film a star. D18 Dong Miss 7 is looking for someone. Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and others searched for Lu all the way, and after many twists and turns, they finally found some clues about him in the village. After learning that he had left, they felt lost, but did not give up and were determined to continue looking. With Zhang Min's reminder, they remembered Lu Fan as college roommate Zuyo, which might be the last hope. In the office of the building, Zuyo received the news from Zhang Min and was shocked. He intuitively felt that this matter was related to Lu Fan. Recalling that Lu Fan had borrowed money from him before, Zuyo was puzzled at the time, but he did not ask much and lent him 200,000 without saying anything. Now, seeing Zhang Min contacted him actively, he secretly guessed, did Fanzi really fall out with him? Zhang Min was hesitating, and Shui Yalan suddenly snatched the phone and sent a bold message to everyone. Lu Fan confessed his love to me, and I rejected him. But now I realize that I can't live without him. Please tell me his contact information. On the other side, Zuyo were shocked when they saw the message. They were surprised and envious. They couldn't help muttering, Fanzi is a very brave boy. He actually confessed his love to the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and succeeded in making her regret it. While sighing, he quickly sent Lu Fan's new contact information. Shui Yalan looked at the successful sending and raised her chin complacently. How about it? This trick of mine is powerful, isn't it? However, Zhang Min blushed a little and gently blamed. You are just talking nonsense. But deep down, they all knew that this was the most effective way they could think of to see Lu Fan. Finally getting Lu Fan as contact information, they held their breath and looked at each other, feeling both nervous and complicated. Zhang Min held the phone, her hands trembling slightly. She didn't know what to say. Chapter 19. The 7 people went through a lot, but they still failed to see Lu Fan. The regret and guilt in their hearts made them unable to let go for a long time. After returning to Longdu, they were forced to re-enter the company's affairs, but found that Lu Fan's figure was everywhere in the company. Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, Zhang Min, and others tried to keep themselves busy every day, but memories always came back inadvertently. Whenever Wang Xiaojing has a stomachache, she thinks of the figure who would promptly hand her a cup of warm water. Whenever Shui Yalan is so angry at the newly hired manager that she wants to slam the table, what comes to her mind is the image of Lu Fan solving all her problems for her. Every time Zhang Min encounters a difficult partner, she misses Lu Fan as firm support. The seven young ladies gradually distanced themselves from their original social circles, never went to the banquets of the elite circles again, and blocked those so-called friends. They tacitly chose to move back to the place where they once lived with Lu Fan, hoping that those familiar scenes could bring some comfort, as if Lu Fan was still around. Shui Yalan suddenly had an idea and turned to Zhang Min. Jingjing, give me your phone. I'll try to contact Zuyo. Maybe he knows where Lu Fan is. Chapter 20. After a month of filming, Lu Fan finally finished his first short play and was ready to release it with confidence. However, the team members seemed a little worried, especially Master Lu and Xiao Wei. They couldn't help but whispered, "Boss, will anyone really watch this short play of only 1.5 minutes? And the plot is quite cliché. We've seen it in novels." Lu Fan smiled and patted their shoulders, jokingly saying, "Reading novels and watching videos are two different things. Don't worry about no one watching. I'm worried that after you become famous, you will be invited to make movies and TV series, and then I will have to recruit new people." His joke made everyone laugh, and the tense atmosphere was swept away. Everyone became more looking forward to the upcoming short drama. Wang Xiaojing and others were still searching for Lu Fan in vain. They tried to get information from Lu Fan as college roommates, but eventually found that this clue was also broken. They gradually realized that Lu Fan seemed to be completely disappointed in them and was no longer willing to give them a chance to explain. Regret, self-blame, and longing made them lose their smiles in their busy work, as if something important was missing in their lives. The capital of Province X. After a month, Lu Fan's first short play was filmed. Post-production modification, editing, and other work have been completed, and the only thing left is to go online. But Master Lu, Xiao Wei, Jala, and others were very worried. "Boss, this kind of drama, with 1.5 to 2 minutes per episode, will anyone really watch it? The plot is also quite cliché, and it can be found in many novels. Will anyone really watch it?" Through working with Lu Fan over the past month, Master Lu, Xiao Wei, and Jala have really liked this boss more and more. They didn't know Lu Fan's story, and they speculated behind his back that Lu Fan might just be a young entrepreneur. If they fail and go bankrupt, it doesn't matter if they lose their jobs. What they worry about is that they will never meet a boss as good as Lu Fan again. Lu Fan was full of confidence and joked. "Reading novels and watching videos give different feelings. I'm not worried that no one will watch our skit. What I'm worried about is that you guys become famous, big stars, and are invited to make movies and TV shows. Then I'll have to recruit new people. Haha." In an atmosphere of joy and anticipation, Lu Fan released his first short play. Chapter 21. After Lu Fan's skit was released, it became very popular. In the first 3 days, the number of viewers increased exponentially. On the 4th day, it exceeded 10,000, and the backstage revenue easily exceeded 500,000. This not only made Lu Fan very happy, but also excited the whole company. Lu Fan generously announced a salary increase, with a salary increase of 1,000 for all, a bonus of 10,000, and an additional commission based on labor. Even the cover girl received a red envelope of 10,000. A group of employees exclaimed again and again, and expressed their determination to follow this godlike boss. To celebrate, Lu Fan treated all the staff to a meal, and even boasted that he would treat them to a 5-star dinner after the salary was paid next month. Lily playfully asked him if he wanted to go to Qiuxiang Hotel to eat his fill. Although Lu Fan's expression changed slightly, he quickly said that as long as he didn't order 1982 Lafite, it didn't matter what he ate, and finally decided on Qingyuan Hotel. The atmosphere in the company was unprecedentedly high, and everyone was full of energy. The next day, Lily brought a classmate who volunteered to audition. This girl was not only beautiful and had a good figure, but was also a very potential candidate for the leading female role. Just as Lu Fan's short play plan was progressing smoothly, Jiang Chuyue, who was far away, was also arriving at Qiuxiang Hotel in the provincial capital. Chapter 22. Jiang Chuyue smiled slightly, standing in the luxurious suite of Qiuxiang Hotel, looking at the bustling city outside the window, but her heart was empty. She wanted to relax on this business trip, but along the way, Lu Fan's figure repeatedly appeared in her mind, the man who had accompanied her through many unforgettable times. She clearly remembered that when she first took over the family business, Lu Fan would always wait at the door before every meeting. At first, she thought he was conscientious, but later, influenced by others, she began to speculate with malice, thinking that he was deliberately showing off, so she made things more difficult for him. Zhang Chuyue's eyes were slightly red when she recalled the time when she forced him to drink and made harsh demands on him. She knew that she had accidentally destroyed Lu Fan's trust with her own hands, and that memory was like a thorn in her heart. As she was immersed in her memories, her fingers swiped her phone and stopped at the cover of a short play, Rich Boy Slaps Gold Digger. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it. Unexpectedly, although the plot was cliché, she couldn't stop watching it. She finished all 50 episodes in one go. The plot in the end, where the gold digger was slapped in the face, made her feel relieved. At the same time, in an office, Lu Fan suddenly sneezed loudly, causing the employees to laugh and tease their boss for being in the limelight recently. In just a few days, the number of people paying for his short dramas soared rapidly, and the revenue exceeded 700,000, foreshadowing the next burst of wealth. The filming of the second short drama was carried out in full swing. The new female lead Lu Qianqian not only has outstanding appearance, but also has natural acting skills, and has become the focus of the crew in one fell swoop. Lu Fan even felt that Lu Qianqian's talent was definitely not limited to short dramas, and she had the potential to become a professional actor. While Lu Fan was busy preparing for the second skit, Zhang Chuyue was wandering aimlessly in the city. She recalled that in college, her sisters often asked Lu Fan to do hard labor, and every time they formed a group of 7 to tease him. At that time, they teased Lu Fan in the park, making him carry a bunch of bags, and together they treated him as their boyfriend and rejected the approaching people, and everyone laughed heartily. Zhang Chue smiled inadvertently, and the female assistant tentatively said, "Miss, Mr. Wang has successfully acquired Qingyuan Hotel, and I want to report to you." Zhang Chuyue frowned slightly. She had no interest in these industries, but in order to avoid her father's blame, she agreed to deal with it after returning from S County. Lu Fan's short play had set off a craze in this city, and this craze was quietly changing the trajectory of her destiny. Chapter 23. Zhang Chuyue originally just wanted to relax, but because of the distance to Lu Fan's hometown, she went to the capital of Province X. She was in a complicated mood, worried that she would be disappointed if she couldn't see Lu Fan, and afraid that she would not know what to say when she saw him. After tossing and turning all the way with a complicated mood, she arrived at Lu Fan's hometown. The village was so quiet that only the voices of the elderly calling the children to come home for dinner, and the simple smell of the earth made her feel a lot more at ease. However, Lu Fan's house was empty, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. Zhang Chuyue's heart sank, and she turned back to the provincial capital. What awaited her was only a work report and a boring inspection arrangement. At this time, Lu Fan has led his company team to a new peak. The first short play earned over 1 million yuan, and the employees shouted "Boss is awesome," and the text messages of salary arrival made everyone happy. Lu Fan planned a big meal, karaoke, and even considered team building with this group of die-hard fans. Lily smiled and told her new colleague Lu Qianqian, "Lu Fan is a rare good boss." The next day, Lu Fan led a dozen employees to Qingyuan Hotel to prepare for the celebration banquet. On the other side, Zhang Chuyue was also reluctantly following the motorcade to Qingyuan Hotel. Chapter 24. Lu Fan and a group of colleagues walked into the Qingyuan Hotel. Several young colleagues beside him were so excited when they saw the antique decoration that they whispered in amazement. Some people pointed at the reception beauties and talked excitedly in low voices, as if they had entered another life. But Lu Fan took it calmly and took them to choose the Changxiang private room. This name reminded him of his late grandfather, a relative who could not enjoy his success. As soon as they entered the private room, several young people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Lu Fan smiled and said, "Since you are here, why don't you take some pictures as a souvenir?" As soon as this was said, everyone immediately relaxed and had more fun taking pictures. The young people joked with each other, and someone quietly asked Lu Fan if he was single. Several girls smiled and joked, and the scene was relaxed and happy. The waiter brought the dishes, and Lu Fan personally selected several hotel specialties and asked everyone to order whatever they wanted. While others were ordering, Lu Fan stood up to look at the decoration in the room. Ancient paintings and poems were hung on the walls, and writing brushes, inkstones, and paper were placed on the table. Looking out the window, The beautiful scenery of the artificial lake was in full view. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuyue had just arrived at Qingyuan Hotel. The owner of Qingyuan Hotel and the department manager greeted her at the door. Although she didn't like such a scene, she followed them to the top-floor conference room. Mr. Qian diligently explained the unique style of the hotel, from the ancient, elegant rooms to the newlywed bridal suites. Every design detail has an oriental charm. However, Jiang Chue remained expressionless and seemed to have no interest in these. When talking about the Changxiang private room, Mr. Qian excitedly introduced, "This private room is named after Du Fu's poem. It was originally designed for friends to get together, but later it became a popular choice for many people who are heartbroken or looking for love." Jiang Chuyue was slightly touched when she heard the three words Changxiang, and suddenly she thought of Lu Fan. The inexplicable feelings surged in her heart, and she secretly asked herself, is the feeling for Lu Fan really the love of a lover? It seems not. Chapter 25. In the Changxiang private room, the waiters have already served the dishes. The food on the table is so delicious that Lily can't help but take out her phone to take pictures. She asked shyly, "Boss, can I take a few pictures?" Lu Fan smiled and said, "If you don't take pictures before eating, it would be disrespectful to the food. Go ahead and take some." At the command, Lily and the others took out their phones, and even Xiaowei couldn't help but send the photos he took to the dormitory group. As soon as the message came out, the group suddenly became lively. "Xiaowei, what the hell kind of job do you have? It's only been a month, and you're already having a feast. You've hooked up with a rich woman, right? Why don't you introduce your brothers to one?" Xiaowei quickly covered his phone with an awkward smile on his face, which made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere became joyful. At this moment, a cool sports car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. A young man with earrings got out of the car and opened the passenger door with a proud look on his face. "Yuanyun, this is it. Let me tell you, this hotel is completely different from other places." A beautiful girl got off the passenger seat and took off her sunglasses, revealing a cool and pretty face. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is this place really as good as you say?" This person is Yin Juanza, the young master of the Yin family, whose family is in real estate. The girl next to him, Yuan, is the daughter of a big boss of the Northeast Iron and Steel Group. In order to pursue her, Yin Juanza carefully planned to bring her to this place with cultural heritage and wanted to show her off. Yin Jun went to the front desk and shouted, "Manager Lee, Changxi NGI private room. The special dishes are the same as before. Hurry up." Manager Lee smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Yin, someone is already in Changxi NGI's private room." Yin Jun was stunned and said unhappily, "Someone? They are just employees of a small company who came to celebrate. Can't we just give them some money and send them away?" Yin Jun took out a wad of cash and stuffed it in. Manager Lee pushed it back with a wry smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. It's not possible now." "It's really not possible." Seeing that Manager Lee was determined not to do so, Yin Jun sneered. "Okay, then I'll go and ask them to leave myself." After saying that, he grabbed the money on the table, pushed open the door of the private room, and walked in arrogantly. He took a quick look at the room, except for Lu Qianqian, whose eyes lit up the moment he saw her. All the others were insignificant workers. He tapped the door frame with a banknote in his hand and shouted disdainfully, "Who's in charge? Give me a price. I'll give you double it. Get out, this private room is mine." Lu Fan glanced at him and said slowly, "You don't really know the rules." Yin Jun sneered. "Rules? Money is the rule. This is my territory." Yin Jun, holding a stack of money in his hand, tapped the door frame and glanced at everyone in the room with droopy eyelids. Chapter 26. Manager Lee, what's going on? Lu Fan frowned and stood up to deal with this sudden trouble. He didn't want to waste time with such a person, so he simply asked the hotel staff to handle it. Manager Lee hurried forward with a complicated expression. He awkwardly apologized to Lu Fan and the others. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." He turned to Yin Jun and said respectfully, "Mr. Yin, please don't disturb our guests. If you continue like this, I will have to call security." Yin Jun's face changed after hearing this, and he was furious. "Manager Lee, are you really going to turn against me for these inexperienced college students? Do you dare to call the security? Come on." He sneered and took out more money. "Today, not only me, but also my father, my aunt, and my uncle will not patronize your hotel anymore." Manager Lee understood Yin Juan's family background, and his heart tightened, and he struggled internally. In order not to offend this important person, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Yin, please be tolerant. I really can't say anything more about what happened today. Okay, Yin Jun said, barely holding back, waving his hand. Then I'll go to the friendly exchange myself. Please get out of the way. Manager Lee had no choice but to give in. Just as he was about to call security, Lu Fan said calmly, Manager Lee, we don't want to be disturbed, please. At this time, Jiang Shiyue and Mr. Qian had just finished visiting several suites and were in a low mood. She didn't think the style of the hotel was amazing. She kept thinking about Lu Fan in her heart. Seeing the design around her, her mood became even heavier. Just when she was upset, a familiar voice came to her ears. Sister Chiyoyue, when did you come to the provincial capital? Lu Fan at the banquet a few months ago and laughed at him with other rich second generations. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Chiyoyue responded coldly, her eyes icy. Yin Jun smiled awkwardly, trying to save the situation. Sister Chiyoyue, remember, we met at the banquet. At that time, you said that you would let me entertain you when you come to the provincial capital. Jiang Chiyoyue ignored him and looked at Manager Lee coldly. Why is this guy yelling here? Mr. Qian was sweating and explained awkwardly. Mr. Yin is a frequent guest of our hotel. This little problem occurred today because he forgot to make a reservation. Jiang Chiyoyue could tell that Mr. Qian was completely on Yin Jun's side. She frowned and suddenly decided to apologize to the guest in the private room in person. She walked to the door of the Changxiang private room and smiled slightly. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. The hotel will be responsible. Just as she was about to ask for a free meal, she was stunned when she saw Lu Fan sitting there. Her eyes gradually turned red, and her mood suddenly became complicated. This unexpected encounter had already exceeded her expectations. Chapter 27. Jiang Chiyoyue finally met the man she had been thinking about day and night, Lu Fan. For more than a month, she tried every possible way to find him, and even went to his hometown to stay for several days. However, when they really met, she felt her throat tighten. Her words got stuck in her throat, and tears could not be controlled from falling from the corners of her eyes. She finally understood the power of looking at each other without words, but with tears in my eyes. In the Changxiang private room, everyone looked at Jiang Chiyoyue with tears in her eyes, all with puzzled expressions. This cold and beautiful woman, who seemed to be out of touch with the world, actually cried because of their boss Lu Fan? Everyone was stunned. Manager Lee, Wang Guangsong, Mr. Qian, and even the arrogant Yin Junza at the door all turned to look at Lu Fan. They were puzzled. How could this ordinary dressed, low-key man make Jiang Chiyoyue cry? Only the female assistant beside Jiang Chiyoyue noticed something. Could it be that the eldest lady came to Province X this time just to find Lu Fan? Jiang Chiyoyue felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Looking at Lu Fan's calm expression, she felt a little uneasy. His eyes were distant, as if he had isolated her from the outside. Was this indifference a sign of being heartbroken? She began to question whether she was qualified to stand in front of him, but she couldn't back down. Today, she had to let everyone know her position on Lu Fan. Jiang Chiyoyue wiped the tears from her eyes, turned around and looked coldly at Yin Junza, who was at a loss beside her. You asked him to give up his seat for you just now? Do you deserve it? Yin Junza's face suddenly changed, and he stood aside with a guilty conscience, not daring to speak. Seeing this, Mr. Qian was about to speak up to defend Yin Junza, but he heard Jiang Chiyoyue coldly say, Mr. Qian, from today on, the Changxiang private room is Lu Fan's private room and will no longer be open to the public. Everyone present was shocked by this scene. No one expected that Jiang Chiyoyue would give up such an expensive private room for Lu Fan. Mr. Qian was stunned and hesitant in his heart whether to remind Jiang Chiyoyue of Yin Junza's family background. But before he opened his mouth, Jiang Chiyoyue continued. And this person, she pointed coldly at Yin Junza. No matter how powerful his family background is, from today on, all industries under the Jiang Group will refuse him entry. Manager Lee took a deep breath, while Yin Jun's face turned pale. This was an order personally issued by the eldest daughter of the Jiang Group, which simply made his family unable to raise their heads in the provincial capital. But even so, he did not dare to protest. The Jiang family's influence across the country was incomparable to that of their Yin family. Yin Jun suppressed his anger and bowed his head to apologize. Miss Jiang, I am sorry for offending you. He looked at Lu Fan in the private room unwillingly and bowed solemnly. I am really sorry for disturbing your meal. This money is my apology. Everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. The rich second generation who had just been so arrogant and wanted to throw money at them to leave now apologized in shame. Even Mr. Qian from Qingyuan Hotel was very respectful to Jiang Qiuyue. Could she be the boss's wife? This was too amazing. Lu Fan, who had an unhappy face. He couldn't help but complain secretly. Boss, such a beautiful, domineering, and distinguished boss lady protected you and directly drove away the rich second generation. Why are you not happy? Chapter 28. Lu Fan ignored their doubts and said to Jiang Qiuyue calmly, "What do you want to do?" Seeing Lu Fan's distant eyes, Jiang Qiuyue felt a pain in her heart, recalling her previous misunderstanding and indifference, and she regretted it. "Lu Fan, I know I was wrong," she pleaded in her tone. "I misunderstood you. Come back to me, okay?" Lu Fan sneered. "Go back? Last time in the underground parking lot, you said you felt sick when you saw me. Have you forgotten? Now you wanted to go back. Is there no one for you to play with?" He shook his head. "Sorry, it's impossible forever." Jiang Qiuyue's tears fell, and she eagerly grabbed Lu Fan's hand and begged, "Please, give me a chance to apologize, okay?" Lu Fan ruthlessly shook off her hand, his eyes cold. "If you want to play, find someone else. I won't accompany you anymore." After that, he turned and left, leaving Jiang Qiuyue standing there in a daze. Back in the private room, everyone looked at his calm expression, becoming more curious, and their appetite for food was gone. They hurriedly wrapped up the meal and prepared to leave the hotel, only to see Jiang Qiuyue standing at the door with tears in her eyes, looking at Lu Fan as departing back. The atmosphere in the car was dull, and no one dared to speak. Master Lu kindly advised Lu Fan, "Boss, it's just a small quarrel between husband and wife. Just be considerate and it will pass." Lu Fan chuckled and said, "Husband and wife? I have nothing to do with her." Master Lu was stunned, and Xiao Wei and others were even more stunned. Is that beautiful and cold-top daughter really infatuated with Lu Fan one-sidedly? Everyone couldn't hide their shock, secretly looking at each other, wondering why the boss would reject such a goddess-like suitor. Meanwhile, in Longdu, Shui Yalin's company was in a worse situation, and employees were resigning one after another. She took out her cell phone in frustration and called Lu Fan's other friends, but all she got were disappointing answers. At night, Wang Xiaojing dragged her tired body back to her residence. Shui Yalin immediately complained when she saw this. "Sister Xiaojing, there is still no news about Lu Fan, and several employees in my company have resigned. I can't hold on any longer." Wang Xiaojing frowned and thought, "There has been a wave of resignations in my company recently." Later we found out that the new manager changed the rules set by Lu Fan in order to please his superiors. The employees were so disappointed that they resigned one after another. "I've already dealt with it. You can check it out tomorrow. By the way, where's Qiuyue? Shouldn't she be back this afternoon?" Wang Xiaojing looked up and asked. Shui Yalin shook her head, feeling worried, and took out her phone to dial Jiang Qiuyue's number. Chapter 29. Lu Fan's calm eyes appeared in front of her, and that cold and distant look made her heart break. "Miss, please have something to eat." The assistant's call interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Qiuyue didn't want to talk, so she hung up the phone. A moment later, her phone rang again. She was impatiently about to turn it off, but when she saw that it was Wang Xiaojing calling, she suddenly remembered that she had promised to go back to Longdu today. "Hello, Sister Xiaojing." Her voice was slightly choked. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiaojing immediately noticed something was wrong and asked with concern, "Qiuyue, why didn't you come back? What happened?" Jiang Qiuyue was silent for a moment and whispered, "Sister Xiaojing, I saw Lu Fan." Wang Xiaojing stood up suddenly. Shui Yalin, Zhang Min, and others nearby immediately surrounded her when they heard this. "What? Qiuyue met Lu Fan? Where? Have you apologized to him?" Everyone asked anxiously, and Wang Xiaojing simply turned on the speakerphone. Jiang Qiuyue's eyes were red, and she felt a pang of pain when she thought of Lu Fan's cold expression during the day. She choked up and said, "No, Lu Fan didn't believe me. He didn't want me to finish my words." Shui Yalin interrupted impatiently. "Qiuyue, where is he now? I will go and apologize to him in person, no matter what. He must forgive us." Jiang Qiuyue smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know. He left, and I didn't send anyone to follow him." "Qiuyue," Shui Yalin shouted excitedly. "How could you let him get lost again? You should send someone to follow him at this time." Zhang Min patted Shui Yalin on the shoulder and comforted her softly. "Yalin, Qiuyue may not have thought so much. Don't blame her." Wang Xiaojing thought for a moment and then calmly said, "Since Lu Fan is now in the provincial capital, let's go find him together tomorrow. This time, we must apologize to him in person no matter what." Hearing this, Zhang Min sighed softly. But I don't know if Lu Fan is still willing to forgive us. For a moment, everyone fell silent, recalling the days they were with Lu Fan. At that time, he ran around for their affairs, big and small, without complaint, and never cared even if he was misunderstood or scolded. They enjoyed such silent care, but drove him away in misunderstanding. Now a long-lost regret rose in their hearts, and it seemed that they no longer just wanted to apologize, but really wanted him to come back. Lu Fan on the other side couldn't fall asleep. Recalling Jiang Chiyue's appearance today, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In the past, he devoted himself to these young ladies, but he didn't expect to be teased and ridiculed in return. In the previous life, these people treated him as a toy for entertainment, constantly designing absurd scripts, making him a laughingstock for the high circle. In this life, he will never play with them again. Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and others who came from Lengdu as promised. They listened to Chiyue's description of the brief meeting with Lu Fan and eagerly discussed the next step. Since he is still in this city, we will definitely find him. Chapter 30, Do you have to play with me again? Jiang Chiyue recounted to her sisters what happened in Qingyuan Hotel. When she heard Lu Fan coldly repeating the insulting words he had said to them in the underground parking lot, Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and others all looked sad and full of regret. Shui Yalan's eyes were filled with tears as she recalled the moments in college. She showed off to the young Lu Fan everywhere, deliberately left him her leftovers, and forced him to carry her on his back to climb the rockery. She was confident that Lu Fan would like her. After all, she was a beautiful woman that everyone admired. But now, she murmured, Lu Fan must hate me, right? I must find him and apologize in person. Wang Xiaojing patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, let's go find him and explain it clearly. At this time, Lu Fan had already driven back to the village. As soon as he entered the village, he met an old man carrying manure. When the old man saw him, he asked excitedly, Xiao Fan, you are back. Those girls from the city came to the village to look for you last time. I donated a lot of money to the village. Lu Fan's heart tightened, and he remained calm on the surface, but he was extremely confused in his heart. They still won't let me go? Do they really want me to fall into their trap again? After exchanging a few pleasantries with the villagers, Lu Fan came to his grandfather's old house and quietly tidied up the yard. Recalling that his grandfather had been worried about the future of the village, Lu Fan silently vowed in his heart, Grandpa, I will make the village prosperous and not let it disappear over the years. Just when he was about to take a break, the phone rang. It was the third uncle who warmly invited him to his home for dinner. Lu Fan smiled and agreed, feeling a little warmer in his heart. At the same time, Wang Xiaojing and others on the other side began to plan to find Lu Fan, but they didn't know where to start. Zhang Min suddenly had an idea. Could it be that after seeing Chiyue, Lu Fan simply returned to his hometown? Shui Yalan stood up immediately. It's possible. Let's go to his hometown to find him. Chapter 31. The 7 young ladies from Lengdu rushed to Lu Fan's hometown, S County, overnight. At dawn, they drove into the mountain village, raising dust all the way. The third uncle in the village was carrying manure to the field. When he saw several young girls dressed in exquisite clothes, he couldn't help scratching his head and muttering, Xiao Fan just came back yesterday. Why are they here today? Wang Xiaojing got out of the car and asked, Uncle, is Lu Fan back? The third uncle nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He came back, but he left again. He said you should find him, and he will take care of it. Didn't he call you? Hearing this, Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and others looked at each other with disappointed faces. They knew that Lu Fan had no intention of contacting them again. Seeing this, the third uncle handed over a small note. Here is his new mobile phone number. If you don't have it, Wang Xiaojing forced a smile. Thank you, uncle, we have it. After a pause, she asked, Do you know where Lu Fan is now? The third uncle recalled and said, He mentioned to me yesterday that he was working in the provincial capital. I guess he went back to the provincial capital. After getting the accurate information, Wang Xiaojing and the others were in a good mood. Although the provincial capital was not small, as long as Lu Fan was there, they were confident that they could find him. At the same time, Lu Fan in the provincial capital was busy with his new company. He recruited several photographers, screenwriters, and actors, and the company's operations gradually got on track. He was responsible for checking the script and filming, and everything went on in an orderly manner. After work in the evening, Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and called Lu Jiangang. Hello, who is this? A tired voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Jiangang thought it was a debt collector and became wary. Brother Gongzi, It's me, Xiao Fan. Lu Fan said gently. Hearing Lu Fan's voice, Lu Jingyang's tone suddenly became excited. Xiao Fan, are you doing well in Longdu? You haven't contacted me in these years, and I've been busy. Lu Fan interrupted him. Brother, I left Longdu a long time ago. I came back now just to help the village. Come back and help me. Hearing Lu Fan's sincere invitation, Lu Jingyang fell silent. He knew that he had a huge debt due to gambling, and in order to pay off the debt, he took the risk and entered the coal mine. Lu Fan continued to persuade. You protected me when we were little, and now I want to help you too. Brother, come back, help me, and let me help you. The two were silent for a long time, and finally, Lu Jingyang agreed to come back after receiving his salary. The next morning, Lu Fan arrived at the company on time, and the third short play officially started filming. Just when everything was going smoothly, Lu Fan received a call from the platform operations manager, inviting him to cooperate and arrange a meeting. Lu Fan was delighted and decided to cooperate with the platform to promote traffic. The next day, he successfully signed a contract and obtained the platform's traffic support. Everything went smoothly, and the revenue of the short play continued to rise. When he walked out of the signing site, he felt proud. The short play business has entered the fast lane. At this time, Lu Fan's phone rang. It was the village chief who called with undisguised excitement. Xiao Fan, good news. The town has approved it. We can start construction on the dam and reservoir in our village. Lu Fan was overjoyed. Building dams and reservoirs, even if they are not particularly large dams, still requires professionals. We need to hire some professionals. Lu Fan posted a new recruitment information, looking for talents with dam construction experience. On the other hand, Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, Zhang Chuyue, and others retrieved the surveillance around Qingyuan Hotel in order to find Lu Fan. Shui Yalan even used her money to track all the way to the street corner surveillance, and finally lost Lu Fan at the intersection. At this time, Zhang Chuyue couldn't help but regret that she didn't send someone to follow him at the time. Wang Xiaojing said decisively, we will notify all our subsidiaries to check the surveillance 24 hours a day and report immediately if Lu Fan is spotted. All employees of the industries of several young ladies' families were immediately mobilized, as if they were hunting down a major fugitive. Suddenly, Wang Xiaojing found a clue in the surveillance footage. Why do these people following Lu Fan look more and more familiar? She asked Zhang Chuyue to zoom in on the footage of the Qingyuan Hotel lobby and carefully observe Xiaowei, Jiala, and Lily beside Lu Fan. Zhang Chuyue frowned slightly and tried to recall. I seem to have seen them somewhere. Just as she was thinking, Xiaowei showed his unique crooked smile, and Zhang Chuyue suddenly remembered. It's that interesting skit. Zhang Chuyue quickly opened her phone and looked up her viewing history. It's that. Wang Xiaojing and Shui Yalan came over to take a look. Li Sitian couldn't help but be attracted by the plot and exclaimed, wow, this woman is so materialistic. When she finds out the true identity of her ex-boyfriend, she will regret it to death. Wang Xiaojing reluctantly reminded her, Sitian, don't go off topic. These actors in the skit are the people around Lu Fan. She suddenly said thoughtfully, could it be that the skit was shot by Lu Fan? Shui Yalan's eyes lit up, and she was immediately full of energy. As long as we find out the distribution company and address of this short drama, can't we find Lu Fan? After saying that, she immediately contacted her friends and mobilized her connections to launch an investigation. Chapter 32. Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, Zhang Chuyue, and other rich daughters found the registration information of Lu Fan's company without any effort. It's really him. When they confirmed that the skit production company was Lu Fan's, they were surprised and excited and decided to visit him immediately. The car stopped in front of the XX building, and the 7 young ladies got out of the car. Shui Yalan took the lead and ran towards the building with brisk steps, and passers-by were stunned. She was wearing famous brands and looked energetic. Behind her were 6 other beautiful women with strong auras, which made people wonder which big group's young ladies came together. 502. Shui Yalan found the target office, took a deep breath, and smiled confidently. She was full of expectations. As long as the apology was sincere enough, Lu Fan would definitely forgive them and might even agree to go back. At the same time, Xiaowei, Lily, and others in Lu Fan's company were so shocked by the scene that they were speechless. The boss lady and her girlfriends are all here? Is this the 7 fairies descending to Earth? Xiaowei exclaimed and whispered, hurry up and inform the boss. Something big has happened. At this time, Lu Fan was on the phone in the office with his back to the door. He had just hung up the phone when he heard a hasty knock on the door, and then the assistant pointed outside the door. Lu Fan had just hung up the phone with his back to the door when there was a knock on the door. The assistant pointed to the door through the glass door. Lu Fan looked sideways, his eyes widened. What's going on? They're all here? What on earth do these 7 young ladies want to do? Are they really not going to give up until they have a big fight? Chapter 33. Lu Fan put away his phone, frowned, and walked out of the office. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, Shui Yalan rushed over. She excitedly shouted Lu Fan and raised her legs and hung directly on Lu Fan. Lu Fan subconsciously caught her and put his hands on her waist. The scene was very ambiguous. Crackle, crackle. The cup in Master Lu's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Xiao Wei and Lily were stunned. What is going on? Wasn't the boss cold to Jiang Chiyue? Why did Shui Yalan appear again? Cool me down, Lu Fan said coldly. Shui Yalan was unmoved, blinking her big eyes, and said coquettishly, Lu Fan, you used to blush when you hugged me. Why don't you blush now? Are you still angry with me? I know I was wrong. How about I wash your socks? The employees on the side opened their mouths and became more and more confused as they listened. Lu Fan forcibly put her down and walked towards the elevator. You guys continue working, I'll go take care of it. Master Lu and the others hadn't recovered yet and could only nod mechanically. In the elevator, Wang Xiaojing, Zhang Min, and others also got on, and they all sincerely apologized to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, we know we were wrong. Give us another chance. Shui Yalan's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was a little sobbing. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? Lu Fan looked at the familiar faces in front of him and sneered in his heart. He didn't believe a word they said. In his previous life, they had played such a scene too many times until he was exhausted. He said coldly, I told Jiang Chiyue a long time ago that you have plenty of money. If you want to play, go find someone else. I won't accompany you anymore. If you disturb me again, I will call the police. Shui Yalan burst into tears and choked up. Lu Fan, I know we have wronged you before, but this time it's true. Come back with us and give us a chance to prove our sincerity, okay? Lu Fan looked at her calmly, his beautiful face full of pleading. If he hadn't had the experience of his previous life, he would have softened his heart long ago. But in this life, he would never be fooled again. You want me to go back? Sorry, that's impossible. I accept your apology, and we have nothing to do with each other. The elevator door opened, and Lu Fan walked towards the parking lot without looking back. The young ladies were stunned in the elevator, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Shui Yalan chased after him angrily. Lu Fan, I know you will soften your heart when you calm down. You have to go back with us. Lu Fan had no expression on his face and said calmly, You said with your own mouth that you don't need it anymore. He then opened the car door and drove away. Seeing Lu Fan's car going away, Shui Yalan was anxious to chase after him. Wang Xiaojing stopped her, fearing that she would get into trouble if she chased too hastily. Don't chase him, Yalan. His company is still here. He won't get lost. Jiang Chiyue, Zhang Min, and others looked at Wang Xiaojing, waiting for her decision. Wang Xiaojing sighed and said in a deep voice, We have done too many excessive things to him. Although he was repaying his grandfather, we never asked him to repay us. He helped us in college and later worked hard in the family company. We kept him around not for any repayment. What we have to do now is to atone for the harm we did to him before. It is useless to forgive sins just by saying it with your mouth. Chapter 34. Lu Fan returned to the village. He saw Lu Jinggang wandering at the entrance of the village, and his heart ached. He remembered that Brother Gongzi had always protected him when he was young, but now he was burdened with huge debts due to online gambling, and his face was full of vicissitudes at a young age. After arriving home, the third uncle took out the homemade wine, and the third aunt was busy cooking with firewood. The third aunt was moved to tears when she saw Lu Fan grow up. You have survived. If your grandfather saw you like this now, he would definitely be happy. He will be even happier when you marry a wife and give birth to a big fat boy. In the dark of night, Lu Fan told Uncle and Auntie about his plan to help build a dam in the village, and proposed that Lu Jinggang help him manage the affairs of the village. Auntie was uneasy, but Lu Fan held her hand solemnly. Uncle, don't worry, Brother Gongzi and I will definitely get things done for the village. The next morning, Lu Fan took Lu Jinggang to the village chief's house. When the village chief learned that Lu Jinggang had come back to help, he thought of his own son Lu Geiyu and wanted him to participate. Although Lu Fan remembered being bullied by Lu Guiyu when he was a child, he had to give the village chief face, so he agreed. Okay, ask him to come back to help. After returning to the provincial capital, Lu Fan took Lu Jiangang to the company first. Unexpectedly, the company opposite that originally outsourced customer service had moved away. What was even more surprising was that Shui Yalan pouted and looked at Lu Fan, who appeared opposite her with resentment. Chapter 35. Shui Yalan finally couldn't help but walked over, followed by Jiang Chuyue, who had a conflicted look on her face. Lu Fan. Shui Yalan spoke directly, her voice exuding confidence, and she was obviously ready for a general attack. We have been looking for you, not to embarrass you, but to explain it clearly. Don't we even have this little bit of kindness between us anymore? Lu Fan smiled coldly and asked, Miss Shui, I have made it clear. There are so many people in this world waiting to serve you. Why bother me? Shui Yalan's face froze, and before she could react, Jiang Chuyue continued softly. Lu Fan, we are really here to apologize. We know we went too far before, but please don't push us away again, okay? Lu Fan glanced at her calmly, without any emotion, and said calmly, You have plenty of time and money, and you are not welcome in my life. Before he finished speaking, he turned back to the office, leaving the two young ladies standing at the door in a daze. Shui Yalan stamped her feet in anger and complained, Why is he so stubborn? Is he really going to let us return empty-handed? Jiang Chuyue sighed, knowing that Lu Fan had long since stopped believing in them. This time, they would have to take some practical actions to make him look at them again. Chapter 36, I have nothing to do with them. Lu Fan ignored Shui Yalan's aggrieved look and resolutely left with Lu Jiangang. As soon as they left the house, Shui Yalan couldn't help but pout and called out, Lu Fan. Her voice was filled with subtle sadness. Seeing this, Lu Jiangang looked back at her and asked Lu Fan in confusion, Xiao Fan, she is our master's lifesaver. Why don't you pay attention to her? What's going on? Lu Fan looked calm and didn't want to say more. The hurt, humiliation, and feeling of being treated as a plaything were buried deep in his heart. He didn't want Brother Gonzi to know about the past, fearing that he would stand up for him. We have nothing to do with them in the future. Don't ask. If we meet, just pretend we don't know each other. Lu Fan said. Lu Jiangang was stunned for a moment, his brows furrowed. His intuition told him that Lu Fan was bullied. He opened his mouth to ask, but in the end he didn't. He just patted Lu Fan on the shoulder. Okay, I understand. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask. Everyone has things they don't want to mention, just like he doesn't want to mention that the reason he got addicted to online gambling was because of his ex-girlfriend. Yes, I'll drive. Xiao Fan, you take care of things. The third short drama has already been filmed for 6 or 7 episodes. Lu Fan hasn't been in the company much these days and hasn't had time to watch it. Now Master Lu has sent the finished film, and Lu Fan wants to take a look at the effect. The heroine of the third short drama is still Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian is usually very quiet and has a special temperament, a bit like Wang Xiaojing and others, but not as strong as them. But when filming, Lu Qianqian can play the heroine with very positive values, and she can also play the heroine with very explosive values. As supporting roles, Lily and the others' acting skills are getting better and better. Lu Fan even began to doubt whether Lily and the others were originally from the acting department. After looking it over several times and making sure there was no problem, Lu Fan replied to Master Lu. When I looked up again, we had arrived at the Marriott Hotel. Who had just hung up the phone and didn't know who she was calling happened to see Lu Fan. Lu Fan followed Lu Guiyu into the Marriott Hotel with a puzzled look on his face, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, What kind of trick is this guy talking about surprise? After entering the private room, Lu Guiyu lowered his voice with a mysterious look on his face. Xiao Fan, let me tell you, the people we met this time are all the top figures of Yan's real estate group. As long as our village's project can impress them, the future development will be promising. After saying that, he did not forget to wink and patted Lu Fan as shoulder proudly. Although Lu Jiangang didn't say anything, there was some doubt on his face. After all, this matter sounded too smooth, as if everything was under Lu Gui's control. However, Lu Fan did not believe it easily. He knew that although the Yin group was powerful, the artificial lake was far from the real dam and bridge construction. It was still unknown whether these so-called professionals could really help him. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little cold, Lu Guiyu quickly changed the subject. Xiao Fan, just do as I say later. Don't be stingy. If we are a little invested, we can't be timid. I dare say, you'll be shocked. Lu Fan smiled faintly, having already made up his mind. Okay, let's meet first. Chapter 37. Lu Fan followed Lu Geiyu into the restaurant, went up to the second floor, and entered a private room. There were 4 people talking and laughing in the private room. When they saw someone coming, they stopped. Lu Fan looked from the right to the left. The first man was about 40 years old, with a slicked back hair and a greasy face. He sat there with a bulging belly, as if he was pregnant. The second man was quite thin, with dark skin and wearing a pair of black frame glasses. As soon as Lu Fan appeared, he began to look Lu Fan up and down. The third man was wearing a white shirt tucked into his suit pants and also wearing a pair of glasses. After seeing Lu Fan, he adjusted his glasses, raised his eyebrows at the other man next to him, with a playful smile on his face. The fourth man looked gentle and refined, had a lot of knowledge, and seemed very polite. He exchanged glances with the third man, then stood up and said hello. Guiyu, is this the boss Lu you mentioned? I didn't expect he was so young. Young and promising. Young and promising. Lu Guiyu smiled with a flattering tone. Brother Lu, you were joking. Whether a young man can achieve success depends on whether Brother Lu and Brother Zhao are willing to help, right? Brother Lu smiled and said nothing. The other 3 people also had smiles on their faces and didn't say anything. Lu Geiyu was a little embarrassed and turned to Lu Fan and said, Xiao Fan, let me introduce you to these 4 people. They are experts with extensive experience in bridges, artificial lakes, villas, high-rise buildings, etc. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, Brother Zhang, Brother Pan. Lu Fan nodded one by one. Hello. Hello, hello. Lu Geiyu was like a pimp, calling out from the side. Sit down, everyone sit down and order the food, and then eat and chat while the food is served. After Lu Fan and Lu Jinggang sat down, Lu Geiyu called the waiter. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, you order first. Boss Lu is treating us for this meal. Order whatever you want. As Lu Geiyu spoke, she patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and winked at him, as if suggesting that Lu Fan should bleed when necessary and not be so stingy. Lu Fan remained calm. The man called Brother Lu glanced at Lu Fan, feeling a little curious. Lu Geiyu looked nonchalant. How could Lu Fan, who came from the same village as him and was considered stupid and incompetent by him, give him the feeling of being in front of a big leader? Is it an illusion? It may also be that this young man was visiting such a high-consumption hotel for the first time, and he was so tense and restrained that people had the wrong impression. After Brother Lu ordered a few dishes, he asked for 4 bottles of Feitian Matai. When ordering Feitian Matai, the 4 of them glanced at Lu Fan and found that Lu Fan was still very calm and there was no disturbance at all. Is this young man rich, or is he intimidated by our aura and dares not speak? If it's the latter, haha, I'm going to give him a good beating today. Lu Geiyu was worried that Lu Fan would feel bad about the money, so she leaned over to Lu Fan's ear and whispered, Xiao Fan, you can't save money that should be spent. You know what I mean, right? Appeasing these 4 professionals is the first step, but the surprise I prepared for you is the most important thing. Lu Fan looked at Lu Geiyu in confusion, wondering what kind of surprise this unreliable Lu Geiyu had prepared. After the waiter served more than half of the dishes, Lu Fan said, Everyone, pick up your chopsticks and chat while you eat. Lu Fan had a cup of porridge in the morning and was really hungry, so he started eating right away. When Lu Geiyu saw Lu Fan was about to be the first to pick up the food with chopsticks, she quickly stopped Lu Fan and whispered in his ear, Xiao Fan, how can you pick up your chopsticks first? If anyone wants to pick up their chopsticks first, it should be Brother Lu or Brother Zhao. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao are our honored guests. When we need help from them, we should lower our posture. Haven't you learned anything from the drinking table over the years? Forget it, don't talk, I'll do it. Lu Geiyu held Lu Fan's hand and said to Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, and the other 2 with a smile. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, don't be angry. Although my brother has made some money now, he still doesn't understand many things. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, please go first, please go first. Lu Fan frowned and glanced at Lu Geiyu. He paid for this meal. The purpose of his invitation to this meal was to see what kind of talents Lu Geiyu could recommend to him. In the final analysis, Lu Fan is the master, and Brother Lu and Brother Zhao are just the people Lu Fan wants to interview. Have you ever seen a company boss interviewing a job applicant, and after the secretary serves the tea, does he first hand it to the applicant? There's not that much going on. Lu Fan shook off Lu Geiyu's hand, picked up a piece of vegetable, and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Geiyu looked at Lu Fan in surprise. Her eyes seemed to be questioning Lu Fan, whether he still wanted to ask these 4 big guys for help. Xiao Fan, don't you have any social experience at all? The man called Brother Lu was about 40 years old and said with a smile, Guiyu, it's Boss Lu who's treating us today, so it's Boss Lu's turn to start eating first. It doesn't matter who starts the cooking. I hate the drinking culture the most. As long as everyone eats well, drinks well, and has a good chat, there's no need to be so particular. Lu Jiangang had long been dissatisfied with Lu Guiyu. Guiyu, you are the only one who has too many things to do. Lu Jiangang also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao saw Lu Jiangang eating with big mouthfuls. They looked at each other and smiled with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Then they tried hard to recall the elegant way those rich people ate at a certain high-class meeting they had the honor of attending, picked up a piece of food, put it in their mouths, and chewed it slowly. After Lu Fan filled his stomach, he started to talk about business. Brother Lu, right? I don't know how much Guiyu told you. Let me tell you again. My overall plan is to make a major overhaul of our village. The first step is to build a dam at the entrance of the village and then a bridge. Lu Fan took out his phone and flipped through the photos. This is the general situation outside our village. You can take a look and tell us what you think. You don't need to go into detail. Just give a general idea. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao looked at each other and pushed Lu Fan, his phone away with a smile. Boss Lu, we won't say anything without signing a contract. We came here today for Guiyu's sake. Why don't you first tell us what kind of treatment you can give us? If we think it's acceptable, we can talk about it further. The four people sat there with their heads held high, looking like they were experts and authorities, and they were begging them for help. Lu Fan didn't like it and was already unhappy. Let's talk about the treatment first? Okay. Since the workplace is in our village, which is far from the county town, food and accommodation are provided for sure. There are 5 social insurances, 1 housing fund, overtime allowances, and so on. Salary. How much are you making at Yan's group? I'll give you a 2,000. Brother Lu said with a smile. Only 2,000 more? It's boring to go to such a deep mountain forest. That's not what Guiyu told us. Lu Guiyu said with a smile. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, don't worry. I haven't told Xiao Fan yet. Let me talk to him first. Lu Guiyu leaned close to Lu Fan's ear and whispered to him. Xiao Fan, do you know who Brother Lu and the others are? Didn't I tell you this on the phone before? Do you know Yan's group? Many of the high-rise buildings of Yan's group were designed by them. Inviting them is just the first step. The second step is the most important. I told them before that they would only come to meet you if I added 20,000 to their original salary. You asked for an extra 2,000, and it's already pretty good that they didn't just get up and leave. The same thing, Xiao Fan. You have to spend the money you need to spend. I'll prepare a surprise for you soon. I promise you'll be amazed by my plan. Chapter 38, is this your surprise? What surprise do you have? Lu Fan was already very impatient and felt that this trip was a complete waste of time. Xiao Fan, don't be anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. First, treat Brother Lu and Brother Zhao as I said. If you make Brother Lu and Brother Zhao happy, everything will be easier later. There are 4 people, and each of them will receive an additional 20,000 yuan on top of their original salary. Let's roughly estimate. The original salary of the 4 of them was 30,000, and with the addition of 20,000, it is 50,000. For 4 people, that's 200,000 per month. Feel sorry? Lu Fan can't afford such a person, but others are more cost-effective. Adding 2,000 to my original salary is already my limit. If you can't accept it, then there's no point in discussing it. This meal is on my table, except for 4 bottles of Fakian Mitai. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao ordered 4 bottles of Fakian Mitai without saying a word. Damn it, they were just planning to take the money back home. How could Lu Fan let them succeed? Xiao Fan, didn't you work in Longdu with the guys who saved your grandfather? Why are you so narrow-minded and so incompetent? Lu Guiyu kept her voice down, but Lu Fan didn't. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao, who were sitting opposite, put down their chopsticks and looked gloomy when they heard what Lu Fan said. It seems that Boss Lu doesn't think highly of us. Well, I was originally going to help you out of Guiyu's sake. Let's go, let's go. Lu Guiyu quickly stood up to stop him. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, don't be angry, sit down first. My brother is ignorant. Wait for me to talk to him. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao did not continue walking, nor did they sit down. In fact, due to the recent economic downturn, they have all closed down. If Lu Fan could add 20,000 yuan to their original salary, they would still like to earn Lu Fan as money. Lu Guiyu put her arm around Lu Fan's shoulders, turned around, and whispered to Lu Fan. Xiao Fan, now that things have come to this, I will tell you my plan. You want to do something for the village. As the son of the village chief, I naturally want to do something for the village too. It's just that I never knew where to start. After my dad talked to me on the phone earlier, I suddenly thought of a good idea. Brother Lu and Brother Zhao are both from the Yin group. Our first step is to hire them with high salaries. It doesn't really matter what kind of dam or bridge it is. The second step is the most important. I know Master Yin, right? My second step is to let young Master Yin know our plan, get interested in it, and invest in building a country villa in our village. Nowadays, many older big bosses in the city like to retire in places with mountains and water. As long as we pay Brother Lu and Brother Zhao enough wages and let them speak for us, young Master Yin will invest, and we can benefit from it. You understand, right? Lu Guiyu rubbed her hands and gestured, her face full of excitement and excitement. Lu Fan understood. This Lu Guiyu said that she was doing things for the village. But in fact, his real purpose was to deceive young Master Yin into investing in building a complex of villas in the village by coaxing Brother Lu and Brother Zhao into doing so and make a profit from it. Lu Guiyu was not serious when she was a child, and now she is almost 30 years old, and she is still the same. Lu Fan was very disappointed with Lu Guiyu. Even with the face of his father, the village chief, Lu Fan would not let Lu Guiyu interfere in his affairs. Is this the surprise you've been telling me about? Lu Guiyu's face was still filled with excitement. Yes, I just called Master Yin outside the hotel. Master Yin said he would come over later, all for my sake. This is our great opportunity. Xiao Fan, we must catch him. You have a little money, and I have connections. Our village depends on us. Ring, ring, ring. Lu Guiyu's phone rang. He took out his phone and took a look. His eyes immediately lit up, and he became even more excited. Xiao Fan, Master Yin is here. Master Yin is here. I'm going to go meet Master Yin. Think carefully about what I said. This is our only chance. Lu Guiyu answered the phone as she walked out. Hello? Master Yin? Are you here? Okay, I'll come down and pick you up right away. When Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, and the other three heard that young Master Yin was coming, they looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. They didn't know in advance that Master Yin was coming. Outside the Marriott Hotel, Lu Guiyu bowed and knelt. Mr. Yin, I am honored that you can take time out of your busy schedule to come here. Yin Jun looked at Lu Guiyu expressionlessly. You said there's something very promising? When Lu Guiyu was working as a lackey for Yin Juanza, she accidentally heard some of Yin Juanza's private affairs. Yin Jun's father was very dissatisfied with him because he was not doing his job properly. Yin Jun also wanted to do something to impress his father, but he had no good ideas. After Lu Guiyu heard his father talk about Lu Fan's plan, he suddenly thought that he could suggest Yin Jun to invest in the construction of a series of paradise villas in the village. If this project succeeds, it can make Yin Juanza's father look at him with new eyes. It can also allow Lu Guiyu to become a Yin Juanza-like military advisor and directly step into the upper-class circle. Lu Guiyu nodded vigorously. Master Yin, we need to talk about this matter slowly. Do you remember what I told you about our village? There is a stone tablet in our village, which was passed down from the time of Emperor Hongwu. Our village also has a plaque of gratitude sent by the top scholar 300 years ago, and there are also old bandit sites on the mountain from who knows how many years ago. Now I have a classmate who wants to renovate our village. He plans to build a dam and a bridge to turn our village into a beautiful place with mountains and water. With all the historical sites in our village, I feel our village may become a unique and secluded place in the eyes of big bosses. If you, Mr. Yin, could invest in building some villas in our village in advance. Those big bosses who are getting older and want to retire to their hometowns will definitely compete for the deal. Then everyone will admire your foresight. Master Yin, although Yin Jun is not doing his job properly, he is not a fool. He could naturally feel that Lu Guiyu was an unreliable person and said coldly, your suggestion is good. But why should I invest in building a villa complex in your village? There are many places with more historical sites and beautiful scenery than your village, right? Lu Guiyu was not in a hurry. He had already thought it through. Mr. Yin is right. But I suggested that young Master Yin build a villa in our village out of consideration for young Master Yin. If young Master Yin invests in building a villa complex in another village, won't he have to improve the image of that village in order to sell the villas at a good price? Now my classmate is preparing to renovate our village. It can be said that my classmate has helped young Master Yin with his money invisibly. In the movie Mermaid, Zhang Yuqi bought Qingluo Bay to drive up the property prices around her. Now, young Master Yin, you just need to build a villa complex. You don't have to buy Qingluo Bay at all. My classmate will spend money to build our village and raise the price of your villa complex. Yin Jun listened and raised his mouth slightly. Does it seem interesting? Is your classmate in there? Lu Guiyu nodded quickly. Yes, I'm waiting for you inside, Master Yin. Then let's go in and take a look. Chapter 39, you can just call me Xiaoza. Yin Jun followed Lu Guiyu to the private room. When Brother Lu and Brother Zhao saw Yin Juanza, they immediately went out to greet him. Master Yin, you are here. Guiyu, why didn't you tell me earlier that Master Yin was coming? That's right. If we had known that Master Yin was coming, we would have waited until Master Yin arrived before ordering the food. Yes, Guiyu, you really don't know the rules when you do this. Yin Jun raised his hand. I told him I was just here to take a look and not to eat. Guiyu, who are you talking about? Your classmate from the village? In a serious way, Lu Guiyu is a lackey who has never seen the world and always tries to curry favor with rich people. He is from the same village as Lu Guiyu and is also Lu Guiyu's classmate. How could he be such a great person? When you see him, don't you still have to nod and bow to him? Lu Guiyu stood on tiptoe and looked into the private room. Seeing this, Lu Guiyu was angry, really angry. Lu Fan is still sitting there showing off. My friend, do you really think you are here to eat today? You have never eaten such delicious food. Do you have to eat until you are full? Did I tell you that young Master Yin would come? Now everyone is at the door, and you are still eating. It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed. You make me look ugly. And that silly old man Gongzi was also sitting there eating like a fool. Lu Guiyu was so angry that smoke came out of her ears. Young Master Yin, please wait a moment. They are all from the village. They have never seen the world and don't know how to do things. I'll go call them. Lu Guiyu walked into the private room angrily, walked up to Lu Fan and Lu Jingyang, and snatched Lu Fan's chopsticks. Xiao Fan, did I tell you that Master Yin is here? Now everyone is at the door, and you're still eating. How can we implement our plan to revitalize the village if you act so arrogantly? Get up and follow me to the door to greet Master Yin. Don't say anything later, just listen to me. If young Master Yin enters the private room, you stand where I stand, and you do what I do. Do you hear me? Lu Fan was disgusted by Lu Guiyu, a person who acted like a slave when seeing rich people. Guiyu, I came here today because your father wants you to work with me, and I'm giving your father face. Secondly, you said you could recommend some professionals. But now it seems that the two of us still don't get along as well as we did when we were little. I can't afford the talents you recommended. As for Mr. Yin, you can curry favor with him if you want. It has nothing to do with me. Outside the private room, Yin Jun thought the voice was familiar and turned his head slightly to look into the private room. This sight scared Yin Juanza. It's him. Last time, Yin Jun was confused for several days after he left Qingyuan Hotel in disgrace. He really couldn't understand why the eldest lady of the Jiang family would be so protective of Lu Fan, who looked so ordinary, and even looked at Lu Fan with affectionate eyes. Jiang Qiuyue is a member of the Jiang family. For a family like that, if they were talking about marriage, the first requirement would be to marry someone of equal social status, right? How could Miss Jiang treat an ordinary person like that? Yin Jun racked his brains but couldn't figure out what the relationship between Jiang Qiuyue and Lu Fan was. But he was very clear about one thing. He sees Lu Fan again. He must not offend Lu Fan. Last time, Jiang Qiuyue did not allow Yin Juanza to enter any of Jiang Group's properties. If he causes trouble for Lu Fan again, it's possible that Jiang Qiuyue will use the Jiang Group's connections to make all of the Yin Group's partners give up cooperation and directly bring down the Yin Group. Yin Jun looked at Lu Fan with turbulent emotions in his heart. When Brother Lu and Brother Zhao saw that Yin Jun didn't say anything, they thought that Yin Jun was angry. Master Yin, the boy who is still eating there is called Lu Fan, a country boy. You don't have to be angry with country boys. Yes, Master Yin, we just had a chat with him. He is a complete fool who doesn't understand the ways of the world. We ordered a bottle of wine, but he asked us to pay for it ourselves. I don't know how such a person can survive in society. Guiyu is not reliable. It's a waste of time for us to have dinner with him. Bang! Brother Lu, who was closer to Yin Jun, was slapped directly. Brother Lu was confused. Master Yin? Brother Lu covered his face and looked at Yin Juanza in surprise, not knowing why he was slapped. The other three people were also looking at Yin Juanza in surprise. What's going on? Why did Master Yin suddenly hit Brother Lu? who was lecturing Lu Fan in the room, turned around when she heard the crisp sound of slapping. He looked at Brother Lu and Yin Juanza, who were covering their faces. I was totally confused. Xiao Fan, Master Yin is angry. Come with me quickly. Lu Geiyu grabbed Lu Fan's arm and tried to pull him up. Lu Fan pushed Lu Geiyu away and almost pushed her down. Lu Geiyu was angry. Lu Fan, what the hell are you doing? You are still showing off in front of Master Yin? Do you really think that just because you make a few bucks, you're the boss? I'm telling you, in front of Master Yin, you're not even worth a loach. Bang! Lu Geiyu covered her face and looked at Yin Xiao in disbelief. He was also slapped. Master Yin, he didn't know why Yin Juanza suddenly hit him. Could it be that because he was the one who introduced Lu Fan, and Lu Fan didn't take Yin Xiao seriously at all? Yin Xiao was angry? Mr. Yin, I'm sorry. I didn't expect my classmate to be so blind. I'll tell him to get out of here right now. Master Yin, calm down. Roll! Okay, I'll let him go now. Bang! Yin Jun slapped Lu Geiyu again. I told you to get out. Lu Geiyu was completely confused. But the next second, a scene that made him even more confused appeared. Lu Fan was still sitting there eating. Yin Jun smiled and walked up to Lu Fan, holding out his hand. Hello, Mr. Lu. I didn't expect to see you here. I was wrong last time at Qingyuan Hotel. I apologize again. Although Yin Jun is not doing his job properly, he is not a fool. Back then at the Qingyuan Hotel, Jiang Chuyue protected Lu Fan so much. Although Yin Jun didn't know what the relationship between Jiang Chuyue and Lu Fan was, or what the situation was, but he knew very well if he could get Lu Fan as forgiveness, or even become friends with Lu Fan, then he still has hope of gaining Jiang Chuyue's forgiveness, and even becoming a friend that Jiang Chuyue will remember. Once you become friends with Jiang Chuyue, you will not only be able to establish a relationship with the Jiang family. He heard about the time Yin Jun went to Longdu to attend a banquet for the rich and powerful. Jiang Chuyue, Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, Zhang Min, Zhao Tingting, Li Sitian, Zhou Luoi, the eldest daughters of the 7 major families, are good girlfriends. If you have a relationship with the Jiang family, you will also have a relationship with the 7 major families, including Zhang, Wang, Shui, etc. Even though he lost face at Qingyuan Hotel that day, Yuan ignored him. But only the second generation of nouveau riche would make a fuss and try to get back at their loss after suffering a loss. It turns out that the Master Yin that Guiyu was talking about is really Your Excellency. Lu Fan took a piece of paper and wiped his mouth. He had almost finished eating and could leave. Mr. Lu, you are joking. Mr. Yin is just a name given to me by others. Just call me Xiaoza. Chapter 40. Miss Jiang really loves him. Just call me Xiaoza? The rich young man I fawned over like a lapdog is nothing but a small fry in front of Lu Fan? Lu Geiyu was completely dumbfounded. Does Mr. Yin know Lu Fan? It's fine if we just know each other. But why are you being so humble? Lu Geiyu felt that he was slapped hard again without being noticed, and his face felt hot. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, and the other 3 were all shocked. Suddenly, Brother Lu knew why he was slapped. Because he just said bad things about Lu Fan. Lu Fan glanced at Yin Juanza meaningfully. When Lu Fan was in Longdu, many people who wanted to get in touch with Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Chuyue, and others had expressions similar to Yin Juanza at this moment. Now Lu Fan doesn't want to have anything to do with Jiang Chuyue and the others. I don't care whether you are Mr. Yin or Xiao Zhe. You were wrong at Qingyuan Hotel that day. Please apologize and I accept it. If you want to get in touch with Jiang Chuyue through me, I can tell you in advance that you don't need to waste your time. I have nothing to do with her. Why? When it comes to Yan Jun, these 2 words pop up in my mind. It doesn't matter? It doesn't matter. Will Miss Jiang protect you so much? Will I see you cry? However, Yan Jun did not show anything on the surface. Mr. Lu is joking. I have no other purpose. I just didn't expect to see you here. Also, I was too rushed that day and didn't apologize to you properly. I'm going to formally apologize to you now. Yin Jun bowed his head. Lu Geiyu was stunned when she saw this scene. How could a bastard who was abandoned on the roadside right after birth and whose parents didn't love him be treated so respectfully by Master Yin? Am I dreaming? When Lu Geiyu thought of how he had behaved like a lackey just now and saw Yin Jun's attitude towards Lu Fan, her face felt like it was burning. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, and the other 2 were all too afraid to breathe. It's over. I just wanted to kill him again, but looking at the situation, it's over. Lu Fan looked at Yin Juanza indifferently. I accept your apology. Anything else? If you have nothing else, please get out of the way. Yen Jun made way, but stopped Lu Fan. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. I heard him say that you want to build your hometown. Yen Jun pointed at Lu Guiyu, who was huddled aside in shock. I recently had an idea to build some villas in a place with good feng shui. I think that a village that can produce someone as outstanding as Mr. Lu must be a place of great feng shui. I don't know if there's a chance for us to work together. If we can cooperate, we can be considered as friends. We are all from Province X. More friends means more paths to take. Lu Fan thought about. He wants to start construction in his hometown as soon as possible. But it would take a lot of time for him to set up an engineering team now. Yen Jun is the eldest son of Yan's group, which has its own professional team. If we can reach a cooperation with Yen Jun, it will be a good choice. Perhaps Yen Jun had some plan to use Lu Fan to get close to Jiang Qiuyue. But Lu Fan has already made it clear that he has nothing to do with Jiang Qiuyue and the others anymore. Yen Jun discovered the truth later, and it had nothing to do with Lu Fan anymore. Master Yen is really interested? Then we can talk about it. Mr. Lu, please. Yen Jun turned aside and asked Lu Fan to return to his seat. Lu Fan also made a gesture of invitation. Lu Guiyu came closer with a thick face. Xiao Fan, so you know Master Yin? Why didn't you say so earlier? Master Yin, Xiao Fan is my good buddy who I grew up with. We are like real brothers. Yen Jun looked at Lu Fan. Before Lu Fan could speak, Lu Jinggang snorted and said, Lu Guiyu, why are you still as mean as you were when you were little? It was you who called Xiao Fan a bastard, but you were also the one who was most happy to call him Brother Fan after getting beaten. If this were a war, you would definitely be a traitor. Yen Jun didn't know Lu Fan's background, but when he heard Lu Jinggang say that Lu Guiyu called Lu Fan a bastard when they were little, he immediately distinguished between good and bad. I, Yen Jun, am a pure wolf warrior. Lu Guiyu, I hate people like you who are bothersome and unfaithful the most. Get out of here. If I see you again, I'll beat you up. Lu Guiyu looked at Lu Fan with a bitter face for help. Lu Fan had a blank expression on his face and didn't even look at Lu Guiyu. Yen Jun was even more certain that Lu Fan didn't like Lu Guiyu. Lu Guiyu, why don't you get out of here? Do you have to ask me to find someone to ask you to leave? Lu Guiyu forced a smile. Mr. Yin, please calm down. I'm leaving now. At the door, there were 4 people, Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, and you looked at each other, not knowing whether it was better to leave or stay. More than an hour later, Yen Jun smiled and left the Marriott Hotel with Lu Fan. What I, Yen Junza, admire most in my life are people who repay kindness and have noble aspirations. Brother Lu, there is no doubt that you are such a person. Our cooperation is settled. Don't say I'm at a disadvantage. I think it's a blessing to suffer a disadvantage. From today on, the 4 of them will follow you. Once the design is complete and ready, I will directly dispatch an engineering team to your village to start work. Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed. To put it nicely, we were discussing cooperation in the private room just now. To put it bluntly, Yen Jun is just unilaterally trying to make friendly gestures. Yen Jun looked at the photos in Lu Fan's phone and praised Lu Fan's hometown. After praising him, he said that he must build a villa in Lu Fan's hometown. As for building dams and bridges, those were incidental to building his villa, and he had to take care of them all. After finishing the work, Yen Jun knew that Lu Fan wanted Lu Jinggang to help keep an eye on the village project. Yen Jun said that in essence, Lu Jinggang was giving him a job, and his monthly salary was calculated as that of a senior supervisor manager, 100,000 yuan a month, a fixed price, and no bargaining was allowed. Master Yin, I must explain this to you clearly. If you want to get close to Jiang Qiuyue and the others by cooperating with me, it's impossible. I have nothing to do with them, nothing at all. These 2 words still popped up in Yen Jun's mind. But Yen Jun smiled and said, Brother Lu, aren't you underestimating your brother? I admire people like you, Brother Lu. I want to make friends with you. It has nothing to do with Miss Jiang. It has nothing to do with her at all. Lu Fan, well, okay. Then I will take the 4 of them back to the village for a field investigation. Yen Jun said seriously, I should have been the one to take them there, but I have something urgent to do. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Lu. I am so happy to be able to work with you. Lu Fan got goosebumps. After watching Lu Fan leave, Yen Jun got on the car immediately. Master, where are we going? Drive, Chioxiang Hotel. Yen Jun has a bold guess. That day, Jiang Chiyue protected Lu Fan so well that she even shed tears of love. It is very likely that Jiang Chiyue is deeply in love with Lu Fan, and Lu Fan does not give Jiang Chiyue a chance for some reason. He is now going to tell Jiang Chiyue what he has done, and he wants to take credit for it. When Yin Jun arrived at Xiaoxiang Hotel, he was stopped at the door. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. We've been notified that we can't let you in. Severe is very anxious. Inform me and tell me that I have something important to ask Miss Jiang for instructions." Just as Yin Jun was arguing with the front office manager, a cold voice came from behind him. Jiang Chiyue came back from Shui Yalan. Lu Fan at Shui Yalan's place, but Lu Fan ignored her the whole time, which made her very sad. Jiang Chiyue is in a bad mood now, and she feels even worse when she sees Yin Jun. "What do you want from me?" Yin Jun turned around and saw Jiang Chiyue and hurried forward to report the cooperation he had agreed with Lu Fan today. "Lu Fan wants to build his hometown?" "Yes, miss. I offended Mr. Lu last time. In order to apologize, I specially reached a cooperation with Mr. Lu." Wang Xiaojing had said before that they had to find a way to do something for Lu Fan to atone for his sins. Shui Yalan said that she would observe Lu Fan from across the street and look for an opportunity to do something for Lu Fan. Jiang Chiyue was still worrying about what she could do for Lu Fan, but now she suddenly had some idea. Yin Juanza, this rich second generation with dyed yellow hair, seems to have some sense. "Your name?" "Yin Juanza, miss. You can just call me Xiao Zhe." "Jiang Chiyue. Just call me Mr. Jiang. I will pay for all the expenses of your cooperation with Lu Fan. Don't tell him. If you help me, maybe in the future your Yin group and our Jiang group can become partners." Yin Jun's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was very excited. "I am indeed the smartest person in the provincial capital. I knew Brother Lu was lying. I knew Miss Jiang fell in love with Brother Lu. Dad, you always say that I'm not doing my job properly, that I am useless and useless. Woo woo woo. I'm just biding my time. Now the opportunity has finally come. Dad, wait until I have established a relationship with the Jiang group, and wait until I lead our Yin group out of the provincial capital and into the whole country. I'll run away from home. Just cry and apologize to your son, whom you look down upon." Chapter 41, Jiang Chiyue's Selfishness. After Yin Juanza excitedly got into the car and left, Jiang Chiyue took out his cell phone and hesitated for a long time. Should we tell Yalan and the others? Jiang Chiyue couldn't explain what she was thinking. Anyway, she put away her phone and didn't tell Shui Yalan, Wang Xiaojing, and the others about what happened on Yin Juanza's side. Anyway, Sister Xiaojing said that we should each find ways to do something to atone for Lu Fan's sins. "I'm still trying to figure this out, and I'm not sure if it will work. I don't think I need to tell them." Jiang Chiyue added Yin Juanza as a friend. Just in case, Jiang Chiyue sent Yin Juanza a message. "Remember to keep this matter confidential and don't tell anyone." Yin Yun immediately replied, "Boss Jiang, don't worry. Even if my dad asked me, I wouldn't tell him. I will definitely take care of this matter for you. Brother Lu is someone I admire very much. I will definitely do my best to help Brother Lu." This strict rule still has a strange smell of flattery. Jiang Chiyue did not reply to the message. On the other hand, Yin Jun was very excited. He felt like he had finally found his chance to do something big. Yin Jun firmly believed that as long as he was determined, he would help Lu Fan wholeheartedly. He will definitely become Jiang Chiyue's friend in the future. Even if we can't be friends, that's also hard work. He will definitely be able to lead the Yin group to the Jiang group. To get close to the Jiang group would mean to get close to the 7 major families of Zhang: Wang, Li, Zhao, Shui, Zhou, and Jiang at the same time. It's exciting just thinking about it. "Master, shall we go to the bar now, or?" Originally, Yin Jun was planning to go to the bar. He was just passing by the Marriott Hotel, and Lu Guyu called him again, so he decided to stop by the Marriott Hotel. Unexpectedly, I met Lu Fan. As smart as he is, he seized a big opportunity. "Are you still going to bars to get drunk? I want to pursue my career now. Let's go to the Nima bar. Can't you see that I'm busy with my career? Go back to the company." After all, Yin Jun is now only the eldest son of the Yin group. He assigned Zhao, Lu, and the other 4 to Lu Fan, and also promised to assign an engineering team to Lu Fan. They also want to build a villa in Lu Fan's hometown. What a big move. He had to report to his father. After going upstairs, Yin Jun excitedly walked into the office of his father, Yin Shuolin. "Dad, I'm ready to start a business. I'll lend you some people. And if you give me another 100 million or 200 million, I'll do something big. Yin Shuolin was looking down at the documents. He looked up at Yin Juanza and said unhappily, "If you don't have pocket money again, just tell me. Don't cheat me with your career. Is 2 million enough?" Yin Jun was ambitious and was very angry when his father ignored him. "Dad, please don't look at me with the eyes of the past. A soldier from Wuxia will be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. I have undergone a transformation recently. I have awakened." Yin Shuolin snorted and said unhappily, "Transform. Awake. You failed to pursue Yuan Yuan. I think you have lost your mind. If you need pocket money, go ask your mom. I'm Busi." Yang Shuolin lowered his head and took out the document to continue reading. Yin Jun walked to the table, closed his father's documents, and said angrily, "Dad, you don't even listen to me. Aren't you too disrespectful to me? I'm definitely not kidding this time. I have very, very long-term plans." Yin Shuolin saw Yin Jun's solemn promise, so he just listened. "Tell me about it." Yin Jun had already prepared a set of words on the way here, and he spoke them with a beaming. "Dad, after careful investigation, I have found that many wealthy people who are older are very eager for a pastoral life. I plan to find a mountain village with mountains and water, beautiful scenery, and outstanding people, renovate it well, and then build a Paradise Series villa complex. I'm sure it will be a big hit." Yin Jun did not tell his father about his relationship with Jiang Chiyue. First, Jiang Chiyue specifically sent him a message to ask him to keep it secret. Secondly, he wanted to give his father a surprise after he succeeded. Yin Jun thought that his words could completely convince his father. After all, he was persuaded by Lu Guiyu. But what he didn't expect was that not only was his father not convinced by him, he was also very disappointed. "What you said, whether we invest people or money, 99% of it is wasted. Xiaoze, if you want to start a business, I can give you a branch company so you can gain some experience and then think about other things. We have to do things step by step. Severity is not reconciled. Dad, please trust me once. I will definitely succeed this time. Investing in rural areas and building a Paradise Villa complex is actually just a stepping stone for me. My goals are huge. I will definitely take our Yin group out of the provincial capital and into the whole country. Dad, please trust me this time." Yin Shuolin shook his head. "Xiaoze, go to the suburbs and see how many unfinished villas there are. All the villas in the suburbs of the provincial capital are unfinished. Can you succeed in running in the mountains? I've eaten more salt than you've walked. I won't give you money to lose. Severe situations lead to anxiety. Dad, can't you just trust me this time? This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Yin group." Yin Shuolin just shook his head and refused. If the situation is serious, crying and snotting is of no use. There was no other way. Yin Jun could only ask his mother for help. After a while, there was a quarrel coming from the office of the chairman of Yin Group, accompanied by the sound of things being thrown. In the end, Yin Jun left in the arms of a noble lady, wiping his tears. Yin Shuolin's angry voice was heard from the office. "Just spoil him. You have spoiled this son." Yin Jun listened to his father's roar and felt very aggrieved. "Dad, you don't know my ambitions, and I don't blame you. But I'll let you know sooner or later. Your son has endured so much injustice for the Yin family. How big is your misunderstanding of Yin family's Kalinzi? Woo woo woo. Don't cry, Xiaoza. Mom will fully support you. Mom will give you another 5 million. You need to be generous and spend money on many things. If it's not enough, ask me for more." On the other side, Lu Fan and Lu Jinggang brought brother Lu and brother Zhao mentioned by Lu Guiyu back to the company. The assistant randomly arranged a seat for brother Lu and brother Zhao. Brother Lu and brother Zhao were on pins and needles. They originally went to the dinner because they heard Lu Guiyu say that they could cheat some money. As a result, the development of things was far beyond their expectations. Lu Fan, their master Yin assigned them to Lu Fan. My salary didn't increase at all, and I still have to go to Lu Fan's hometown to work. Lu Fan walked around the company and looked at the work situation. Master Lu, Xiaowei and others were busy filming the third short drama and were basically out there. After taking a look around and finding no problems, Lu Fan prepared to go back to the office to check the background data of the second short play. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Jinggang stared at Lu Fan with curiosity. "Brother Gongzi, do you want to ask what happened to Master Yin?" Lu Jinggang nodded. "I just checked. He is the eldest son of the Yin group in the provincial capital. How could he do that to you, Xiao Fan? It's as if you are of a much higher status than him, and he needs to curry favor with you. Xiao Fan, could it be that you have found your biological parents? Are your biological parents trillionaires? Lu Fan laughed out loud. Brother Gongzi, how about you write a script for me? That Mr. Yin mistakenly thought that I was still related to Jiang Chuyue and the others. He thought that by currying favor with me, he could establish a relationship with Jiang Chuyue and the others. Don't worry about him. We didn't force him to do it anyway. If he wants to cooperate, then we will cooperate with him. Save some money, and we can do more. As Lu Fan spoke, he opened the backstage. The first short play now earns tens of thousands of yuan a day. The second short drama was a huge hit, and now we're earning hundreds of thousands every day. In his previous life, Lu Fan had only heard that many people became rich overnight by performing short plays. In this life, he personally experienced the exaggeration of short plays. With money, Lu Fan felt more confident. Continue to expand enrollment. While the short dramas are still popular, make a few more. Who would complain about having too much money? Lu Jinggang had nothing better to do, so he went to the company to hang out. Lu Fan asked his assistant to edit the recruitment information and then send it out. Then he explained to his assistant the work content for the next few days. After finishing the work, it's time to get off work. Lu Fan took Lu Jinggang to eat. Just after they sat down and ordered, they saw Shui Yalan walk in and sit down directly at Lu Fan's table. There's no room in the store. Can we share a table? Chapter 42, Shui Yalan's Persistence. In the bustling restaurant, Lu Fan frowned and looked at Shui Yalan. Shui Yalan and Lu Fan face to face. Not only did he not avoid Lu Fan's gaze, she supported the table with her arms, held up her chin, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and looked straight at Lu Fan. Lu Fan didn't know what Shui Yalan was planning, but Lu Fan absolutely doesn't want to have anything to do with Shui Yalan. Can't. You want to share a table? Isn't there a table over there with only one person? Go and share the table with him. From the moment Shui Yalan entered the hotel, she attracted countless people. The guy who was sitting at a table opposite heard Lu Fan's words and immediately waved to Shui Yalan. Beauty, I'm the only one at this table. You can share the table with me. Shui Yalan rolled her eyes at the other person. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. After that, Shui Yalan turned her head and continued to look at Lu Fan, with a smile on her face, as if she was looking for her ideal husband. Just let me eat here. Lu Fan, please give me a chance to apologize and make it up to you, okay? Lu Jinggang shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. This coquettish look, the tone of the speech, this is totally the way a little girl acts coquettishly to make her boyfriend angry. Xiao Fan, how about I leave? Shui Yalan smiled harmlessly and waved at Lu Jinggang. Yeah, thank you. As Lu Jian stood up and was about to leave, he was grabbed by Lu Fan. She's here, let her stay here. Brother Gongzi, let's eat ours. Lu Fan can't hide forever. The best way is to let Shui Yalan, Wang Xiaojing, and others know that no matter what methods they use, Lu Fan will not be moved. Xiao Fan, is this okay? What's wrong with that? Waiter. Lu Fan called the waiter to order food, and Shui Yalan also ordered one. After the meal was served, Lu Fan and Lu Jian just started eating. But Shui Yalan just sat opposite Lu Fan, staring at him. Lu Fan, so you like to eat this kind of food? I'll go back and learn, and I'll cook for you, okay? Lu Fan, why did you pick out the peppers? Don't you like peppers? When I was in college, Shui Yalan seemed to have been paused. When she was in college, she always picked up the chili peppers from her bowl and gave them to Lu Fan to eat. The first time, Lu Fan seemed to have said that he didn't eat spicy food. But Shui Yalan arrogantly demanded that Lu Fan must eat it. When Lu Fan's face turned red from the spiciness, Shui Yalan laughed out loud and found it very funny. Later, Shui Yalan would always give the chili peppers to Lu Fan. Lu Fan no longer said that he didn't eat spicy food. Over time, Shui Yalan forgot that Lu Fan didn't eat spicy food, and she even thought that Lu Fan loved spicy food. It was not until this moment when she saw Lu Fan pick out the peppers and throw them into the trash that she remembered the long-lost memory. Lu Fan, am I really annoying? Woo-woo, Lu Fan. You must think I'm arrogant, right? Lu Fan, I was wrong. Shui Yalan apologized with tears in her eyes. Lu Fan had been eating with a very calm expression, as if there was no Shui Yalan in front of him. Lu Jinggang felt uncomfortable all over. How can you still eat when a beautiful woman is crying in front of you? Xiao Fan, I'm full. I'll wait for you outside. Lu Jinggang stood up and left. Lu Fan still had a few bites left, so he quickened his pace and shoveled the food into his mouth, completely ignoring Shui Yalan. Some men with unknown intentions came over and asked with concern, "Beauty, what's wrong with you? Did he bully you?" Shui Yalan turned around and said, "Get lost." After scolding, Shui Yalan continued to look at Lu Fan pitifully with tears in her eyes. Countless people in the hotel were depressed. Such a big beauty, with tears in her eyes, apologized to the boy, but the boy just kept eating. Is it a human? After Lu Fan finished his meal, he still ignored Shui Yalan and got up and left. Shui Yalan hurriedly followed. "Lu Fan, if you don't forgive me, I will always follow you. One day, you will be moved by me, and you will forgive me." Shui Yalan followed Lu Fan out of the hotel until Lu Fan got in the car and left with Lu Jinggang. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, after washing up, Lu Fan prepared to take Lu Jinggang and the 4 experts back to his hometown. As a result, I saw Shui Yalan as soon as I went out. Shui Yalan's luxury car was parked next to Lu Fan's car. Lu Fan got in the car, and Shui Yalan also got in. Lu Fan started the car, and Shui Yalan also started the car. After Lu Fan got on the road, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw Shui Yalan following him from behind. Lu Jinggang couldn't hold it in any longer. "Xiao Fan, what's going on? Why do I feel like she's pursuing you?" Lu Fan laughed. "She's pursuing me?" Brother Gongzi, the Shui family, is one of the 7 major families in Longdu. Shui Yalan, the eldest daughter of the Shui family, will pursue me? What you see now is all an illusion. Miss Shui, you just want to trick me into going back to Longdu. Lu Jinggang couldn't understand it at all. Tricked you into returning to Longdu? Why did she lie to you to go back to Longdu? Lu Fan shrugged. "Anyway, nothing good will happen. Brother Gongzi, the key to my hometown is in the drawer at the company. I'll go get it later. Find a car to pick up those 4 experts." "Good." After Lu Fan went upstairs, Shui Yalan followed him. "Is this Miss Shui going to follow me back to my hometown? Let me ask, is it illegal to follow someone like this? Can I call the police?" Lu Fan was a little annoyed, but I'm also a little relieved. Fortunately, among the 7 young ladies of Longdu, only Shui Yalan is so difficult to deal with. If Wang Xiaojing, Zhang Min, and others were like Shui Yalan, Lu Fan felt a headache just thinking about it. It was already past 9 in the morning when I arrived at the company. When Lu Fan was about to enter the office to get the key to his hometown, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several familiar figures in the conference room. What are Zhang Min, Zhou Luoi, and Li Sitian doing in my company's conference room? Who let them in? Chapter 43, Stunning Secretary, who was following behind Lu Fan, saw Zhang Min, Li Sitian, and Zhou Luoi were all in the conference room of Lu Fan's company. Her beautiful big eyes were instantly filled with question marks. He walked in, holding his waist. "Jingjing Sitian Luoi, what are you doing?" Lu Fan's assistant saw Lu Fan coming and nodded to him. "Boss, you are here." Lu Fan frowned slightly. "Why are they here?" Without waiting for the assistant to speak, Zhang Min smiled like an elegant pear blossom. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm here for an interview to be a skit editor." Li Sitian was wearing a black suit and a white shirt with a very impressive and attractive chest, and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm here to interview the secretary." Zhou Luoi pouted proudly, looked at Lu Fan with resentment, and said, "There was a guy who said he would help me fulfill my dream of becoming an actor, but he broke his promise. It's my fault, but I still want to pursue my dream. So, I'm here to interview actors." Lu Fan hasn't spoken yet. Shui Yalan said in disbelief. "Jingjing City and Luoyi, why didn't you tell me your plans?" Zhou Luo pouted and said, "Yalan, you have been following Lu Fan the whole time. Didn't you tell us?" Invisibly, there seemed to be an electric current of jealousy colliding. Lu Fan shook his head. "Impossible. Are these young ladies acting, trying to trick me into going back with them? But their acting skills are really amazing." The assistant saw that Lu Fan was unhappy and asked in a low voice, "Boss, do we need to continue the interview?" Lu Fan really wanted Shui Yalan, Zhang Min, Li Sitian, and others to disappear from his company immediately. But looking at the current situation, whether it's the most arrogant Shui Yalan or the quiet and elegant Zhang Min, it seems they won't stop until they achieve their goal. Lu Fan can drive them away now, but they will still find opportunities to pester Lu Fan. Why not just follow their wishes? If Shui Yalan wants to follow me, then let her follow. If Zhang Min, Li Sitian, and Zhou Luoi want to come to work at Lu Fan's company, let them come. Lu Fan ignored him. Let them know that no matter what they do, Lu Fan will never be fooled by them again. I believe it won't be long. Their interest will gradually fade, and they will leave on their own. Lu Fan didn't look at Zhang Min and the others, but just said to his assistant, "Let's continue with the interview. I'll just grab something and go back home. If there is anything at the company, call me." "Okay, boss." Zhang Min, Li Sitian, and Zhou Luo felt inexplicably happy when they saw that Lu Fan did not drive them away. Lu Fan accepted us? Did he give us a chance? Li Sitian suddenly reacted. Lu Fan is going back to his hometown? She is here to interview for a secretary position. Shouldn't a secretary always follow the boss? Did I pass the interview? Li Sitian asked the assistant. The assistant looked at Lu Fan and felt overwhelmed. She saw the 7 young ladies appear at the company gate before. Zhou Luo, Zhang Min, Li Sitian, and others appeared at the opposite door and kept looking at Lu Fan, which she also noticed. The assistant had no idea about the relationship between Lu Fan and Li Sitian. Since the boss hasn't kicked Zhang Min and the others out, that means he wants them to stay, right? The assistant was not sure and said while observing Lu Fan's expression, Past. Yeah, Li Sitian smiled happily, as beautiful as a delicate summer flower. Lu Fan? Oh no, Mr. Lu, from now on, I will be your secretary. Wherever you go, I will go and serve you. Lu Fan shook his head. He might be bothered by these young ladies for some time to come, but not for long. They are now looking for me because I left suddenly and they have no toys left, so they have a perverted mentality and want to trick me into going back. After a while, they will realize it is useless, lose patience, and leave. Li Sitian quickly got into the role and followed Lu Fan obediently, looking like a stunning secretary. The assistant suddenly remembered that he had not discussed salary with Li Sitian yet. Wait a minute, the salary contract hasn't been discussed yet. Li Sitian turned around with a happy smile on her face. Lu and I return. Salary and benefits, whatever is fine. After Li Sitian said this, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhang Min and Zhou Luo. You guys continue with the interview. Lu Fan and I are going on a business trip. Zhang Min and Zhou Luo suddenly felt a little regretful. Why don't they interview the secretaries? Lu Fan went back to the office, got the key, and prepared to leave. Li Si looked at Lu Fan with her sweet eyes. Mr. Lu, where is your water cup? I'll get you a glass of water. There's also toilet paper and a coat. And, Mr. Lu, wait for me, bang, ouch. Li Sitian, in a panic, knocked on the door and chased Lu Fan downstairs. When Shui Yalan saw this scene, she stared with her beautiful big eyes, opened her mouth wide, and felt very uncomfortable. Li Sitian, don't you have any reserve at all? You all are playing this game with me, right? Fine. You forced me to do this. After Lu Fan went downstairs, he received a call from Lu Jiangang. Xiao Fan, I received the 4 of them. I was originally planning to rent a car, but Xiao Lu said I could just drive his. Xiao Lu, Lu Fan asked. Lu Jiangang laughed and said, That's the brother Lu that Lu Guiyu mentioned that day. Brother Lu's humble voice came from the phone. Lu Guiyu is yelling nonsense. Brother Gang, just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Jiangang joked. Xiao Fan, Xiao Lu's car is more expensive than yours. You are such a shameless boss. Lu Fan smiled. The car is just a means of transportation. Just don't be too shabby. Money should be spent wisely. Brother Gongzi, take them to the highway exit. I'll go pick up the 3 people I interviewed earlier and meet you at the highway intersection. Good. Lu Fan hung up the phone, and when he was putting his phone into his pocket, his elbow poked into something soft, and he was startled. Looking back, it was Li Sitian who was following closely behind him. Lu Fan apologized naturally. Sorry, when I touched that part of a girl's body, her face turned red. Li Sitian tilted her head and looked at Lu Fan, pouting and saying coquettishly, It's okay, you didn't mean it. But if it's another man, humph, I won't let him off. Lu Fan suddenly felt that he shouldn't be gentle towards Li Sitian. This young lady must feel that following him is like following a piece of 1,000-year-old iron that is impervious to water and fire. Why are you following me? Go back to the company. Li Sitian shook her head. I'm your secretary. When you go on a business trip, I have to follow you. Boss Lu, let's go on a business trip together. I just heard someone on your phone say your car is not in good condition. Your car is really bad. How about you drive mine? Li Sitian took out the car key and pressed the unlock button on her red luxury car. Lu Fan looked at Li Sitian expressionlessly, opened the car door, and got in. Seeing this, Li Sitian hurriedly ran to the other side and got in the car. As a result, I bumped my head again when getting on the car. Ouch, that hurts. Lee Sidian took out a mirror from her bag and looked at her forehead. Her eyes turned red, and she pouted and looked at Lu Fan aggrievedly. Lu Fan, look, it's all red. Lu Fan started the car without looking at Lee Sidian. Call me Mr. Lu. Chapter 44, I like Lu Fan. It was already noon when Lu Fan and Lu Jiangang returned to their hometown. Lu Jiangang told his mother on the way that he would be back today. The third aunt had already prepared the noodles. When the third uncle saw the 3 employees who came back with Lu Fan, as well as Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao, and the other 3, he hurriedly and carefully stepped forward to entertain them. In the eyes of the 3 uncles, anyone who wears a suit and glasses must be a capable person. Sit down. I'll pour you some tea. There's nothing delicious at home, and Gongzi didn't tell me that we had guests. We only have pulled noodles. The third uncle knew that the people Lu Fan brought back must be the talents who were going to build a dam for the village, and he was afraid that he would not be able to entertain them well. Lu Jiangang respected the 3 people recruited by Lu Fan, but Lu Jiangang had seen with his own eyes who Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao, and the other 3 were. He's just a fence-sitter who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Dad, just find a wooden stool for the 4 of them to sit on. No need to be polite to them. The third uncle picked up a stick and prepared to hit Lu Jiangang. You little bastard, this is Xiao Fan's distinguished guest. We must entertain him well. Lu Jiangang knew that his father was stubborn and would not listen to anything he said. So he gave Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao a harsh look. Severe but said, Lu Jiangang was the senior supervisor he hired. How well Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao do their work and how much salary they can get depends entirely on what Lu Jiangang says. They dared not offend Lu Jiangang. Uncle, Manager Lu is right. You don't have to worry about us. The third uncle said in a daze. Manager Lu? Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao, and others explained to the third uncle that Manager Lu was Lu Jiangang. The third uncle couldn't believe it. Gongzi, you are now a manager? Xiao Fan asked you to be the one? Lu Jiangang said with a smile. Dad, even though I am related to Xiao Fan as a manager, I am not really working for Xiao Fan. The provincial capital's Yan's group wants to invest in construction in our village. Young Master Yin of the Yan's group hired me to be his chief supervisor, which is almost like a construction site manager. That Master Yin gives me 100,000 yuan a month. The third uncle took a deep breath and almost couldn't breathe. When he was young, he went abroad to work, and when he was old, he returned home to do farm work. He only saved about 100,000 yuan in his lifetime. Now his son, Lu Jiangang, makes 100,000 a month. Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao, and others explained to the old man for a long time, but he still couldn't believe it. He wanted to ask Lu Fan in person. Xiao Fan, Gongzi said, he can earn 100,000 a month? Xiao Fan, don't lie to Uncle San. Tell him the truth. Gongzi didn't go astray, did he? Lu Fan shook the third uncle's hand and nodded. Uncle, I'm not lying to you. This is true. The third uncle felt that his world was disrupted. He worked hard all his life and saved hundreds of thousands of yuan. Now his son works for Master Yin and earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a month? It took a long while for the third master to accept this fact with some doubt. Only then did he notice Li Sitian, who had been following Lu Fan. What a pretty girl, Xiao Fan. Is this your girlfriend? Xiao Fan, look at you. I didn't notice that I'm old, but you didn't even know to find a seat for me. Although Li Sitian had been here before. But today, Li Sitian was wearing a suit, white shirt, light makeup, and her hair was tied up. She looked completely different from before, and the old man didn't recognize her. The third lady also came over when she heard the sound. Xiao Fan brought his girlfriend back? Xiao Fan, why didn't you tell me in advance? This family hasn't prepared anything. Your grandfather is gone. You have to tell third aunt about this in advance, okay? Where is the girl? Let me see. Lu Fan quickly explained. Third uncle, third aunt, she doesn't... Before Lu Fan finished speaking, Li Sitian smiled sweeter than honey and walked forward to hold third aunt's hand. Third auntie, I'm here. Lu Fan wanted to give you a surprise. Don't blame him. The third aunt was a little farsighted. She leaned back and looked at Li Sitian. Oh my, handsome. The phoenix has landed at home. Xiao Fan is so lucky. Third aunt, thank you for the compliment. I have always heard Lu Fan talk about you, and I finally get to meet you. Li Sitian smiled extremely happily, completely ignoring Lu Fan's glare at her. What nonsense are you talking about? Third auntie, she is not my girlfriend. She is a secretary hired by my company. The third aunt looked at the serious Lu Fan. and then at the aggrieved Li Sitian. A little confused, Li Sitian pouted and whispered, "Third aunt, I like Lu Fan, but he—" Lu Fan frowned and looked at Li Sitian. Li Sitian stuck out her tongue and dared not say anything. The three people recruited by Lu Fan, as well as Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao, were all dumbfounded. Li Si, a sweet beauty, is interested in Boss Lu. Why does Boss Lu look so impatient? Turkey hat jump. After dinner, Lu Fan and Lu Jinggang brought the three people they recruited and four experts to the village entrance to survey the terrain. Lu Fan asked them to each come up with a plan. Although Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao, and the other three were not good people, they carefully surveyed the terrain and began to sketch and draw. The three people Lu Fan recruited were also good. They walked to the river beach to observe, and then climbed up the mountain wall next to the river beach to do simple measurements. "Mr. Lu, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." "Mr. Lu, you were sweating. Let me wipe it off for you." Li Sitian was beside Lu Fan like a maid. Lu Fan ignored Li Sitian from beginning to end. "It won't be long. Li Sitian will recognize the facts and know that no matter how much they pester me, I have no chance. I will leave on my own initiative, right?" Although Lu Fan and Lu Jinggang were not professionals, they also looked at the terrain and discussed it. After the village chief arrived, more and more people from the village gathered together. Everyone knew Lu Fan's plan from the village chief. "Xiao Fan, this is no small matter. Are you ready?" "Xiao Fan, I don't know how to repair a dam, but if you need to move stones or lime, just tell me." "Xiao Fan, if you need help from your uncle, just let me know." Lu Fan would naturally ask the uncles in the village for help. He didn't let his uncles help, so they had to leave their hometown and go to work in other places. This project allows uncles and aunts to earn money by working near their homes. The enthusiastic uncles and aunts all went to the riverbank to help with the measurement. Lu Fan walked up to the village chief and prepared to tell him about Lu Guiu's situation. "Village Chief Guiu." The village chief raised his hand and said with a smile, "Xiao Fan, you don't have to say anything. As soon as that little beast yelled on the phone, I knew he had failed. I know what kind of material he is. He's a hopeless case. I'll teach him a lesson when he comes back." Lu Fan nodded without saying anything. The village chief is a good one and has taken good care of Lu Fan and his grandfather. But Lu Guiyu was really a piece of shit. When they were kids, she often took the lead in calling Lu Fan a bastard. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Lu Fan took out his phone and saw that it was Yan Junza calling. "Hey, Brother Lu, are you at home? I'll be there soon with my team." Yan Jun's voice is excited, with the drive to do something big. Chapter 45. The Shocking Severity. "I'm in my hometown. How many people did you bring with you?" Yan Jun in front said that he would send people from the Yin Group's engineering team to work in Lu Fan's hometown. Lu Fan didn't know how many people Yan Jun could bring. There aren't that many places to live in the village now. Not many, just over 30. But don't worry, Brother Lu. These 30-something people are all veterans. We only need to find some migrant workers to form a construction team. Lu Fan hummed. "My uncles in the village can help with miscellaneous tasks. But you brought more than 30 people here at once, and there's not enough room for them to stay." Yan Jun was full of confidence and said, "Brother Lu, don't worry. Our Yin Group's engineering team is all professional. When I get there, I can build a tin house in half a day. I have all the necessary materials with me. I didn't expect this rich second generation to be so thoughtful." "Okay, I'll wait for you then." About an hour later, Yin Juanja arrived with his team. In addition to the vehicles that transport people, there are also large trucks, forklifts, cranes, etc. The villagers were all shocked when they saw this scene. At the beginning, they were worried about whether Lu Fan was ready, but now that they saw the team brought by Yin Juanja, they all put their minds at ease. The three professionals that Lu Fan had hired originally had no confidence in Lu Fan. There is not a single worker in the village, only some migrant workers who know nothing. The river beach at the entrance of the village is lifeless and seems to have no future. But when they saw the team brought by Yin Juanza, everyone's eyes widened. First, they didn't expect such a formal engineering team to come. But I didn't expect that the person leading the team was Yin Juanza. They had wanted to interview at Yan's group in the provincial capital, but Yan's group was not recruiting, so they went to Lu Fan's company for an interview. I never thought that our boss would cooperate with Yin Xiaoyu. Although it can be very depressing in the mountains, I feel like I can do something. Yin Jun got out of the car and yelled, "The sun is about to set. Hurry up and set up your shelter. Just make do with it tonight. Tomorrow I'll arrange for you quilts, wash basins, thermoses, bathrooms, and air conditioners. The workers of the construction team began to unload the goods and build the tin house, and the hospitable uncles and aunts in the village came up to help. When everyone is busy, Yen Jun came up to Lu Fan and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, how is it? Is my speed okay?" How could Lu Fan not sense Yen Jun's intention to curry favor with him? How could he not understand that Yen Jun actually wanted to use him to get close to Jiang Qiuyue, Wang Xiaojing, and others? Lu Fan had to emphasize again to Yen Junzi, "Master Yen, I must speak to you seriously again. I have nothing to do with Jiang Qiuyue. If you do this to get in touch with Jiang Qiuyue and the others through me, you will be disappointed in the end." Yen Jun looked at Lu Fan as serious expression and felt a little suspicious. But the next second, two words popped up in Yen Jun's mind. Lie. Because Yen Jun saw Li Sitian appearing behind Lu Fan. That year, he and his father went to Longdu to attend a banquet for the upper class. He had met 7 young ladies, including Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Qiuyue, Shui Yalan, and Li Sitian. Yen Jun is not the third uncle or aunt. He has a good memory and will not fail to recognize Li Sitian just because she changed her clothes. And he also heard about the relationship between Wang Xiaojing and the other 7. Lu Fan kept saying that it had nothing to do with Jiang Qiuyue and the others. Then why is Miss Li next to Lu Fan? There is only one answer. Lie. Yen Jun pretended not to see Li Sitian and said seriously, "Brother Lu, how many times do you want me to tell you before you believe me? I admire you and respect you. I want to build a series of villas in the Utopia. I want to make a difference, and you want to give back to your hometown and build your hometown. We have the same goals and aspirations, and we are a perfect match." Li Sitian couldn't help laughing when she heard Yen Jun's words behind Lu Fan. They're a perfect match. If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them randomly. Li Sitian's every frown and smile was like Diao Chan reborn, leaving Yen Jun just stunned. Although he didn't know why Li Sitian was dressed like a pretty secretary and followed Lu Fan, he knew this was his chance. "Mr. Li, why are you here?" Yen Jun pretended that he had just seen Li Sitian, walked forward with surprise, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Sitian. Li Sitian glanced at Yen Jun's hand and had no intention of shaking hands with him. "Do you know me?" "Severe injuries are felt. At a banquet for the rich circle in Longdu that year, I thought that if I followed everyone's wishes and publicly criticized the person that everyone was criticizing and made everyone laugh, everyone would remember me. No results at all?" Yen Jun was embarrassed and clasped his fists. "I once had the honor of meeting Mr. Li at a banquet, but Mr. Li is a forgetful person, and I don't remember anything. But it doesn't matter. I can still see Mr. Li today, which means that Mr. Li and I are still destined to be together." Li Sitian rolled her eyes at Yen Junzi. "Who is destined to be with you?" "I am not Mr. Li now. I am Mr. Lu's secretary now." "What?" Li Sitian, the jewel in the crown of Longdu Li Group, works as Brother Lu's secretary? Severe conditions are like being struck by lightning. Brother Lu, you still said that you have nothing to do with the 7th Miss of Longdu?" The severity of the situation further strengthened his belief. No matter how his father opposed him, no matter how others say behind his back that he is messing around or spending money, he must follow Lu Fan unwaveringly. "As long as I follow Brother Lu, I can get close to the 7 major families in Longdu." "Dad, you misunderstand me and you scold me. One day, you will know how much injustice your son has suffered, and you will know how far-sighted your son is." Lu Fan slapped his forehead. "If it is serious, it will lead to further misunderstanding." As the sun sets, in the blue sky of the countryside, the white clouds were burned into gold, orange, and red, like a celestial painting. Yen Jun stood in front of Lu Fan, pointing at the fiery clouds in the sky, racking his brains to use the limited knowledge he had to praise the scenery of the village and touting the bright future of his cooperation with Lu Fan. Lu Fan didn't listen. He was lost in thought as he looked at the fiery clouds in the sky. Li Sitian looked at Lu Fan's profile from the side, feeling sweet in her heart. She doesn't know what she's sweet about. Maybe it's because Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and others can't always be with Lu Fan. But she can, so she is complacent about it. Maybe there are other emotions involved? Li Sitian herself couldn't explain it clearly. But just following Lu Fan, even if Lu Fan ignored her, she also felt it was sweet. Beep beep. Li Sitian took out her cell phone and saw the caller ID. She suddenly felt like she was pulled back from the beautiful pastoral life to the treacherous city. "Hey Dad. Tian, where are you now? Do you know that your company is in a mess now? You and Xiaojing should be back from playing together, right? Li Sitian turned her head to look at Lu Fan. Finding Lu Fan, she forgot about the company, forgot about family matters, forgot everything, and only thought about Lu Fan. But she really can ignore the company's affairs. Ignoring the people at home? Not to mention, she had a bet with her father. Chapter 46, Li Sitian's crying and laughing. Among the wishes of the 7 young ladies, Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Min, Li Sitian's wish is relatively simple. Li Sitian is the only girl of the 3rd generation of the Li family. She is the apple of the eye and is deeply loved. But as Li Sitian grew up, the Li family was determined to find a marriage between 2 people of equal social status. Li Sitian's parents, often intentionally or unintentionally introduced the young masters of certain families to Li Sitian. But Li Sitian didn't want her family to interfere in her feelings. The more her family arranged things for her, the more she rejected it. She told her grandfather and father, she wants to make a career and prove that she can support the Li family without the need for a marriage between people of equal social status. Before the beating of Shirley in the underground parking lot broke out, Lu Fan had already helped Li Sitian develop the company. Although it has not yet reached the level of being recognized by the Li family, it should not be underestimated. But Lu Fan left. Her company was in chaos. Left to find Lu Fan, her company got into even greater chaos. Li Sitian now has 2 choices. 1. Continue to follow Lu Fan as a secretary and enjoy this inexplicable sweetness. 2. Go back to Longdu temporarily to deal with the company's affairs and find an excuse to talk to my family before coming back. It seems that the second option is more reasonable. But what Li Sitian was worried about was that if she left, other sisters would take her place. Sweet. Li Sitian was brought back to reality by her father's voice. Ah, Dad, I'm here. I still have some things to do here. I'll be back in 2 days. My company, I'll call and take care of it. Don't worry about me. Li Sitian acted coquettishly and pretended to be angry on the phone, and it was difficult for her to convince her father. After hanging up the phone, Li Sitian found out that Lu Fan had gone somewhere. After searching for a while, I found it in the village. Lu Fan is helping to cook. Yan Jun brought more than 30 people with him, and as they came in a hurry, they did not prepare any food or drinks. When the aunties and sisters in the village found out, each family gathered together 3 large baskets of vegetables. Some started to make fire to steam rice, while others started to roll noodles. Everyone had a genuine smile on their face. The 3rd uncle is the village cook. Whenever there are happy events in the village, the 3rd uncle helps with cooking. Seeing that the 3rd uncle couldn't handle it alone, Lu Fan went up to help. It was getting dark. The place where the engineering team cooked was 3 large pots left over from the previous production team. Lu Fan stood in the firelight, helping the 3rd uncle cook while chatting with the aunt who was washing dishes. Li Sitian watched quietly. Lu Fan's smile was filled with peace and tranquility. The firelight reflected in the bright eyes. The eyes are so clear. She seemed to have never seen Lu Fan like this before. In the past 2 or 3 years, Lu Fan worked for them in Longdu. He always had a tired look on his face and dull eyes. He only showed surprise, confusion, and disappointment when he was teased by them. No. Li Sitian suddenly remembered that she had seen Lu Fan like this before. That was when Lu Fan appeared beside them in his sophomore year in order to repay his grandfather. That was when Lu Fan had just arrived in Longdu, and he fought and worked hard with them. Li Sitian suddenly felt very sad and couldn't control her tears. They have changed. They believed what those people said. To Lu Fan, playing a trick on Lu Fan, trampling on Lu Fan's dignity. It was them who made Lu Fan's face covered with fatigue. It was they who made Lu Fan's eyes lose their clarity and become dull, filled with surprise, unexpectedness, confusion, and disappointment. Li Sitian thought of the bad words she had said to Lu Fan before, and how she had teased Lu Fan in front of others and trampled on his dignity. Thinking of Lu Fan's expression and gaze at that time. Look at Lu Fan's expression and gaze now. The contrast is too stark. Li Sitian's heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. The tears couldn't stop flowing. Dinner is ready. At the 3rd uncle's shout, the aunts and sisters began to serve meals to the workers of the construction team. In the hearts of the simple villagers, the workers of the construction team are all guests, and the guests should eat first. Yanjun originally didn't want to eat the meals cooked in the big pot in the countryside. How can it be delicious if all the vegetables are poured into the pot and bubbling? After boiling, The aroma of the big pot of food pulled Yin Jun to the pot. Give, give me, Annie, give me a bowl. Okay, young man, why are you so thin? Eat more. Yin Jun was holding his bowl and preparing to find a place to eat. Suddenly, he saw Li Sitian still sitting on the side of the road without moving. Isn't this a good opportunity to show your affection? Yin Junza hadn't touched his bowl of rice yet, as he was going to give it to Li Sitian first. Mr. Li, you've been busy all afternoon. Please eat first. Yin Jun walked closer and saw Li Sitian's tears. He followed Li Sitian's gaze and saw Lu Fan. Yin Jun was completely dizzy. Miss Li also cried while looking at Lu Fan. What is going on? Miss Jiang fell in love with Brother Lu. Miss Li has also fallen in love with Brother Lu? Why doesn't anyone love me, Chow? Yin Juanza did not dare to disturb Li Sitian and sat aside with his bowl. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Completely confused. What's going on between Brother Lu and Miss Jiang and Miss Li? Wrong? Is this something I should be thinking about? Miss Jiang and Miss Li love Brother Lu? As long as I am determined to follow Brother Lu, it will be almost certain that I will be able to get close to the 7 major families in Longdu. At least the Jiang family and the Li family are fine, right? It is absolutely not okay to let Miss Li cry like this. Brother Lu was helping to serve the food, so I didn't see him. I have to go remind Brother Lu. Yin Jun walked to Lu Fan with a bowl in his hand. Lu Fan looked at Yin Junza. Master Yin, would you like more food? Yin Jun shook his head and pointed in the direction where Li Sitian was sitting. Brother Lu, Mr. Li is crying. Lu Fan turned to look at Li Sitian, but it was too dark to see clearly. Are you really crying? Yin Jun nodded. Lu Fan was a little strange. Li Sitian was sitting far away. Why was she crying alone? For a moment, Lu Fan felt a little soft-hearted, but he quickly threw this thought far away. To soften my heart? To trick me back? Such a crazy acting performance? Don't worry about her. You eat yours. Damn it, Brother Lu. You are so ruthless. Miss Li worked as your secretary humbly, and even followed you to this small mountain village, serving you tea and water. Don't you feel sorry at all? No, I have to do something. Yin Jun touched his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly came up with an idea. He walked up to Li Sitian holding the bowl. Boss Li, Brother Lu asked me to bring it to you. It's neither cold nor hot. Please eat it quickly. Li Sitian saw Yin Jun and went to find Lu Fan. His eyes lit up, and he became full of energy. Did he really ask you to deliver it? Yin Jun nodded affirmatively. It's absolutely true, Mr. Li. Li Sitian wiped the tears from her face, smiled sweetly, took the bowl from Yin Juanza, and started eating. I don't know if it's because I'm really hungry or because Lu Fan asked me to send this bowl of rice. Li Sitian thought it was exceptionally delicious, even better than a luxurious meal in a 5-star hotel. Li Sitian ate while looking at Lu Fan and smiling. Severe is stupid. I pursued Ouyuan before, but no matter how hard I tried, she never smiled. When I got to Brother Lu, I just said that this bowl of rice was sent by Brother Lu. Miss Li smiled so beautifully that the moon and flowers would be ashamed of themselves. There is no harm without comparison. Turkey hat jump. The cell phone in his pocket rang. Yin Jun took out his phone and saw that it was his father calling. Old Yin is here to scold me again? Yin Jun originally wanted to ignore it, but he suddenly thought of something. Miss Jiang asked me to keep it a secret, but Miss Li didn't. If I tell Lao Yin that Miss Li is here, he should be able to understand my grand ambitions, right? Chapter 47. So, what if they're not acting? Yin Jun walked to the side under a street light, expecting his father to be shocked when he found out that the eldest daughter of the Longdu Li family was here, and answered the phone. Hey, Lao Yin, I have good news. Do you want to hear it? Good news? You evil son. Are you trying to tell me that you took away all the backbone members of the engineering team? You bastard. Do you want to piss me off to death? Still calling me Lao Yin? You also called him Lao Yin? You have no respect for elders or younger children. You are useless. You are completely useless, this evil child. Yin Jun was originally excited to tell his father a surprise, but he ended up being scolded right away. Dad, am I useless again? Dad, you never believed me. I will cry. You bastard, you still have the nerve to cry. Why didn't I believe you? When you were in your senior year, you said you wanted to start a business, and I gave you 10 million. After you graduated, you said you saw a great project. A month later, you said you wanted to invest in a friend's company. What happened? It was all wasted. What Yin Shuolin said was true, but it did not prevent Yin Jun from feeling wronged. Dad, those things failed for a reason. The global financial crisis affected my judgment. Can you blame me for that? And the great thinker, who is it? Anyway, they say that failure is the mother of success. I have failed so many times. I will definitely succeed this time. Dad, if you apologize to me, I will tell you a big surprise. There was silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds. Little bastard, are you crazy? You want your father to apologize to you? Where are you? I'm going to break your legs right now. Yin Shuolin, are you being mean to my son again? Honey, don't fall. That's over $1 million. Yin Juan's mother's voice came from the phone, followed by the crackling sound of the house. Yin Jun knew that with his mother around, old Yin couldn't do anything to him. But after hanging up the phone, Yin Jun still felt very aggrieved. Dad, when I failed in my first business venture in my senior year, you comforted me and told me that failure is the mother of success and told me not to get discouraged. Why don't you support me now? Didn't I just fail 100 million times more? And this time I really saw the opportunity. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It is such a heartbreaking thing to be misunderstood and looked down upon by your own father. Yin Jun wiped away his tears and put away his phone. Dad, I wanted to let you know why I followed Brother Liu, but you missed this opportunity. Just wait for me to take the Yin family out of the provincial capital, rush across the country, and then run away from home. You will regret it when you can't find me anywhere in the world. Woo woo woo, I feel so wronged. The third aunt came over with a bowl of rice. Young man, why haven't you eaten yet? Come and eat. Yin Juanza pretended to be blinded by the dust. He rubbed his eyes with one hand and took the bowl with the other. Thank you, ma'am. Yin Jun was really hungry, and regardless of his status as the eldest son of the Yin family, he started to eat voraciously. This rice is so delicious, Annie. If it smells good, eat more. There's still plenty. After dinner, the workers went to rest. Lu Fan was about to help clean up the dishes, but was unexpectedly stopped by Li Sitian. You take a rest. I'll go help you. Ah. Lu Fan looked at Li Sitian's shy appearance and felt a little dazed. Li Sitian washed dishes and tidied up with the aunties and sisters in the village, without any airs of a young lady. Lu Fan frowned slightly. Why does it feel like something is not right? Are you really here to trick me and play a trick on me? What people say may be lies, but the eyes cannot deceive. Li Sitian's eyes now reminded Lu Fan of how Li Sitian looked when he first met her in his sophomore year. Lu Fan looked at Li Sitian and thought of Jiang Chuyue, Shui Yalan, Zhang Min, Zhou Luoi, and others. It seemed that their gazes were different from when they were in Longdu. Is he pretending or showing off his acting skills? Or have they really turned back into their old selves? Lu Fan couldn't control his wild thoughts. But suddenly, Lu Fan laughed at himself. So what if they return to their old selves? Will I go back with them? Absolutely impossible. If their apology is truly from the heart, I can accept it. But I definitely don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Yin Jun finished his meal and was about to pass the bowl over. Suddenly, he saw Lu Fan was looking at Li Sitian. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing a smug smile. Brother Liu, are you showing your chicken feet? I knew you had a close relationship with Miss Li and Miss Jiang. Lu Fan turned around and found Yin Jun looking at him with a very wise look, which was strange. Master Yin? Ah, it's okay, I'm fine. I'm done, bring the bowl. Yin Jun handed the bowl over, then returned to Lu Fan and suddenly asked in a deep voice, Brother Liu, have you ever been misunderstood? Lu Fan was a little confused. Why do you ask? Yin Jun sighed, tilted his head angrily, and said with grievance in his voice, My father misunderstood me greatly. I must make a career this time to impress my dad. If the situation is serious, then there are also difficult problems at home? Lu Fan nodded to show his support. If your father misunderstood you, you really need to do something to impress him. Although I can't help you get close to Jiang Chuyue, Li Sitian, and the others, but I might be able to help you a little. 2 years later, policies were introduced to vigorously develop the new rural tourism industry. Yin Jun built a complex of villas in Lu Fan's hometown, which might really be bought by some bigwigs for retirement use. Yin Jun shook his head. Brother Liu, you are right, but you don't understand. My father misunderstood me so much. He called me a bad boy and a waste. My ambitions were almost extinguished by his scolding. I felt so wrong. Lu Fan was surprised to find that Yin Jun's eyes were red and he was about to cry. But why do the things Yin Jun's said make people want to laugh so much? Seeing the severity of the situation makes me cry. Lu Fan doesn't want to coax a man. Mr. Yin, it's getting dark now. Do you want to stay in the village or go to the county town? When Yin Juanja came, he originally planned to settle the engineering team and then go to the county seat of S County for food and accommodation. As a result, he saw Lee Sitian. Now, we have our meals in the village. Even though it's just a big pot of food, Yin Jun is really full. If you want to sleep, then sleep in the village. Since you have decided to hang out with Brother Liu, wherever Brother Liu sleeps, I will sleep there. Brother Liu, I came to the village to realize my lofty ambitions, not to travel here. I live in the village. Lu Fan nodded. A man doesn't mind if it's serious. But what about Lee Sitian? There is no running water in Lufan village, and people usually use well water. A young lady like Lee Sitian must take a bath every day. Although some families in the village have water heaters, the places where they take a bath are not proper bathrooms. The most important thing is that Lee Sitian may not be able to accept taking a shower in a stranger's house. In Lu Fan's opinion, Lee Sitian must return to the county town to live. But things often turn out to be unexpected. Lee Sitian did not say that she would drive Lu Fan's car back to the county town, nor did she call anyone to pick her up. When Lu Fan returned home, Lee Sitian also followed him into the yard. Chapter 48, Is He Going to Kiss Me? The crescent moon hangs in the sky. In the countryside where there is no light pollution, you can look up and see the Milky Way that looks like a jade belt. The breeze blew the moonlight, which rustled on the jujube tree, and the faint fragrance penetrated into my heart, bringing sweetness. Lu Fan stopped. Lee Sitian also stopped. Yen Jun, who had just entered the door, also stopped. Yen Jun looked at Lu Fan and Lee Sitian, and suddenly realized that he should not have come along, as he was really just a light bulb. Just when Yen Jun was about to tiptoe out, Lu Fan suddenly turned around and walked straight to Lee Sitian. Lee Sitian's heart was beating wildly. Is he going to kiss me? What do I do? I still have my first kiss. Should I reject him? The next second, Lu Fan simply turned her body around and pushed her out the door. Lu Fan, what are you doing? This is my home. Find a place to sleep. Lu Fan pushed Lee Sitian out of the yard and slammed the door. Yen Jun stood at the gate of the yard and looked at Lu Fan, his mind full of questions. Miss Lee has gone home with you, and you are pushing her out? Even if a couple is having a tantrum, they should make up after the fight, right? Something seems wrong. If Miss Lee and Brother Liu quarreled at the head of the bed and made up at the foot of the bed, then what about Miss Jiang? Blanche. So confusing. Brother Liu, you are really my brother. Lee Sitian did not leave, but knocked on the door and called Lu Fan. Lu Fan, open the door. I don't know anyone here. Where can I sleep, Wu? Lu Fan, open the door. Let Lee Sitian shout at the door for a while, and all the villagers will come to watch the fun. Lu Fan looked at Yin Juanza. How about asking this guy to send Lee Sitian to the county town and find a hotel for her to stay in? At this time, the voice of the third aunt came from outside the door. The three major families are closest to Lu Fan's home. Hey, what's going on? Lee Sitian said aggrievedly. Lu Fan kicked me out. The third aunt looked at the closed door and suddenly smiled kindly. Xiao Fan is doing this for your own good. Why are you crying? Lee Sitian blinked her big eyes. Be good to me? The third aunt smiled and explained. Girl, you may not understand our countryside. You are a young girl. If you live in another man's house, your reputation will be ruined. Xiao Fan kicked you out because he was worried that others would gossip about you behind your back. But Xiao Fan, just tell me about this kind of thing and I'll make the arrangements. I won't let you suffer any injustice. He's also a straight-headed guy. Girl, let's go and live at the third aunt's house. After hearing what third aunt said, Lee Sitian's mood suddenly improved. So Lu Fan is thinking about me? Very nice. I almost misunderstood him again. By the way, he also asked Yen Jun to bring me food in the evening. Annie is right. Lu Fan is a stupid straight man who just can't express himself. Yes, third Annie. Thank you. Sweet, her smile is sweet. In the yard, Lu Fan slapped his forehead. Have to. Third aunt. You have caused Miss Lee to misunderstand you again. Yen Jun walked up to Lu Fan and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Lu, I admire and respect you for your loyalty and loyalty. But when it comes to relationships, you really need to listen to my lectures. Lu Fan, do you have a girlfriend? Yin Juanza, no. The front tried to catch up, but the plan failed. Lu Fan, what the hell are you talking about? And it's not what you think. You sleep in the side room. Lu Fan yawned and walked towards the main house. Boom, 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 tilde. There was another knock on the door. Xiao Fan, it's me. Let me stay with you. Brother Gongzi? Lu Fan opened the gate, and Lu Jinggang walked into the yard carrying his bedding. Brother Gongzi, what are you doing? Lu Jinggang. My mother took your boyfriend to my house to sleep with her, saying that it's not good to have a man at home. My father and I were kicked out. We are not a couple. Brother Gongzi, stop talking nonsense with third aunt. Lu Fan looked outside the door. Where's the third master? My dad went to sleep in the tin house. He said that they will install air conditioning in the tin house tomorrow, so he went there early to grab a bed. Lu Fan. All right. Brother Gongzi, you sleep in the side room. Master Yin, please sleep in the small room on the east side. Yin Jun looked at the dark room and shuddered. Well, I'm afraid that Brother Gang will be scared at night, so I'll just sleep in the same room with Brother Gang. The next morning, as soon as Lu Fan opened the door, he saw Li Sitian. Lu Fan, it's time for breakfast. Call me Mr. Lu. Li Sitian didn't wear any makeup today, and her bare face made her look even more pure. The sweet smile on her face was as beautiful as a morning flower blooming in the morning dew. However, there were several black streaks from smoke on her pretty face. You made these? Li Sitian nudda prudly. Yeah, I did it with third aunt. Lu Fan felt weird. This kind of Li Sitian seems a little different. Thanks. Well, you're welcome. Just eat. Li Sitian put her hands behind her back and drew circles on the ground with her toes, like a little girl. Lu Fan nodded, fetched some water from the well, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. The breakfast that Li Sitian brought was actually very simple. Soy milk. This is not soy milk made with a machine, but pounded with a stone pestle in the village. The taste is very different from that made with a machine. The dry food includes scallion pancakes, sugar triangles, and steamed buns. A construction team came to the village, and the aunts and sisters started steaming food early. Lu Fan wanted to ask Li Sitian if she had eaten, but he was worried that Li Sitian would overthink it, so he just started eating. Lu Fan with her phone and sent it to the group of 7 sisters with the caption. The breakfast that Lu Fan had today was made by me and my third aunt. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The small group that was originally silent early in the morning suddenly became lively. Jiang Qiuyue. Is it true? Zhao Tingting. Sitian. Has Lu Fan forgiven you? Wang Xiaojing. Sitian, where are you? Shui Yalan. She went back to her hometown with Lu Fan. I saw it with my own eyes. I am so angry. Jiang Qiuyue, Wang Xiaojing, Zhao Tingting. Zhang Min. Sitian, did you stay at Lu Fan's house yesterday? Zhou. I want to go too. Li Sitian didn't know why, but she felt very happy. Luo, aren't you applying to be an actor? Aren't you going to film a movie? I am Lu Fan as secretary now. I will take good care of Lu Fan. Jiang Qiuyue, Wang Xiaojing, Zhao Tingting, Shui Yalan. Li Sitian, you can't/crazy. Li Sitian felt as happy as if she had won a battle. She turned her back, made a yet gesture, and took another photo. In the photo, she is smiling and Lu Fan is eating. With the stone yard and falling jujube flowers, it looks like an unreal beautiful painting. After sending it to the group, one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The news keeps ringing. Li Sitian couldn't help laughing. Lu Fan looked up. What are you doing? Li Sitian quickly put away her phone and stood still. Nothing. Lu Jinggang and Yin Jun also got up. After washing up and eating, Yin Jun started to make phone calls. Hello? This is Yin Junza. Go order 50 air conditioners and 10 independent shower rooms for me right now. Don't say. Yin Jun stood in the morning sun, looking like he was ready to do something big. Everything is almost arranged for today, so we can start cleaning the river beach. Once the work officially starts, Lu Fan can return to the provincial capital. The assistant sent a lot of documents, and there are many things waiting for Lu Fan to deal with when he returns. Ultimately, the village projects still have to rely on Lu Fan as financial support. But when I think about going back, he has to face the difficult Shui Yalan again. Zhang Min and Zhou Luoyi in the company. Lu Fan was overwhelmed. When can I have some peace and quiet to do what I want to do? Provincial capital. In Lu Fan's company, Lu Qianjian knocked on the door of Lu Fan's assistant office. Enter. Sister Liang, the boss hasn't come back yet? Lu Fan's assistant is Liang Rui, who is in her 30s, and everyone calls her Sister Liang. CC, what do you want to do with the boss? You can tell me and I'll tell the boss. It's okay, Sister Liang. You go ahead and do your work. Lu Qianjian smiled politely, turned around, and left. Sister Liang looked at Lu Qianqian's back as she left. Quite curious. I always feel that the hidden temperament of Lu Qianqian is very similar to that of Zhang Min and Zhou Luoi, but she is also deeper than Zhang Min and Zhou Luoi. Chapter 49 Zhang Min's script. Bang bang bang. Ta-da! Construction on the river beach has officially begun. The river beach full of weeds and rocks needs to be cleaned first. The sound of machinery and stones colliding echoed on the river beach. The uncles and aunts in the village became contract workers for Yan's group. It is basically impossible for migrant workers to have contracts, but they are Lu Fan's uncles, so they must be treated differently if the situation is strict. The once lifeless Zaya village, which was developing rapidly, has suddenly come alive again. The roar of machinery on the riverbank, the workers' shouts of communication, the laughter of the aunties and aunties who help cook and chat, echoing in the valley. A high-pitched song of cooperation between workers and peasants was played. Lu Jiangang was running on the riverbank wearing a safety helmet. The village chief was holding his pipe, looking at the riverbank with a smile. There seems to be a bright future in that faint dust. In the afternoon, trucks drove into the village. In case of severe situation, the air conditioners, separate shower rooms, rice, flour, vegetables, and other supplies ordered have all arrived. Everyone started helping to unload the goods, and professionals began to install air conditioners and assemble independent shower sheds. The place to live is settled. No more worries about food. The main task now is to clear the river beach. Once the design drawings of the dam and bridge are completed, we can start building the dam in earnest. Lu Fan watched the village for another 3 days. Afterwards, he decided to let Lu Jiangang stay and keep an eye on the situation while he went back to the provincial capital to handle company matters. Brother Gongzi, have people from other villages come looking for work these days? Brother Gongzi nodded, with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. There are many marriages between our village and neighboring villages, and many of them are relatives. It is really hard to refuse. The village projects will rely on Lu Jiangang to help oversee them most of the time. There are some things Lu Fan must say to Lu Jiangang. Brother Gongzi, I have no objection to you asking relatives and friends to do the work. But you must remember that no matter if it's relatives, friends, or anyone else, you can't be lazy. We pay a sufficient salary. No matter who it is, if they are lazy, they will be fired. Lu Jiangang nodded. Don't worry, Xiao Fan. I understand. Brother Gongzi, I will be going back to the provincial capital soon. I will leave the affairs of the village to you. Please bear with me. If there's a problem you can't handle, call me. Xiao Fan, why are you being so polite to me? What do you mean by hard work or no hard work? Besides, I earn 100,000 yuan a month, and I take care of the family. What kind of hard work can I endure? Huh? Lu Fan took Li Sitian back to the provincial capital. Yan Jun also left with Lu Fan. Lu Fan left Lu Jiangang to keep an eye on the village affairs, and Yan Jun also left someone to accompany Lu Jiangang. In a sense, this Yan Jun is definitely not that brainless rich second generation. Leave the village in the morning. We arrived at the provincial capital at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Lu Fan did not return to his residence, but went directly to the company. Boss, you're back. Assistant Sister Liang was ready to pour water, as usual. Let me do it. Li Sitian happily went to pour water for Lu Fan. Sister Liang won't ask too much about the boss's private affairs. Boss, I interviewed more than 10 people during the days you were away. I have left contact information for those who seem good. I'll print out their information for you later. Lu Fan nodded. How's the shooting progress of the third short drama? Is everything going well? Sister Liang nodded. It went very smoothly, but Sisai asked me if you were back. I wonder if something happened. Lu Cc is looking for me? That different girl. Has she found a suitable job and is she ready to leave? Speaking of which, Lu Qianqian is beautiful, has good temperament, and has good acting skills. She is the face of Lu Fan's short dramas. Many comments were directed at Lu Qianqian. Lu Fan really didn't want Lu Qianqian to resign. However, everyone has their own aspirations. If someone has a better option, Lu Fan will not do anything disgusting like blocking the contract. Okay, when she comes back later, let her come find me. Okay. Sister Liang suddenly thought of the editorial department again. Boss, the editorial department has handed in some more script outlines. I'll send them to your office later. Okay. Li Sitian brought some water, and Lu Fan took it and went back to the office. Li Sitian did not go in with them. She wanted to find Zhang Min to share the happy time she had with Lu Fan in her hometown. Even though Zhang Min might not be happy after hearing this. Zhou Luoi is not here. He has gone out to try to film. Sitian, you're back? Why did you follow Lu Fan back to his hometown? Nothing happened to you, did it? Li Sitian deliberately kept things a secret. I've been staying in my hometown with Lu Fan for several days. Jingjing, what do you think? The smile on Zhang Min's face turned bitter, and she didn't know what was bothering her. Li Sitian laughed and said, "You were lying. I live in a third aunt's house. I'm just a secretary for Lu Fan, not that kind of secretary. But Lu Fan is no longer so cold to me. He was worried that I was hungry, so he asked someone to bring me food. For my reputation, he let me live at the home of my third aunt. I believe it won't be long before Lu Fan forgives me." Li Si is sweet and happy. Zhang Min felt bitter. However, Zhang Min was not really writing short play scripts in the editorial department. She applied for the position of editor with her own plans. In the office, Lu Fan first looked at the people that Sister Liang had interviewed in the past few days. Some of them had academic qualifications, some had experience, and some had no academic qualifications and no experience, but Sister Liang marked them as special cases. This is what Lu Fan specifically told Sister Liang. The purpose is to give opportunities to those who are blocked by academic qualifications and experience, but who come across as down-to-earth and talented. Everyone can be called in tomorrow for the final round of interviews. After passing Lu Fan's interview, you can start your internship. After Lu Fan put the applicant's information aside, I opened the script outline submitted by the editorial department, turning down one by one, not particularly attractive. When he turned to the last page, Lu Fan saw the author's name, Zhang Min. Speaking of Zhang Min, in fact, she is the eldest lady that Lu Fan feels the most special. Although Zhang Min is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, she is a poor girl. She had been deprived of fatherly love since childhood. If it weren't for her grandparents who loved her, she really didn't know how she would have survived in the Zhang family. Lu Fan's special feeling towards Zhang Min may be pity. Let's take a look at Zhang Min's script. I wonder what kind of skit script this young lady can write. Lu Fan opened the first sign page. What caught my eye was the title of Zhang Min's short play script outline. 7 young ladies regretted and cried after being hurt and left. Chapter 50. Lu Fan, am I good looking? Haha. Is this a script specially prepared for me? Lu Fan took a sip of water and looked at it casually. That year, the 7 of us sisters went on a self-driving tour and saved an old man. It was fate that brought us together with him. Judging from the outline of the short play alone, Zhang Min's opening is acceptable. But Lu Fan wanted to see what Zhang Min could write. In order to repay his grandfather, he was always available to us since his sophomore year. We had an extra book boy, bodyguard, and bag carrier. We thought it was fun at the time. He was very young and shy, and we wanted to play a trick on him, but we didn't have any bad intentions at the time. We just thought it was fun and seemed to be disrespecting him. After graduation, we took over the family company and worked hard for our own dreams. He helped us a lot. We lived with him, ate together, and worked together. It would be great if it could continue like that. We started to attend banquets frequently. When some people knew about his existence, they were just curious at first, but later they slowly started to say bad things about him in our ears. We were lost in the decadence and debauchery, and were influenced. We changed. We began to doubt him. Even though he simply cared about us, we doubted his motives. We began to assume the worst of him, spoke ill of him, insulted him, humiliated him, and trampled on his dignity. We made a big mistake. After we scolded him and he left, we still assumed the worst of him until we slowly realized that something was wrong. Xiao Jing and I found the phone I dropped on the ground and saw the truth in it. He was not peeking at Yalin's phone, but was protecting Yalin. He didn't intend to spy on me. He was just worried that I would be frightened by the thunder. He has never changed. His purpose is very simple, just to repay his grandfather, but we misunderstood him so much and hurt him so much. After we 7 sisters learned the truth, we were filled with remorse and were determined to find him, apologize to him, and ask for his forgiveness. But we hurt him too deeply, and he didn't give us a chance. We don't know what to do. We can only try our best to atone for our sins, hoping that one day we can get his forgiveness. We have moved back to the place where we lived with him. Hopefully, we can go back to the way we were before. Turning to the last picture, I saw that it was covered with the mobile phone that Lu Fan had used before. This is not a script outline. This is Zhang Min's confession. There is regret everywhere between the lines. But Lu Fan didn't feel anything special. But there is one important piece of information. Zhang Min and Wang Xiaojing found the cell phone that was broken that day. If they really see the messages in the mobile phone, they may discover the truth and come to their senses. The colorful world is fascinating. Wang Xiaojing and the others are not bad people by nature. If they were, they would not have saved Grandpa. They just lost themselves in the glamour of life. The changes in expressions of Jiang Qiuyue, Shui Yalan, Li Sitian, and Zhang Min over the past period of time, as well as the confession written by Zhang Min and the mobile phone evidence. Lu Fan can basically conclude that it is very likely that the 7 young ladies, including Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Min, have come to their senses. But the same thing applies. Even if they really came to their senses and came to apologize to Lu Fan would not go back with them. The memories of the previous life were still vivid. Even if he lived again, Lu Fan would often dream about the scenes in his previous life where his dignity was trampled upon and humiliated by them. Besides, we are not from the same world. But in a sense, in this life, Lu Fan left. Something happened that made Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, and the others suddenly realize their mistake. It prevents them from continuing down the wrong path. This is equivalent to saving their second half of life in disguise. The last life was settled. This life means we are even, right? Lu Fan closed Zhang Min's confession, walked to the window, and looked at the sparrows jumping around in the tree downstairs. Suddenly, I remembered a poem by Wang Angshi. I come to say farewell to you in a small boat tonight, and from now on, life and death will go our separate ways. Wang Angshi's poem was a farewell to his daughter, who died young. Now, Lu Fan wants to make things clear with Wang Xiaojing and the other 7 young ladies, and they should go their separate ways and not bother each other anymore. Lu Fan left the office and went to the editorial department. Li Sitian thought Lu Fan was here to catch her slacking off, so she quickly pretended to ask Zhang Min about her work situation. Your idea is good. I think you can write it out and let Mr. Lu review it. Zhang Min didn't reply to Li Sitian. She looked up at Lu Fan, her heart pounding. Did he read what I wrote? Will he believe what I wrote? Quietly, please contact Xiaojing and the others. Let's find some time to have dinner together. He read what I wrote. He believed me. Zhang Min smiled happily. Even the teardrop mole under her eyes smiled. Yeah, I'll tell you after I contact them. Although Jiang Qiuyue, Shui Yalan, Zhang Min, Li Sitian, and Zhou Luoi are all in the provincial capital. But Wang Xiaojing had to go back to Longdu because of an urgent matter at the company. Zhao Tingting also returned to Longdu because of an emergency at home. Zhang Min had to contact Wang Xiaojing and Zhao Tingting, tell them the good news, and ask them to come to the provincial capital. After Lu Fan finished talking to Zhang Min, he went back to the office to look at the backstage data of the skit. The first short play still makes tens of thousands of dollars a day, and the second short play now makes 6 figures a day. Sometimes it's big, sometimes it's small. Just the second short play has earned Lu Fan 6 million. At this rate, by the end of this month, it will surely exceed 10 million. The third short drama is almost finished. Once the third short drama is finished, we will open more. Now that there are more and more peers, it won't be long before short dramas become free on a large scale. Although there is money to be made for free, it is nothing compared to now. We have to take advantage of the moment to ride the waves and make the most of them before the crests of the waves return to the sea. It's almost time to get off work. Master Lu and his team, who were out filming, are back. Boss, you're back. Boss, I feel like we haven't seen each other for years. That's like missing you for 3 years. Master Lu, Xiaowei, Lily, and others, as old employees, were very happy to see Lu Fan. Zhou Luo was also very happy to see Lu Fan. She walked around in front of Lu Fan in her performance dress. Lu Fan, do I look good? Lu Fan nodded. Nice. Lu Fan has already concluded that Zhou Luoi came to apologize sincerely. In Lu Fan's view, whether it is Zhou Luoi or Wang Xiaojing, they are just people he knows. All feelings have been cut off. After all 7 young ladies have arrived, they will have a meal together, talk things out, and then go their separate ways, live happily, and not bother each other anymore. It's nothing to praise it now, especially the truth. She is indeed very beautiful. Zhou Luoi covered his mouth in disbelief, very surprised. I called him Lu Fan, and he didn't correct me. And he didn't ignore me. He even said I was pretty. I thought he would still ignore me. What's going on? What happened? Zhou Luoi looked at Li Sitian for an answer. Zhang Min has already explained it to Li Sitian according to her understanding. Li Sitian approached Zhou Luoi and explained to him in a low voice. They all thought that Lu Fan was moved by their sincerity and was going to give them a chance to apologize. Zhou Luoi's face was like a blooming flower, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes away. Lu Qianqian, who always had a gentle smile on her face, saw this scene. He looked at Lu Fan. I looked at Li Sitian and Zhou Luoi. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Suddenly Lu Fan called her. Cici, you were looking for me before? What's up? I. Come to my office and talk. Lu Fan felt that Lu Qianqian was not an ordinary girl and might want to resign and return to the family group. Chapter 51. Shui Yalan only plays big. Boss, I'm fine. Nothing. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a little curious. There's nothing wrong. Why would he go to Liang Rui to ask if he has returned? Is it possible that this girl with a special temperament is too embarrassed to ask for her resignation? Cici, did you just graduate? Lu Qianqian nodded. What's your major? Foreign languages or something like that. Oh, are you planning to go abroad? Lu Qianqian neither shook her head nor nodded, but looked at Lu Fan with her captivating eyes. My family wanted me to go abroad, and I had originally planned to go abroad. But I don't want to go abroad now. Lu Fan didn't think much about it, but just realized that if he continued to ask, it would be about Lu Qianqian's family affairs. Lu Fan didn't want to pry into other people's privacy, so he paused. Listen to your family's opinions. You have to think about it yourself. Whether you decide to go abroad or want to find a job that matches your major, you can tell me directly. After all, I don't know how to shoot foreign skits, which is different from your major. Lu Fan said with a smile, easing the atmosphere. Yeah, I'll think about it. Thank you, boss. Lu Fan nodded. Usually by this time, the employees would go out. But Lu Qianqian didn't. Anything else? Lu Qianqian glanced at Li Sitian and Zhou Luoi, who were chatting and laughing outside the office, took a deep breath, and asked courageously, Boss, what is your relationship with Luo, Yi, and the others? Huh? I thought only Xiao Wei and Lily would gossip. Lu Qianqian's cheeks turned slightly red, and she said embarrassedly, I'm a girl too, and girls are a little curious. Naturally, Lu Fan couldn't say anything to Lu Qianqian. In the final analysis, Lu Fan only guessed that Lu Cici's family might not be ordinary, and he didn't know Lu Cici, so there was really no need to say anything more. Ask less about gossip and learn more about culture. Lu Fan pointed to the clock on the wall. It's time to get off work. If you don't leave, I won't give you overtime pay. Although Lu Qianqian did not pester her, but the look in her eyes when she left did not give up. Lu Fan shook his head without thinking much about it. Maybe eating melons is a girl's nature. Employees left work one after another. See you tomorrow, boss. Good night, boss. Lily, why are you saying good night to your boss? It's not even dark yet. You care about me, I love to talk. Lily, do you have any fantasies about your boss? I'm not, don't talk nonsense. After all the employees left, Lu Fan finished reading the complete script of My Classmate Told Me the Secret About My Wife, closed his computer, and prepared to go home. Boss Lu, I'll take you home. When Li Sitian saw Lu Fan coming out, she hurriedly ran out of Shui Yalan's company opposite. No, you guys chat. No, I'm your secretary, and I want to take you home. As Li Sitian spoke, she proudly stuck out her tongue at Shui Yalan, which was a bit provocative and a bit playful and cute. What surprised Lu Fan was that Shui Yalan didn't react at all. After returning from her hometown this time, Shui Yalan did not bother him. But why do I feel like that overbearing young lady Shui Yalan is holding it in? Li Sitian drove Lu Fan back to his residence. Lu Fan currently lives in a rented apartment in a residential building in a residential area, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The owner of the house was working out of town, so he had to pay the mortgage and left the house empty, so Alexander decided to rent it out. However, the owner does not rent out the master bedroom, only the 2nd bedroom. The kitchen, bathroom, and other places can be used freely as long as there is no serious damage. After Lu Fan returned to his residence, he steamed rice and prepared to stir-fry 2 dishes. Through the kitchen window, Lu Fan saw other families downstairs, some in pairs, some with their children, talking and laughing as a family, and he was very envious. Speaking of which, Lu Fan is a little lonely now. There was no one to talk to when I got home. The words of the third and echoed. After I have explained everything to Wang Xiaojing and the others and send them off, it's time to find someone to sleep with. I just don't know when fate will arrive. Click. Lu Fan, who was cutting vegetables, heard the sound of a door opening. The landlord is back? Why didn't I say hello? Well, it seems like I don't need to say hello to them. Lu Fan put down the knife, washed his hands, and prepared to go to the living room to greet the landlord. But when Lu Fan saw the person entering the room, He was dumbfounded. Shui Yalan. How? How do you have the key? Shui Yalan swung the key in a circle with her green jade fingers, pouted, and said proudly, I like this apartment, so I could just buy it, right? But don't worry, I won't chase you away. You can sleep in the second bedroom, and I'll sleep in the master bedroom. The crows flew by. Lu Fan was speechless for a while. I knew that Shui Yalan, this arrogant young lady, was playing big. Yalan, listen to me. You really don't need to. You call me Yalan? Lu Fan, you haven't called me Yalan for a long time. Sitian will be your secretary, and from today on, I will be your nanny. I'll go cook for you. Just sit down. Shui Yalan really ran to the kitchen. But if Lu Fan remembered correctly, this young lady didn't know how to cook, and she couldn't even turn on the fire in the kitchen. Don't fucking blow up the kitchen. Lu Fan quickly followed into the kitchen. Put down the knife. You don't have to hold it so high to cut the vegetables. Let me do it. Among the 7 young ladies, including Wang Shiyin, Shui Yalan, and Zhang Min, Lu Fan is most worried about Shui Yalan. Lu Fan is now basically certain that Wang Xiaojing and others really want to apologize to him. Lu Fan felt that after he had explained things clearly to Wang Xiaojing and the others, he could basically let Wang Xiaojing and the others let it go and live their own lives. Only Shui Yalan. Lu Fan was a little worried. It is very likely that Shui Yalan will continue to pester Lu Fan even after Lu Fan earnestly tells her that he accepts her apology and hopes that they will not disturb each other and live their own lives. Based on Lu Fan's understanding of Shui Yalan, what Shui Yalan might want is for Lu Fan to return to Longdu, continue to be by her side, and be available at her call at any time. Although she would no longer speak badly to Lu Fan, she would even be very nice to him. But Lu Fan still had the bad memories of his previous life in his heart, and he didn't want to have anything to do with the 7 young ladies. Besides, Lu Fan also had things he wanted to do, so he would definitely not return to Longdu. While cutting vegetables, Lu Fan tried to communicate with Shui Yalan. Mr. Shui. Jing, did Mr. Zhang tell you? Shui Yalan nodded. Yes, she said you'd treat us to dinner. Lu Fan, you finally give us a chance. I'm sorry for what I said to you and what I did in the past. I will definitely do many, many things to atone for you. Forehead. Mr. Shui, it's not necessary. We have talked it out and let it go. We should each work hard for our own dreams and not disturb each other. We just need to be well. How can that be? I hurt you. I must apologize. I must atone for my sins. Shui Yalan looked serious and stubborn. It gave Lu Fan a headache. Wang Xiaojing is the eldest of the 7 sisters. I hope to invite the 7 of them to have dinner together later, and Wang Xiaojing can help persuade Shui Yalan. Chapter 52. Strictness leads to scolding. That night, Lu Fan not only locked the door from the inside, but also propped it up with a cabinet. Shui Yalan, the unruly and willful eldest daughter, said so seriously that she wanted to do something to atone for her sins. Lu Fan was worried that she would sneak into his bed at night. It's not that Lu Fan didn't feel anything when he saw the beautiful woman, but Lu Fan really didn't want to have any unclear emotional debt with Shui Yalan. When Lu Fan pushed the door open from the inside and lay down on the bed, inside the Yin family mansion, Yin Shuolin threw a stack of documents onto the table. Evil boy, I'm not going to lose my temper with you. I'm going to talk to you in a serious way. You better listen carefully. Are you trying to get in touch with the Li and Jiang families in Longdu by currying favor with that Lu? Do you think that Miss Jiang, Miss Wang, and Miss Li came so far to find Lu Fan because they like Lu Fan and love Lu Fan? Yan Jun stared at his father in disbelief. His open mouth showed his surprise. Snort! Yan Shuolin snorted in disappointment and tapped the documents on the table. Look at these, take a good look at these. Yan Jun was a little shocked. Muna walked to the table, picked up the document, and started reading. The more serious he looked, the more surprised he became, and his eyes widened. Dad, is this all true? Yin Shuolin naturally couldn't just let Yin Jun's a mess around and do nothing, so he sent people to investigate. After finding out that Lu Fan was the key figure, he followed the clues and found Jiang Chiyue and the others, and found Longdu. Yin Shuolin was not from Longdu after all. He relied on his only personal connections and spent some money to investigate the wealthy circles in Longdu and got some information. In the past 2 or 3 years, Lu Fan was teased and played around by Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Chiyue, Li Sitian, and Shui Yalan like a clown. Yin Shuolin came to a conclusion. Lu Fan is just a toy of the 7 young ladies of Longdu. For some unknown reason a few days ago, Yin Shuolin couldn't find out the details, but he guessed that Lu Fan might have left Longdu because he couldn't bear the humiliation. Then the seventh young lady chased him to the provincial capital. It seems that the seventh miss really wants Lu Fan to go back. But according to the information Yin Shuolin received, the seven young ladies had played a similar scenario several times. They apologized to Lu Fan and were nice to him. After Lu Fan believed them, they showed their true colors and laughed at and humiliated Lu Fan with their friends in the upper class. In Yin Shuolin's view, Lu Fan to the provincial capital and wanted him to go back, but it was just a game. Finally, when Lu Fan was tricked and returned to Longdu, what awaited him was an ultimate explosion, ridicule, and humiliation. You bastard, you haven't even found out who the other party is, and you're just throwing money at them? How can I trust you to hand over the group to you? I'll give you one day. Tomorrow, you go to that damn little mountain village and bring back all the personnel and supplies. Yin Juan's mother came down from the second floor. But this time, my mother did not side with Yin Juan's. Xiaozhe, you should investigate it carefully first. That guy named Lu is just a toy of those young ladies in Longdu. You hope to curry favor with him and establish a relationship with the seven major families in Longdu. In the end, you will be laughed at. Yin Jun's mind flashed back to Jiang Chue's tearful look when she saw Lu Fan, and the look Li Sitian gave Lu Fan when they were in Xia village. Although Yin Jun is a playboy and has never had true love, he feels that the way Jiang Chueyue and Li Sitian look at Lu Fan is what he imagines true love to be. Mom, listen to me. I think the information my dad found might be wrong. Yin Shuolin was furious, slapped the table, and stood up. Is the information I found wrong? Go to Longdu and ask around and see who doesn't know that Lu Fan is the toy of the seven young ladies. Dad, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. Yin Shuolin. Duh. You bastard. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I will fuck you and create another account. Yin Jun was surprised. Ah. What? Didn't you understand? Do you think your father doesn't understand the dirty talk of you young people? Tomorrow, one day. Withdraw, everyone. If you challenge my patience again, don't blame me for being a jerk. Get out of here. I don't want to see you now. When you can bring all the people and supplies back to me, come see me. Yanjun has his own small villa. After being scolded, he left the Yin family villa in disgrace. On the way back to the villa in the car, Yanjun suddenly thought of something. Lu along with those people at the Dragon Capital banquet. Is what Lao Yin said really true? Fuck it. Wouldn't that be a huge disgrace to me? But that's not right. Back then at Qingyuan Hotel, when Miss Jiang saw Brother Lu, the look in her eyes was just like seeing a lover she had lost contact with for a long time. And after Miss Jiang knew that I wanted to drive Brother Lu out of Changxi Anjiai's private room, if killing people was not against the law, she would definitely have the people around her beat me to death. And the way Miss Li looks at Brother Lu is as sweet as a girlfriend. According to what Old Yin said, they were all acting to deceive Brother Lu. So how good must their acting skills be? They would have to have deceived themselves to have that kind of look. Although I have only been in Xia village for a few days, I can't explain the feeling that Brother Lu gave me. It's probably like a golden fish that is not in the pond. Lu like that be a toy for Miss Jiang and the others. Zhao, I feel like I need to grow a brain. That's right. Last time, Miss Jiang asked me to give my full support to Brother Lu. Tomorrow, I can use this as an excuse to meet Miss Jiang and test her attitude. Miss Jiang, you don't have to act with me, right? As smart as I am, if I observe carefully, I will definitely be able to tell whether Miss Jiang is acting or she is really feeling it. Chirp. The sparrow that landed on the windowsill woke Lu Fan up. After Lu Fan got up and washed, he went to the snack street to have some breakfast and then went to the company. It seemed that Shui Yalin no longer bothered Lu Fan because she had become his landlord. It means that the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. This morning we will interview the candidate who has already been interviewed by Sister Liang. I also need to look at a few more short play outlines so that the editorial department can hurry up and write the scripts. There are still many things to do. Lu Fan arrived at the company early. It was almost 9 o'clock when Li Sitian, Zhang Min, and Zhou Luoi hurried into the company. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I overslept and didn't pick you up this morning. Lu Fan nodded, indicating that it was okay. Zhang Min, have you contacted Shi? Mr. Wang? Zhang Min nodded. Sister Shi Yin and Tingting will be here in the morning. If you have time, we can have lunch together at noon. Noon, then. Make things clear sooner. End it sooner. And feel relieved sooner. Normal work in the morning. Lu Fan went through the people that Sister Liang had interviewed before again. I have to say that Sister Liang is quite professional. Anyone who remains can use it. After interviewing the candidates, Lu Fan looked at the short play outline submitted by the editorial department again, selected 3, and asked the editorial department to write them into complete scripts. After finishing all this, it was almost 12 o'clock. Zhang Min knocked on the office door. Enter. Lu Fan, I told Shiyin and the others that she said she would arrange lunch and let us all go to Qingyuan Hotel. Lu Fan nodded. Okay, it's almost time for dinner, let's go. On the other side, Yin Jun drove to Qiuxiang Hotel, and after learning that Jiang Chuyue had gone to Qingyuan Hotel, he drove to Qingyuan Hotel. Chapter 53, Forgiveness? Just an excuse to get out of here. When Lu Fan, Zhang Min, Zhou Luoi, and Li Sitian arrived at Qingyuan Hotel, they saw Jiang Chuyue, Wang Xiaojing, Zhao Tingting, and Shui Yalan had already arrived. Jiang Chuyue, Wang Xiaojing, and the others were all wearing the clothes they wore when they first met Lu Fan. Memories came flooding back, and Lu Fan was distracted for a moment. Sister Xiaojing, Chuyue, Tingting Yang, why are you dressed like this? The clothes we wore when we first met Grandpa Lu Fan after we saved him. Oh, you guys are so scheming. Zhou Luo was furious. Shui Yalan was not willing to be outdone. Then you 3 are not scheming if you go to work at Lu Fan's company without saying anything? Humph. 2 people bickering. Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Chuyue, and Zhang Min were all smiling. The sunlight that filtered through the leaves and fell on them sparkled like gems dropped from the Milky Way. Lu Fan looked at Zhou Luoi, Shui Yalan, and the others who were jealous and bickering with each other, and scenes from college and when he first arrived in Longdu flashed through his mind. But that love has become a memory. The memories were completely washed away by the shameful experience that followed. Lu Fan, I've already arranged the Changxiangi private room you like. Jiang Chuyue was wearing the sportswear she had worn when she first met Lu Fan after saving his grandfather during a road trip. But even a simple sportswear can outline Jiang Chuyue's perfect figure. Jiang Chuyue is a person who seldom smiles, or in the words of the general public, she is aloof. But now, she looked at Lu Fan with a smile, her tenderness mixed with a hint of caution, as if she was afraid that Lu Fan would push her away again. Lu Fan nodded. Let's go. Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Chuyue, Shui Yalan, Zhang Min, and other 7 young ladies surrounded Lu Fan. Like 7 stars surrounding the moon, we entered the Qingyuan Hotel. This scene was seen by Yin Jun, who had just arrived. Fuck, isn't Brother Lu too happy? According to Old Yin, Miss Wang and Miss Jiang are acting to trick Brother Lu into returning to Longdu. It looks like Brother Lu is about to be fooled. Yin Jun hid behind a tree, not looking like a young master at all, but more like a peeping man. But something's not right. Just now, the way Miss Jiang, Miss Li, and Miss Wang looked at Brother Lu was exactly like they were looking at someone they admired. If they were acting, they would definitely show their chicken feet at some point, right? Fuck, why do I feel like I'm a detective? How exciting. Yin Jun couldn't enter Qingyuan Hotel and could only wait outside. Lu Fan, Wang Xiaojing, Shui Yalan, Zhang Min, Jiang Chuyue, and others arrived at the Chengxiangi private room. Li Sitian and Shui Yalan competed to pull a chair for Lu Fan and pour water. Zhou Luoi and Zhao Tingting were not willing to be outdone, and they also came up to Lu Fan and wanted to give him a back and shoulder massage. Wang Xiaojing and Jiang Chuyue looked at the 4 sisters fighting and recalled the scene when they fought for Lu Fan, and a nostalgic smile appeared on their faces. But Lu Fan was not here to enjoy himself. Stop. I think I should make some things clear. Wang Xiaojing and the others saw that Lu Fan looked serious, so they all sat down obediently. Wang Xiaojing, Lu Fan, we were wrong before. We did a lot of things that were excessive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Zhang Min, Shui Yalan, and others all bowed their heads and sincerely apologized to Lu Fan. After that, they looked up, thinking that Lu Fan would smile and let it go. But it didn't. In the previous life, after the incident of beating Shirley in the underground parking lot, their actions became more and more excessive and could even be said to be psychologically abnormal. The words they said and the things they did and the harm they caused to Lu Fan made Lu Fan not want to think about them again, even if he lived his whole life again. Now that they realize their mistakes and apologize in this life, can they really be forgiven? Lu Fan couldn't do it. Wang Xiaojing now, just to make things clear. He told them verbally that he accepted their apology and asked Wang Xiaojing and the others to stay away and not to disturb them again. Lu Fan also thought about revenge. But Lu Fan is a complicated person. On the one hand, he could not forgive Wang Xiaojing and the other 7 young ladies for humiliating him, But on the other hand, he considered that no matter what, Wang Xiaojing and the others had saved his grandfather. You don't have to like Lu Fan. But Lu Fan is a living person with complex emotions. He couldn't completely ignore their gratitude for saving his grandfather's life and let them bleed to death one by one. Chirp, chirp. A sparrow flew to the windowsill and looked at the people in the room without any fear. Lu Fan recalled the scene of his grandfather feeding sparrows, and the sparrows were not afraid of him at all. I also remembered the scene where my grandfather knelt down to thank Wang Xiaojing and others for saving his life. The older generation really repays a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude, and some are even so loyal that they unconditionally work like slaves to their saviors. If I really take revenge and make them bleed within 3 steps, can Grandpa rest in peace? Chirp the sparrow that landed on the windowsill chirped twice and flew away. Lu Fan pulled back his thoughts. Let's cut it off and never see each other again. I've read the confession written by Zhang Min. Lu Fan took out his cell phone from his pocket and put it on the table. You should have all read the messages on your phone. I believe you are really here to apologize to me. I accept your apology. Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Qiuyue, and Zhang Min showed happy smiles on their faces, and Shui Yalan jumped up excitedly. Yeah, Lu Fan. When are we going back to Longdu? Lu Fan shook his head. I accept your apology. But I won't go back to Longdu with you. You have your wishes, and I have things I want to do. I hope that we can say goodbye now, go our separate ways, and never see each other again. The smiles on Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Qiuyue, and Zhang Min's faces slowly disappeared. He wants to completely draw a line between himself and us? He's not going back with us? Will we never be able to go back to the way it was before? Why? Why does my heart hurt? Shui Yalan was stunned for a few seconds. Her eyes turned red, and she shook her head and said, No, no. Lu Fan, you must still be angry, and you were just saying those words in anger. I apologize to you. You can do whatever you want me to do. Lu Fan, we can go back to the way we were before, right? Lu Fan shook his head and didn't say anything to Shui Yalan. Instead, he looked at the rational Wang Xiaojing. A broken mirror cannot be mended. Even if you glue them together, you can't take a photo of a complete face. Although Lu Fan only said 2 short sentences. But Lu Fan's cold eyes made Wang Xiaojing feel Lu Fan's determination. My heart felt like someone was grabbing it. Wang Xiaojing's eyes turned red and tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She knows. Lu Fan really didn't want to see them again. She knows. If they continue to pester Lu Fan like this, Lu Fan will only hate them more and more. Very sad, very sad. But suddenly, Wang Xiaojing also felt a little angry. She is the eldest daughter of the Wang family, and she is proud. She and Shui Yalan came to Lu Fan to apologize so sincerely, but Lu Fan still didn't want to go back with them. Can't they live without Lu Fan? The earth can continue to rotate without anyone. Complex emotions collided in Wang Xiaojing's heart, stirring up waves. On the one hand, it is the regret after knowing that he misunderstood Lu Fan and hurt Lu Fan, and the inexplicable feeling of wanting Lu Fan to come back to him. On the one hand, Lu Fan felt sad and angry after he firmly stated that he would not go back with them. The tears are still flowing. Wang Xiaojing wiped her tears and nodded to Lu Fan. Okay, let's say goodbye now and never see each other again. I hope we can work hard for our respective aspirations and be well. I saved his grandfather. He helped me a lot. I did a lot of things to hurt him. Maybe I still owe him something. When I get the chance in the future, I will help him secretly and make up for what I owe him. Wang Xiaojing tried to comfort herself in this way, but she still felt inexplicably heartbroken. Lu Fan stood up. He nodded politely, turned, and walked out of the Chengxi NGI private room. I have made my point clear. I hope they won't bother me again. No, I don't want this. Chapter 54, if you feel degrading, get out. Shui Yalan's crying voice could be heard from the private room, but no one followed her out. Maybe someone stopped him. Lu Fan doesn't care. In the private room, Wang Xiaojing held Shui Yalan's hand. Yalan, Lu Fan has made it very clear. Don't do this. I won't. Shui Yalan pushed Wang Xiaojing away and chased out of Chang Xiangyi's room. Lu Fan, I am willing to give up everything. Just ask you to let me stay with you. I must atone for my sins. Even if you ask me to work like a slave for you, I am willing to do that. Lu Fan stopped but did not look back. I don't need someone to work like a slave for me. I will move wherever I live. If Mr. Shui still refuses to give up, it will only make me hate you. Heart-wrenching pain. It hurts so much that I can't breathe. Shui Yalan slumped on the ground. Tears blurred my eyes. No, no, I don't want it. Lu Fan. Lu Fan was very annoyed, inexplicably annoyed, but he did not stop. He got into the elevator and left. Wang Xiaojing, Zhang Min, Jiang Shuyue, Li Sitian, and others all walked out. Wang Xiaojing helped Shui Yalan up, tears in her eyes. Yalan, let's go back to Longdu. Time will heal everything. It will all pass. Shui Yalan felt that something very precious was slipping away from her, and she couldn't catch it no matter how hard she tried. Shui Yalan cried louder and louder. Wang Xiaojing looked at Shui Yalan, who was almost exhausted from crying, and felt more and more angry. Lu Fan, we did a lot of things that hurt you and said a lot of hurtful words. But are you so heartless? Yalan, get up. Let's go back to Longdu. Zhao Tingting, who had been silent, spoke. Yalan, I know you feel like you've done a lot of things that hurt Lu Fan, and you want to do something to atone for your sins. But since he said so coldly that he didn't need us and didn't want to see us again, there's no need for us to be so mean. The word lowbrow comes out of your mouth. Zhang Min, Jiang Shuyue, Li Sitian, Zhou Luoyi, and Wang Xiaojing, who was a little angry, all looked at Zhao Tingting in surprise. They went through great pains to find Lu Fan. Is it despicable? If realizing one's mistakes and wanting to pay for them is mean, so what is not despicable? Despicable? Shui Yalan looked up at Zhao Tingting and roared. If you think it's despicable, then go back to Longdu. I'm going to find Lu Fan. Let me go. After Lu Fan walked out of Qingyuan Hotel, he took a deep breath to calm his somewhat chaotic mood. It's over, let's move on. Lu Fan walked to the parking lot and prepared to get in the car and leave. Yin Jun, who was hiding behind the tree, emerged. Brother Lu? Master Yin? What are you doing here? Yin Jun winked and said, Brother Lu, I saw everything. Lu Fan knew that Yin Jun might have misunderstood again. Master Yin, I just need to make something clear to them. It may be completely different from what you imagine. Lu Fan didn't want to say anything more to Yin Junza or emphasize anything. After saying that, he got in the car and left. After the car started, Lu Fan suddenly thought of something. If Yin Jun finds out that Wang Xiaojing and the others no longer come, will he withdraw everything from his hometown? Just withdraw? I now have a certain amount of financial ability and can do it on my own. It's just that without the ready-made engineering team of Yan's group, it will be slower at the beginning. Yin Jun watched Lu Fan leave, frowned slightly, and scratched his head. He also felt that something was wrong with Lu Fan's mood. And it's kind of weird. Didn't Brother Lu just go in with Miss Jiang and the others? Why did he leave so soon? Yin Junza was wondering when he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Turning around, it was Shui Yalan who ran out and was looking around. Miss Shui, why are you crying? Yin Jun felt that it was inappropriate for him to show up now and prepared to hide behind the tree again. But Shui Yalan didn't see Lu Fan, and when she looked around, she saw Yin Junza. Shui Yalan had never met Yin Junza since she came to the provincial capital, and had no idea who Yin Junza was. Shui Yalan didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of others, so she wiped away her tears and shouted to Yin Junza. Hey, did you see where a boy who is taller, more handsome, more cultured, and about your age went after he came out? Severe case? Miss Shui, it's okay if you don't know me. I can also admit that Brother Lu is taller and more handsome than me. But can you tell me how you can tell that Brother Lu is more cultured than me? Are there 3 big words written on my face? Lack of cultivation? Hey, I'm talking to you. Uraoma? Shui Yalan is a willful and capricious person who is rude to others. If it is serious, then naturally one dare not get angry. I saw Brother Lu go over there. He must be going back to the company. Back to the company? He hasn't even eaten yet, and he's back to the company. Won't he be hungry? Shui Yalan stomped her feet and said something, then got into the car and stepped on the accelerator to chase after Lu Fan. Yin Junza. He went back to the company without having eaten. Wouldn't he be hungry? Old Yin, did you see it? Did you hear it? Brother Lu is not here now, and Miss Shui didn't recognize me, so there is no need for her to act in front of me. Miss Shui really cares about Brother Lu. Wait, that's not right. Miss Shui really cares about Brother Lu. So what are Miss Jiang and Miss Li to Brother Lu? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Although Brother Lu is more handsome than I was at my peak, there is no way he can be liked by the eldest daughters of the 3 major families in Longdu. That's crazy. Haha, impossible, absolutely impossible. Yin Jun also got in the car and followed. He wants to collect further evidence. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Hey, Mom. Xiaoze, have you been to that village? What your father said makes sense this time. Go and withdraw all the people and things. Yin Jun replied while driving with his head tilted and his phone clamped between his legs. Mom, Lao Yin, please help me. I'm collecting evidence. I can immediately prove that Lao Yan's investigation is inaccurate. If we can investigate this matter thoroughly, it will affect my future and the future of our Yin family. Mom, please believe me. Mom, I love you. Chapter 55. The Stubborn and Difficult Shui Yalan. The atmosphere in the private room of Qingyuan Hotel was solemn. After Shui Yalan rushed out, Wang Xiaojing, Jiang Chuyue, and others all turned their eyes to Zhao Tingting. Zhao Tingting's eyes were red with anger, and she retorted in grievance and anger. Why are you looking at me? Did I say anything wrong? We came all the way here just to apologize to Lu Fan and make up for our mistakes. But what about him? He put on that cold look. Is he asking us to kneel down and beg for his forgiveness? Or should I work like Shui Yalan and serve him as a slave to atone for my sins? She pursed her lips fiercely, her eyes revealing a bit of stubbornness. Isn't the kindness we gave to his grandfather enough to offset the harm we have done to him? I don't want to chase him around and beg for forgiveness like a lowly person anymore. After saying that, she left the box without looking back. The others were stunned, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Wang Xiaojing's eyes flickered with hesitation, and she looked at Zhang Min, Li Sitian, and Jiang Chuyue. Tingting's words may not be completely right, but maybe she is right. We keep disturbing Lu Fan, which may not be the best way to atone for our sins. Maybe leaving is the real fulfillment and respect. She sighed with a hint of fatigue in her tone. Lu Fan has made it clear enough. He doesn't want to see us anymore, and he doesn't want to be disturbed. Zhang Min sighed softly, turned to look at the others, and nodded after a moment of silence. Maybe Sister Xiaojing is right. Staying here and getting entangled will only make Lu Fan hate us more. Everyone finally decided to let go of their entanglement and set off on the road back to Longdu with mixed feelings. They were unwilling in their hearts, but they were powerless to save anything. At the same time, Lu Fan returned to the company, still feeling uneasy. Although he was a little hungry, his thoughts were so chaotic that he had no appetite. He knew that Yin Juanza might withdraw the engineering team from his hometown at any time, which meant that he needed to publish recruitment information as soon as possible to prepare for future construction. At this time, the employees who returned to the company after lunch saw Lu Fan in the office and started to discuss in low voices. The boss is back? But where are the others? Didn't Zhang Min and the others go out with him? At this moment, Shui Yalan appeared in the company corridor with a takeaway. Everyone was surprised, thinking that she was going back to her office, but unexpectedly, she walked straight into Lu Fan's office with a box of dumplings in her hand. Even looking up, Lu Fan smelled the familiar scent of perfume, and his heart sank slightly. Sure enough, Shui Yalan's willful and capricious personality still made her chase him, and he had to deal with it again. Lu Fan, Shui Yalan said with red eyes, trying to force out a smile. I know you didn't eat, so I bought you your favorite northeastern beef dumplings and even brought you some garlic. I will never stop you from eating garlic again. Hearing the word garlic, Lu Fan's mind suddenly flashed back to that humiliating memory. Once upon a time, he knelt down in front of a garlic to apologize under her tyrannical order, becoming the object of everyone's ridicule. That humiliation was deeply engraved in his heart and could not be erased. Crash! Lu Fan pushed the dumplings Shui Yalan bought and threw them directly into the trash can. Shui Yalan, President Shui. Lu Fan's eyes were cold, and his tone was cold. Hasn't what I said been clear enough? I accept your apology, but please don't bother me again. Shui Yalan's face turned pale instantly, and she threw the fresh garlic she picked into the trash can. She couldn't hold back any longer. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she pleaded with a choked voice. Lu Fan, you can ask me to do anything, just don't drive me away. Lu Fan stood up coldly and walked out of the office. Shui Yalan hurriedly followed him, and the two walked to the stairs one after the other. Lu Fan turned around abruptly. His voice was cold and resolute. Shui Yalan, I have already told you that if you continue to pester me, I will only hate you more. If you continue like this, I will have no choice but to call the police. Shui Yalan shook her head with tears in her eyes and reached out to grab him, even if it was just a hug, to save something. However, Lu Fan pushed her hand away mercilessly. This scene happened to be seen by Yin Juanza. He widened his eyes and was secretly surprised in his heart. Fuck. Miss Shui is going to make a move on Brother Lu. It seems that she is more aggressive than others. Chapter 56, Shui Yalin's video. Jun hung up the phone, still thinking about his mother's advice. He felt that he had observed the subtle relationship between Lu Fan and Shui Yalin, but his family repeatedly warned him and even prepared to withdraw his project in Lu Fan's hometown. He held the phone tightly, feeling a little uneasy. Brother Lu must have a secret that I haven't discovered. Meanwhile, Shui Yalin returned to her residence alone and fell on the bed like a lost soul. She kept getting calls from Longdu Company, but she did not respond and just let the memories come to her mind. She remembered that she had teased Lu Fan carelessly in college, treating him like a toy to satisfy her boredom. Lu Fan had patiently coaxed her and accompanied her, but after she changed, she spoke harshly to him, gradually hurting him completely. Shui Yalin's eyes were hollow, and her heart was broken. He must hate me so much that he doesn't want to give me a chance to atone for my sins. The dumplings she prepared carefully today were thrown into the trash, can by Lu Fan indifferently, without even touching the garlic. She sat up suddenly. Her eyes were firm, and she seemed to have made a decision in her heart. Garlic, she murmured, thinking of how she had used a piece of garlic to humiliate Lu Fan and made him a laughingstock on the internet. Thinking of this, Shui Yalin's eyes turned red, but her tears had long since dried up, and her eyes were extremely determined. She walked barefoot to the kitchen, took out a piece of garlic, took a deep breath, set up her phone, knelt on the ground, held the garlic tightly in her hand, and started recording the video. In front of the camera, Shui Yalin's voice was trembling but firm. Today, I want to atone for my past mistakes. Lu Fan, if you can see me, I just want to say sorry. The night sky of Longdu enveloped the busy city. Wang Xiaojing was still working overtime, trying to numb herself with work and not think about the man whom she both respected and resented, Lu Fan. A few days ago, Lu Fan coldly explained his determination to them, and that ruthlessness made her feel a little hurt. Although she knew that she shouldn't be angry, Lu Fan's attitude and the sudden cancellation of the cooperation by President Zhao still made her feel an emotion that was difficult to dispel. On the day she returned to Longdu, Wang Xiaojing recalled how she had racked her brains to please Mr. Zhao in order to continue her cooperation with the Zhao group, but her efforts were in vain because of Lu Fan's departure. Mr. Zhao's words, "Even if you have to pay the penalty for breach of contract, you must cancel the cooperation," made her realize her disadvantage in business. Without Lu Fan, she couldn't even keep her own business, which made her feel frustrated and unwilling to ask Lu Fan for help. There are several other women who are also struggling with memories and pain. Zhang Chuyue was in a daze in the office. Zhang Min was daydreaming in the meeting. Li Sitian stayed at home alone in deep thought, and Zhou Luoyi repeatedly watched the short drama shot by Lu Fan's company with a complicated expression. They all had memories and regrets about the past, especially the scene of Lu Fan's resolute departure from Qingyuan Hotel, which stabbed their hearts like a knife. They knew that Lu Fan didn't want to be disturbed again, but the inner conflict and torment made them gradually lose their minds. Li Sitian opened her phone and saw the old photos with Lu Fan. She felt a sour nostalgia. She couldn't help asking herself, if I go to see him again, will he hate me? Just as she was struggling, WeChat suddenly rang. It was a message from her brother. Sister, have you checked your moments? Sister Yalin seems to be crazy. Li Sitian opened her moments in confusion, and her pupils shrank instantly. She saw the video posted by Shui Yalin. In the video, Shui Yalin knelt on the ground, her eyes red, holding a garlic in her arms, and whispered, "I accidentally stepped on his garlic. I sincerely apologize to the garlic and to him from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry." This was the line Shui Yalin used when she forced Lu Fan to kneel down and apologize to Swan Tu. Now, she knelt in front of the camera to apologize to Lu Fan in the same way, her tone full of regret. She performed everything that humiliated Lu Fan in the past exactly, but changed Mr. Shui to he to express her apology. In the hotel in the capital of Province X, Shui Yalin held her phone and trembled as she handed the video to Lu Fan. Her eyes were filled with pleading and regret, and her voice was choked with sobs. "Lu Fan, can you give me another chance?" Chapter 57. Yan's group withdrew. "Lu Fan, I'm sorry." Lu Fan was somewhat surprised when he saw the video shot by Shui Yalin. Miss Shui took such a video. It will spread throughout Longdu's wealthy circles in less than 5 minutes. At this point, Shui Yalin knows it. But Shui Yalin still took the photo. Shui Yalin was showing Lu Fan her sincerity in atonement.